Welcome to the Global Startup Cities Summit 2020. My name is Lucia Vázquez, and I will be your host throughout the day for this extraordinary event. This is a unique virtual summit where entrepreneurs and innovators will find cities and ecosystem from global and European Union to showcase and share innovative solutions. These summits respond to a pioneer bottom-up initiative, which mission is to consolidate new innovation ecosystem, interconnecting startups strategies at a local level. This first hour is going to be dedicated to the gaming show. We are going to find out the winners of the two competitions, Game Jam and Esports. Let's start with the Global Startup Cities Game Jam led by Startup City Málaga. Let me give the floor to Francisco Salas, coordinator of the Game Jam. Francisco, good morning, how are you?
Hello, good morning.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Lucia. I want to thank also the organization, the Global Startup Cities initiative, for the organization of this unique summit and this gaming show into the summit. Also, I would like to thank Jill Baxpeller from Cologne, from Startup City Cologne, and the two cities that have been organizing the main events in the gaming show. And we have divided the work, and we have been working in the Game Jam, and we have organized, thanks to Miriam, also will speak later, an amazing Game Jam this past weekend. I think that it has been the first ever Global Startup City Summit Game Jam organized online. And I can say that it has been a very big success. And I think that we have to keep organizing things like that. Malaga has a lot of experience organizing jams, game jams, here in the city, mainly in our digital content hub called the Polo Digital. But this is the first time that we organize something worldwide. And as I said, we have had a big success. We have had 358 participants, more than 83 teams, and more than 470 people participating in the teams, mentors, and people helping. And this past weekend has been 2 days of hard work, and we have now more than 100. We have 102 new video games published. And the thematic of this game jam has been the win-win. We have also 4 categories to award: the best original art, best gameplay, best inclusivity, and best game. But this will be known this evening from, I think, that 5:30. We have starting this summit officially at 12:30, but I can say that this has been not my speech, of course, but this gaming show and the award ceremony, I think that are going to be the funniest part of the show. We have had participants from a lot of cities in the world. We have had people from Buenos Aires, Argentina, a lot of people from Argentina, from Reno, Sparks, and somewhere in California from the USA, also from St. Petersburg and Moscow, from Russia, from Ota in Nigeria, also from Pune in India, Markham in Canada, Ciudad de México in Mexico City, Seoul from South Korea, Kharkov in Ukraine, Minsk from Belarus, Tallinn from Estonia. and also from Europe, from a lot of cities of Europe. The cities with most participants had been, of course, Málaga, Barcelona, and Valencia from Spain, Cologne and Berlin from Germany, Paris from France, London from UK, Milano and Modena from Italy, and Wrocław from Poland. We have had also mentors from Europe, mainly from Germany, Spain, France, and Denmark. Well, from Denmark, but he was Brazilian, it's needless to say, and very good keynote speakers as the level designers of Fall Guys, one of the video games of the moment. After this presentation, after the gaming show, we will have a short video about these speeches. But I want to say that the level of the games of the video games presented in this game jam has been amazing. I have had the opportunity of watching some of the videos prepared and also to play some of the games. I prefer not to say about them, but it's amazing the arts, the design, but also how people from different parts of the world, as I have said, because the teams have been formed from different cities, how can they in only 2 days develop, program, design, and have a complete version and a playable version of video games of such a level as you all can see at in the web of the summit, and also in the platforms in Twitch, and also in different platforms where you can have a look at these video games. We were well, we were not sure about the organization of this game jam totally online, because I think that we have never organized something like that. But mainly the problem has transformed into an opportunity, and this pandemic, this COVID-19 has transformed our lives, and I think that people from different countries are in their at home, and they are with their computers, and they have also take the opportunity of participating in a worldwide event, and maybe in other circumstances they want to be at home. So I think that this problem, the worldwide problem, has turned into a big opportunity. And I think that startup cities of Cologne, and Malaga, we have to learn a lot about this game jam organization. And I think that this has to be an event that cannot be only one time. For sure, the next year we will have this event in Malaga, but also from all over the world. And I have to see you, everybody, in Malaga, to give you thanks about your participation.
Thank you very much, Francisco,
okay,
for your intervention. It has been a pleasure, and what a success, no? People from all over the world, gamers from all over. Now we are going to give the floor to Miriam Fernandez. Miriam is co-founder of the XR Academy and Learn and Div. Good morning, Miriam. How are you?
Good morning. I'm really excited about this intervention. And well, as Lucia said, my name is Miriam, and I have been the one in charge of organizing the Game Jam. And first of all, I want to thank Startup City Summit and the City Council of Malaga, not only for the opportunity they gave me to organize and participate in the Game Jam that brings attention to indie development, but also for having made such an innovative and special event like this one possible. There is no doubt this is an opportunity for all small European developers who have been able to be part of something bigger, and for those who have been rewarded for the effort and have connected and generated synergies who collaborated and created international ties along with a beautiful, beautiful work environment. Certainly, the video game industry needs more opportunities like this one, chances that allow people from all across Europe and the world to connect so they can share knowledge and values, as well as big events that treat independent video games like any other industry, promoting work and encouraging young people to study and develop incredible personal skills. Startup City Summit has made this possible, giving video games the space they deserve as a rising industry in the market. In Spain, for example, indie development is a market more and more in demand, both in consumption and production, and there is a wide support network in Málaga for video games entrepreneurs with different initiatives and for business and entertainment. Sorry, I could not forget to mention Polo Digital, that great place promoted thanks to the City Council of Málaga, which encourages the creation and professionalization of the studios, as Francis said before. Thanks to all of that, I think Global Startup Cities Game Jam has been a success. Celebrated between the 20th and the 22nd of November, our Game Jam has been able to gather more than 100 video games created in just 48 hours. And even if this is a very popular format of a Game Jam, we have been able to include new things that, without a doubt, have made this event even more unique. For example, on Friday, we have talks from developers. We are going to watch a video later. And on Saturday, we counted with the support of experts which helped the participants with their developments. The challenge is supposed to create a video game in a weekend is exhausting, but the illusion and enthusiasm of participating in something bigger have made it possible for the majority of the teams to finish on time. On the topic of this is a win-win situation, they developed video games with different readings, a perfect example of how beautiful free interpretation is and how everybody, each with their very own particular vision, can be part of something bigger. Among the more than 350 participants, as Francis said, there have been all kinds of projects. Some wanted to make a collaborative video game, others opted for a chain of favors, and there were even some games that taught the player that no matter the obstacles you find in your way, with the help of others and your own effort, you always reach your goal. Participants range from professional studios to 14, 15 years old who are learning how to use Unity at home. The video games, on the other hand, went from pixel to 3D models with even an entry in stop motion. Certainly, the diversity among the projects has been something delightful and beautiful to see. And ultimately, a pretty community that is still alive in Discord has been created, where we have been able to share feedback and learn from one another. And the jury did not have it easy to choose the winner, considering the great quality of some of the projects. The winning categories, in fact, were Best Original Art, Best Gameplay, Best Inclusivity, and Best Game. And you can play all the video games at Startup City Itch.io webpage. Last but not least, I want to thank all the people who have made this possible, the summit, Malaga City Council, as well as all my team, especially Miguel, and of course to all our participants. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miriam, for such a deep analysis and for give us context to the gaming show that has been the last weekend. Now our last guest is Christoph Kohlhaas. He is the coordinator of the esports. Good morning, Christoph. How are you? I don't know if I have pronounced your last name well, but...
I good. Hello, Lucia.
Okay, welcome.
Hello, Malaga. Yeah, welcome. So first of all, thanks for having me in this call, and thanks to the whole team who organized this summit in very special times. So first of all, let me introduce myself, Christoph Kohlhaas, Product Manager, ESL for the GSA region, and I'm currently located in Cologne in Germany, so one of the participating cities. So when we talk about esports in general and about esports tournament, which we also did here in the cooperation with Cologne Business for the Startup City Summit, it's always something which we have to define first. So esports and gaming is a perfect combination and activates totally different target groups, but it also have kindly differences. And so esports is always gaming, but gaming is not always esports, which means competitive gaming is defined by a competition between two professional teams and under specific rules. And so we as ESL recognize it pretty early and start with the business in 2001. And so today it's a pleasure that we can work together with Cologne Business as the world leading esports company. And so we run totally complete different competitions on our tournament platforms, from the amateur series up to world championships. And we can fill up with esports arenas like the Lanxess Arena here in Cologne, or Staples Center in the US, the Spodek Arena in Katowice, and we have so many beautiful and exciting tournaments around the globe. And even if you look on the current stats of esports, or for esports, you can activate with an esports festival easily over 100,000 visitors. And this is amazing and shows how the impact of esports changed within the last years. And for example, to give you a direct example for esports in Europe, we have, for example, the ESL Pro League, which is kind of the Champions League in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. And for example, this year, over 89 million watch hours were produced, which is, compared to last year, a huge increase of over 129%. And even the video play, so-called sessions, we talk about up to 300 million. So it's an amazing story for esports, and I would say it's a big opportunity for companies, cities, regions to maybe take that topic on an agenda and discuss it. So for the Global Startup City Summit, we also worked together with Cologne Business and organized an esports competition. And even here, I would like to give you some detailed information, because I was also a little bit surprised about the numbers, which are pretty good. So for example, we have in total over 4,000 matches, which means over 4,000 times FIFA, in this case, was played between two people around the globe, in this case around Europe. Over 6,300 signups. And when you look into the player count, I was also happy to share that also with you guys, that we had, for example, over 300 participants from France, over 267 from Spain, the same number from Italy, Russia with over 250 participants, Germany with 240, and so on. So it's an amazing story, and it shows how esports could activate different target groups from different regions. And so if you are interested in esports, please visit YouTube, Twitter, and so on. Have a look on it. Also have a look into our bigger tournaments and just see how professionalized esports is. It's not the time which mostly the people know from 10, 15 years, where you just connect some computers and then you have a LAN party and you call it esports. It's very professionalized, commercialized as well. We have big brands, for example, in our ESL products like DHL, McDonald's, and Mountain Dew, Mercedes-Benz, and so on. And I could also imagine that a lot of people here in Europe could also activate in esports and reach to their dedicated target group. Also, a short side note for you guys, we will start with the Cologne program in around 30 minutes and no, 1 hour. And so we have a very high-class panel organized together with Cologne Business, where we talk about exactly that point. So esports as an impact for cities and region, and how you can generate a sustainable product also for a smaller city in Europe. So thanks, Lucia, and all the best to you guys.
Thank you, Christoph, for such a wonderful explanation. Esports is a big business then. Now we are going to go back again to Francisco Salas. Francisco, are you there? We are not. Wait 1 second. Try again, because we couldn't hear you. I think you have your microphone is mute.
Yes.
Now.
It was.
Now.
Yes. Well, we are going to watch now a video about I think so about the gaming jam. But what I want to say now, listening to Christophe, and also give a big thanks to Jill Baxpeller from Cologne Business, is that I think that we have been innovating. I mean, this is an initiative from bottom to the top, from the citizens, from the cities to Europe and to the world. And this is innovation. I mean, we just launched the game jam and the sport competition without knowing about the participation. And I think that we have incredible numbers from esports, from game jam. And I think that this is the way of innovation, the new way of innovation in Europe and in the world. So we, the startup cities, are very proud of participating in this summit. But okay, let's go to the video, to the some of the key moments of the game jam. Okay, Lucia.
Perfect.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Global Startup Cities Game Jam. I'm your host. Hold on a second. Now, that's the magic of the live streaming. I'm your host for today, and my name is Javier Carmador Perez, and I'm really happy, I'm delighted to welcome you to a weekend of game development and wonderful talks. Today we'll have 3 different speakers that will share their experience and knowledge about game development and through the process of game development and how hard can be, and try to imagine and move that process that takes usually more than a weekend and compress it and all compressed in 2 days. They'll have to make the best of that they can. Over 300 people, 50 plus groups and all continents. And well, it's gonna be a fun ride. I'm really happy to be here, and I hope you're hyped for everything that is coming up tonight. Coming up next, we have Marina Diaz, that's CEO from 3 of Cups Games, and she'll share with us her talk is the magic of personal games.
Hello, everyone. I'm super happy to be here with all of you today. Thank you so much for joining us in this Startup City Game Jam. Today I'm going to talk about the magic of personal games. It's something that I've been doing since I started in the games industry in 2017 as a game developer. So it's one of my favorite topics because it's kind of like my baby, you know. So first of all, for the people that don't know me yet, I'm the CEO of 3 of Cups Games. 3 of Cups is my own company. It's been founded in March of this year. And it's based in London in the UK, but we all work remotely. So we are people from all around the world making games together in an environment that it's ethical and diverse, because those are the core values that I always follow in my career, right? And besides that, I'm also the game designer of Wondershop in Mesatio, which is a company in Finland, in Helsinki. And then I'm also the lead game designer of Dordogne, a game developed by Je ne sais quoi Studios in France. So as I told you before, my first steps in the games industry have been making personal games, and above all, games around mental health and self-care. And today I want to share with you how I started making those, right? And because it's not super easy, and it's not something that maybe you are sometimes prepared for it. So first of all, I'm gonna try to answer some questions that are around personal games, like what are personal games, how to make a personal game, can I make a personal game, and it's okay if I can make a personal game about some hard experience. So first of all, what are personal games? I think it's a broad term, and many times personal games can mean very different things for different people, because we are all different kind of game developers. But mostly, I think personal games are those games that are based on our own personal experiences. Sometimes we tend to think that these personal games need to be like emotional intrinsically, or that I think we all have in our heads a specific kind of personal game. But the truth is that as we are very different people, we can all make our own different personal games. For example, it always comes to my mind, The Binding of Isaac is one of the most known examples of personal games that is not intrinsically a game that you would say that is a personal game, because it looks just like a, you know, like a normal game where you need to defeat some bosses and that's it. But the background is much more than that, and the developer of The Binding of Isaac has been talking lots about this, and it's very interesting because of that one term of personal game can be very different, or can be expressed very differently by all of us. So for me, what's a personal game? My own personal games have been always talking around mental health and self-care and also abstract concepts. So my first game, personal game, I think it's a game that I made that I was called, it was called Hey Dad, a story of a mental health illness. And it talked about my dad, because he's bipolar. And for me,
All right. Well, that was Marina Diaz, CEO from Theory of Cups Games. Hope you enjoyed the talk. And coming up next, we have JJ Slider, or Joseph Jusen from Fall Guys. Well, Mediatonic is level designer for Mediatonic, but you'll maybe know him better for his latest work on Fall Guys. So I don't know if he's already with us. I think he is, maybe.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm great.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Well, here we are. Here we have Joseph. May I call you Joseph? Is it okay?
Oh yeah. That's okay. Great. Yeah.
So looking forward to this talk too. Fall Guys has been a hit this year. That's something that can argue about. So
Ooh, do you want me to start? Sorry, do you want me to share my screen? Shall I just jump in? Or
I guess so. I don't know. Production. Yeah, you can share your screen.
Ooh, let's do it.
All right.
Cool.
So knock yourself out. Show us.
Ooh. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, a little bit of a change in tone here. That was an amazing talk about very personal things, and this is going to be a talk about little bean people running around. So yeah, hi, my name's Joseph. I'm a level designer on Fall Guys, and I'm going to kind of give a sort of an overview on the kind of process that we have for designing levels, and then go into a few sort of examples of specific levels and kind of decisions we made on them, and just kind of give a lovely sort of mixed bag of all things Fall Guys levels. So yeah, let's jump in. So little bit about me. I studied at Brunel University as well, which is interesting. There's a picture of me here before lockdown, which I look a lot healthier and happier, but that was taken about a year ago. But I joined Mediatonic about almost 3 years ago now, and I was working on a puzzle game for a while. Did a little bit of work on Murder by Numbers puzzles, and then moved on to Fall Guys about a year ago. So when I moved on, we had a few levels, but a lot of them were sort of made in the last year. So that's been my experience. Really, has been building levels for Fall Guys. So yeah, if you don't know what Fall Guys is, it's essentially a kind of a sort of game show battle royale. So if you remember kind of classic game shows like Takeshi's Castle and Wipeout and that kind of thing, we're sort of taking that structure of taking loads of players and eliminating them round by round. So the idea is that you have 60 players at the start of the game, and around about 5 rounds, we knock people out, eliminate them through different kind of crazy levels and games, and eventually have one winner at the end. So kind of taking that battle royale format and using it in a different way. So the first thing I wanted to talk about really was to have a look at Fall Guys in general and the design of the game, and look at the importance of pillars. So when we talk about game pillars, basically and design pillars in general, kind of talking about the sort of the things you want to build every decision you make on your game around, and I think this is something that can basically apply to any game, even like a game jam game. If you're making something over a weekend, I think it might be really helpful to basically, you might not want as many or as in depth as obviously we've used on Fall Guys, but like being able to say exactly the sort of things you want to achieve with your game, I think can inform every single decision you make thereon, and I think it's really handy. So we'll just talk through the sort of high-level design pillars of Fall Guys quickly, so you can get an idea for sort of how that impacted the game. So our first pillar was that we basically wanted the characters and the game to kind of be relatively average. We were looking at the kind of game shows and the people you see on those kind of, on like Takeshi's Castle and that kind of thing. And these people aren't, like athletes. They're not super strong or super fast. They're kind of, they're normal people. And that's kind of what we wanted this game to be about, to sort of be about, well, not normal people, but, little beans that are kind of, they're not great. They don't excel.
Okay, welcome back. Now we have a wonderful talk by a wonderful speaker, game designer, developer, creator of the Mix and Jam YouTube channel. Is Andre Cardoso. He's gonna talk to us about tips to enhance your game experience. So without further ado, let's go. Welcome, Andre.
Awesome. Hey everyone. Super happy to be here. It's a Friday. It's happy. I just came out of work, so hopefully everyone's happy and ready for this super cool game jam during this weekend. I do appreciate the opportunity, and I want to thank everyone in the organization team, just calling me and for me to be able to sort of talk a little bit with every one of you about some things that might enhance the game jam experience. But of course, I think it's just going to be good, because if you think about it, it's a win-win situation, right? And so I knew the theme before, so I was excited to sort of get everyone prepared for this thing. I have the Twitch chat open, so let's keep this very interactive. I don't want this to be too much of a talk where I just expose things and show things. Rather, I would like to interact more. I see some people in the chat already asking about my cat. Unfortunately, my cat is in Brazil, which is where I am from. I'm from Brazil. And when I came here to Denmark to work at Unity, I had to leave him there. But I'll soon be watching with my cat. I'll be with my cat, and I can send pictures to everyone of me and my cat. Maybe we can both jam. That'd be super cool. Cool. Just a little introduction. My name is Andre, right? Sorry, that was in the slide before. I'm a content developer at Unity Technologies, and I also, in my free time, have a YouTube channel called Mix and Jam, where I recreate mechanics from other games using Unity, and that's where I like to experiment the most. And that's honestly, if I, being completely honest, I feel like that's where I learn the most, because I'm just like trying and learning new things. And so I just have like a quick video of what is Mix and Jam. If you don't know Mix and Jam yet, there's a little audio here, very, very subtle. It's just me trying. Yes? You're not, oh.
Yeah, you have to share the screen if it's not sharing already.
Yep, that was my bad.
This is the magic of live streaming, guys.
Oh,
Once
yeah.
again, don't worry. We have you covered.
This presentation was here the entire time. See? Anyways, apologize for that. Anyways, this is like the little intro where you can see that I'm a content developer at Unity and a game developer at Mexijam, which in the next slide I will showcasing.
After this great video, we're gonna move on with our next guest. He is Gil Baxpeller, coordinator of the esports led by Startup City Cologne. Good morning, Gil. How are you?
Very good. Very good morning to you. I'm very well. How are you doing?
Good. We are here hoping to listen to you and everything you have to say about esports and Startup City of Cologne and entrepreneurship.
Great. Thank you very much. Maybe I start introducing myself. So my name is Gil Baxpeller. I work for Köln Business, which is the economic development agency of the city of Cologne. So for the whole summit, I represent the city of Cologne. Very happy to do so, and we are very happy to be part of the Startup City Summit, not only the summit, but also the initiative. So for the summit, we actually organized the esports competition. So everybody who was into gaming and esports, I think this might be in highlight. It's a FIFA tournament. I think our partner Christoph from the ESL was already on. So I think you already heard the facts and figures, how many players participated. I think everybody in the world was able to take part. For us, it was very exciting and of course fun to organize it. And you know, the nice thing about it is that the final will actually be live today. So if you want to see the final of the esports competition, please go into the market room of Cologne or into the gaming show section at 1:15, and there we'll broadcast the final of the esports competition. Later on, obviously, we announce the winner. So that's going to happen too. We chose esports because we want to show that esports is not only just sort of a game in front of a computer anymore, but it's become a real business. Of course, we also, in Cologne, we have quite a strong ecosystem in that field. So with players like the ESL, I think you heard it, the biggest esports company in the world by now, but also players like the Gamescom, so the biggest trade fair in that field, also in Cologne. So among these two and many others, such as EA Sports and bigger and smaller companies, we have an ecosystem, and we want to foster and boost that even further. So we want to remain sort of the gaming esports hotspot of Germany. And if you work or do something in that field, please feel free to reach out. I also want to mention that apart from the esports competition, we have a little bit more in our chat room. So after the final, we'll have a very interesting panel, and I highly recommend you to join it. It's going to start at 2:45, and it's going to be the CEO and founder of the ESL. So he's going to tell us a little bit how to become the biggest esports company in the world and what does that mean. We also have the director of procurement, Thomas, on board, and he's going to talk a lot about the involvement of cities and the impact on cities, as he has done that in the past. And we will finish off with a show match of two of the best esports players in Germany, and then we'll have a match on FIFA, and I think that's going to be very interesting too. So apart from that, I think if you're interested in our city, if you want to find out more, please don't hesitate to reach out, and I'm very happy to follow up on the rest of the day in our market room. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gil. I would like to ask you a question. Since you're the in charge or part of the team of the entrepreneurship department in Cologne, in a startup city, Cologne, how do you translate esports into business figures, for example?
Well, I mean, if you look at the figures, if you look what the esports today is doing, also in business, for example, the ESL has an event. They're filling stadiums full of people. If you look at revenue figures of some of these companies, if you look at the sponsors of these companies, so for example, the ESL is partially, I think, involved with DHL, with Mercedes, with some of the biggest players in the world. So I think it's relatively easy to see that esport is not a game anymore, but it's become a real business. And I think these figures support that.
Thank you very much, Gil. With Gil's intervention, we conclude this gaming show and we give way to the presentation of the market rooms.
Thank you.
Thank you. Startup City Summit, 9 virtual spaces related to some of our co-organizers. Here we will have the opportunity to see the fundamental aspects and insights of each city as top 10 startups in any economic sector for attracting business opportunities, innovation facilities, public and private projects for 2021 within the global and European Union. We are proud to say that this is a geo-economic movement of new business opportunity to invest and collaborate outside the traditional EU hubs. We would like to remind you that the market room will be open from 1 p.m. throughout all day with this exclusive content. Let's see a video that summarizes the concept of these market rooms.
Of the darkness, and like me, all my other friends had the same problem. So we all got together to find the solution. And we came up with this sensor that adapts to our pupil and would make us see in the dark. You see, problem solved. Coming up to Startup Braga was an eye-opener to all the possibilities ahead. They showed us different markets where we could expand and introduced us to big-time investors. We tested the prototype with 50 kids, and the feedback was amazing. Everyone could just relax in bed at night. Just before we started production, we already had lots of orders, but only when this big investor came to play, we were able to mass produce it. And we were able to expand our business to reach kids from Europe, to Asia, from Africa, to America, and give these kids a brighter night.
2 years ago, my parents explained to me where people go after they close their eyes forever. This was just before my grandpa went to his new home in the stars. But from that moment on, I knew how to do something about this. So I came to Startup Braga to see if this could be done. They had health professionals ready to validate your idea. After long meetings, they finally helped me realize that this was just too ambitious. But I just couldn't let go of the idea.
It was probably for the best.
So now, working closely to Startup Braga and the university, we're developing another idea. This time, it's to solve respiratory problems in elderly people.
I used to hear all kinds of noises in my room. It was really scary that I had to run to my parents' bed at 2 a.m. every night. One day, Daddy sat me down at the kitchen table and told me, "Son, we have to do something about this. Monsters aren't real." But still, I wasn't comfortable, so I started developing this app that works with your phone's gyroscope, camera, and microphone to scan any noises coming from a 5-meter radius. So if you wake up petrified in the middle of the night, you can check your phone and go back to sleep, knowing that no monsters are trying to eat you. It was hard at first, because no one believed in us. All the people and investors we asked to help us told us to take a hike. But I'm a 10-year-old who never gives up, so I continued on working in this app. In less than 1 year, we had more than 1 bazillion downloads. It was a really big success. Last week, we sold it at an valuation of 3.5 million to a company that we can't name because it's Now we're working on an app that hypnotizes dogs from a distance. Cycling through the neighborhood won't be the same anymore.
These are no writings or sketches. These are the markings we leave when we choose our tracks. It's important to know who you are in order to become who you want to be. Not there yet, nor do we promise you the moon, but we're getting there. We're a city of heart and brains, a work hard, play hard kind of place. We get up early because that's what you do in order to compete. We put our heart into everything. We work with heart, study with heart, cheer with heart, dream with our hearts open. We have the courage to follow our hearts. We are here because of an opportunity to start a life, to enjoy our lives, to start a family, to be a family, to start a business, a community, a city, stitched together with different colors, shapes, sizes, like some kind of stew, a hodgepodge, a goulash, a varza a la Cluj. Yeah, that's it. We're the mysterious city, the river city, startup city, the innovation city, clusters city, the festivals city, the sleepless city, the champions city, the champion city. We're Cluj, the heart of Transylvania. Come and experience why.
Cologne. No, not that Cologne. This Cologne. We've always been an engine of innovation. Fun fact, we invented it. Today, we drive on data highways and are driven by life science, biotech, and IT. And we love to entertain. This is the place for startups and industry giants. "17 million people live in our region, from all over the globe and all walks of life, and in all colors. Here, everybody's welcome. Or as we like to say,
Jeder Jeck ist anders. Jeder ist anders Jeck. Und jetzt Jeck sind wir all.
we export goods and knowledge. And we're in great company, close to Paris, Brussels, and Amsterdam. Trade city for 2,000 years. The service industry and the trades are the heart of our economy, covering anything from Beethoven to your insurance. We also prepare Europe's astronauts for their missions and welcome them back with our famous beer. Cologne, the city that combines business with lifestyle. And yes, before you ask, Cologne also comes from Cologne.
My name is Vasilis Lambrinos and I am the mayor of the municipality of Heraklion. Heraklion is the largest city on the island of Crete, the fourth largest city in Greece, and one of the most fascinating and vibrant cities in the Mediterranean. The main goal of the municipality of Heraklion is to attract international interest and make the city a center of creation and development. Heraklion has been selected as one of the Smart 21 communities by the Intelligent Community Forum. It was awarded with the UNESCO Learning Cities Award in 2019, and it received the second prize in the European DOSTA Congress Awards for the implementation of services relating to social inclusion and anti-discrimination. Public and private organizations have collaborated closely to promote and capitalize on the benefits of our city. Heraklion has a growing economy in tourism and the agri-food sector. Other developing sectors of the local economy are new technologies, the environment, energy and innovation. In 2021, Heraklion will support local businesses by implementing actions in the context of both the Integrated Development Plan and the Strategic Plan for Sustainable Urban Development. Among others, we will take the following steps. Increase the number of digital services provided. Further develop smart applications of e-culture, e-tourism and destinations identity. Increase ICT applications and innovations in enterprises. Support, consult and mentor new businesses. Support social enterprises. The municipality of Heraklion is going to be an active participant in the consortium of the Global Startup Cities Initiative.
Malaga has transformed into an important European hub for doing business, as demonstrated by the large number of national and international companies that have relocated to the city in recent years. Its strategic location with its strong transportation network makes it easy to travel around Spain, Europe and the rest of the world by land, sea and air. As a result, companies can operate in an international and flexible environment and at the same time have their offices in one of the cities with the highest quality of life in the world. Equipped and ready, Malaga has one of the most modern technological parks in Europe, as well as many other innovative and creative centres which enrich the business community of the city. A business community where it is easy to attract and educate new talent thanks to the University of Malaga and other important international business schools. And all this at much lower costs compared to other big cities. Citizens and institutions enjoy the work-life balance in Malaga. It's evident from all those who already work here and enjoy everything that Malaga has to offer.
You, as a creator, a dreamer, an entrepreneur, and who is not afraid to change the world. You, as someone passionate about growth and confidence, and who looks for that job which takes you beyond the limits. You, who heard so many times that that's not possible. And finally, you made it happen. You, a believer in offices with no walls and in shared talent. You, who looks for your great opportunity or supports others in finding it. You, who imagines today how tomorrow will be. You are very welcome. Welcome to Valencia Tech City, city of opportunities.
After this wonderful video of our 9 market rooms from 9 cities, co-organizer of this summit, we now are going to remind you that the market rooms will remain active throughout the day, starting to broadcast at 1 p.m. And now we give way to the official opening of the summit. Welcome to this official opening of the Global Startup Cities Summit 2020. We are delighted to have you here in this crucial first edition. Due to the current situation of the pandemic, we believe this event is even more valuable. We are going to celebrate a unique summit, and its founder, Arturo Villar, who is here today with us, is going to explain all of us why are we calling this summit unique, among other things. Arturo, let me introduce him. He is founder and coordinator of the Global Startup Cities Initiative. Good morning, Arturo. How are you?
Good morning, Lucia. Thank you. Very well. I would say maybe good afternoon, good night, because this is a global initiative, global summit. So it's people watching all over the world. We can confirm this. So we are very happy for this first result. And yes, so why unique? First thing you mentioned, we are talking about 11 co-organizers from 10 different European countries. So this is a good example why pandemic is creating and accelerating as well the collaboration strategy and out-of-the-box vision. So these 11 co-organizers, they really are trying to understand how they can attract more business opportunities to the local economy and also to the entrepreneurs and innovators. So for us, this is the first important ingredient to be unique.
That's great. And let me go back to the gaming show that we just seen, because they were talking, our speakers, Gil and Francisco, Miriam and Christoph, they are giving us impressive numbers of the gaming show, Gaming Jam and the esports. Would you like to go farther on that?
Yes. Yes, it's again another clear fact that we want to show with this summit. Why gaming, first thing? Gaming, the Startup City initiative is based on the Startup City concept. So the concept is based on highlighting strong points of your local economy. And these strong points are based on the startups, SMEs, entrepreneurs, innovators, that really are the ones that always are looking to do some challenge, to really trying to say, oh, we need to change the angle, that how this can be better solved. So this is the reason why Malaga and Cologne were connected from the beginning in the initiative, because the specialization of Cologne is eSports gaming, and the specialization of Malaga is indie gaming. So we call it specialization, but in a simple way, is the flagship, is your business card, where you can really go all over the world, you know, and you can say, oh, I am here, I am trying to be really a leader, you know, in the gaming. So that's why we thought with the summit to do something, again, very simple, very pragmatic, and this is the results. The results are amazing. They mention participants from all over the world, the 5 continents, the Game Jam, more than 100 projects, real projects, so really games, you know, that you can really see if it's good for some different sectors. And also the eSports is amazing, you know. The idea was try to spread, you know, with people from more than 7 years old, that's the only request, until no limit, that they can really enjoy, okay? Was decided to be really a FIFA, the way to play. And also was mentioned a good point of Christoph, one of the coordinators from Cologne, that the eSports is gaming, but gaming is not eSports. So this is one of the things that we want to change, you know, that gaming can be as well something where one city, in that case Cologne and Malaga, can decide, oh, this is something that we can see as a strategy, the same as tourism, the same as, you know, Green Deal, you know, all this climate change. Why not gaming can be also, as mentioned, deep tech with blockchain, artificial intelligence, all virtual reality. Why not gaming can be a good, how to say, a story where young people, as I said, kids, are really starting to be interacting with something more than being in a screen, being many hours playing, because this is what we are looking for, you know, that people understand that this in the daily life, so they don't have any problem, you know, to be part of something that is from the beginning open to any entrepreneur, any innovator all over the world. That's the main message that I want to highlight to all the participants and future ones in the following years.
So gamification, it can be a big business also, no? And gamification, you were saying, it could be also transversal to other axes of the economy, like tourism or climate change, or even gamification in museums. Some cultural institutions are using, so it can open a lot of ways for entrepreneurs and innovators. So the gaming show, we are now, it's the competition has been a few days ago, but we are going to know the winners today.
That's right. In reality, competition is not already finished, because part of the gaming show is, as was explained, is divided in the Game Jam that was already finished, but we don't know already the winners. Will be at 5:30, so please stay tuned for that. But moreover, the eSports competition, so the Global Startup Cities eSports competition is going to be the final, I believe, at 1:45, they mentioned. So this will be in live, you know. So the winner also, during the afternoon, we will know. So as you see, something that we want to see that, you know, also the players can interact with this old topic, with the innovation. And again, this is the gamification that we are thinking from the innovation point of view.
Okay, so we will have the winners today, but we are going to have to wait until the end of the day, so please stay tuned and please join us throughout this interesting event. Now we are going to watch a video about this city, Malaga, where we are now. Even this is although this is a virtual event, next year we're going to have the Global Startup City Summits in person in Malaga in 2021, no?
That's right. This is the first summit, so it's a fully virtual summit. And Startup City Malaga will be the host city, and also will be more co-organizers. But this is the format that we are looking for, so a physical and hybrid with the online version. So anyone, again, can really follow this. And of course, we are looking that Europe next year is the leader. So we want that all European entrepreneurs, innovators can come to Malaga in November 2021.
So to show you some places, wonderful places of this extraordinary city, we're gonna show you a video. In case you don't know Malaga, you're gonna love it after this video.
Malaga has transformed into an important European hub for doing business, as demonstrated by the large number of national and international companies that have relocated to the city in recent years. Its strategic location with its strong transportation network makes it easy to travel around Spain, Europe and the rest of the world by land, sea and air. As a result, companies can operate in an international and flexible environment and at the same time have their offices in one of the cities with the highest quality of life in the world. Equipped and ready, Malaga has one of the most modern technological parks in Europe, as well as many other innovative and creative centres which enrich the business community of the city. A business community where it is easy to attract and educate new talent thanks to the University of Malaga and other important international business schools. And all this at much lower costs compared to other big cities. Citizens and institutions enjoy the work-life balance in Malaga, as is evident from all those who already work here and enjoy everything that Malaga has to offer.
Good morning to everyone participating in this virtual summit organized by those responsible for the Global Startup Cities initiative and the 11 Startup Cities, of which Malaga is proud to be a partner, Surpro Malaga. Malaga has planned to host this meeting in person, but the event of the global health crisis has prevented it. However, I am convinced that the content of the virtual conference and the quality of the speakers will allow the result of time to be very productive for all attendees. Economic development and support for entrepreneurs and startups must continue to be a priority for local, regional and national government in each of our countries in collaboration with the European Union. All cities and territories need entrepreneurs capable of carrying out their ideas, innovating and generating a positive impact today. Malaga is a city with a great tourist and cultural offer, and in addition, the city has developed a very powerful, innovative ecosystem, aligned with the smart city and supported by pillars like the Technology Park, the University of Malaga, the talent of our young people, and the push of the Malaga productive fabric. Next, you will be able to know some of the projects that we developed from Malaga. Welcome to the City of the Innovation.
Well, after this in-depth video of the Startup City Malaga, I hope you all are willing to come to Malaga next year, if not earlier, if the pandemic is finally gone. We are going to talk now with Arturo again about the Startup City concept. What is behind this concept, Arturo?
Yes, Lucia, the concept we want really that is a simple message for anyone, again. So kids need to understand. So a city at the end is based on people. These people is what we mentioned, entrepreneurs, innovators, so startups, SMEs, okay, companies at the end. So these companies always they have products, okay, for the market. And the market is all of us, you know. So we are really using this because it's something that we need for our lives. So based on this, we decide that the city needs to join with the word startup, okay? Mm-hmm. So as you see, it's just one word. So it's nothing, sorry for the grammatic is not correct, we know very well, but we create it as we are innovators, we create it as a new name, okay? So this is the first thing, that the city is connecting with the startup. So this means that the whole city, all the inhabitants, are a startup, just one big startup, okay? So the basic on this is that, again, as a company, so the whole city as a company, you need to decide what are your best products. Mm-hmm. Because nowadays, sadly, sometimes, you know, it's happening the same and there is no difference, you know? But the first thing is that all of us, we are different because our DNA is totally different, you know? So each place, geographically as well, impact how people understand the things, mm-hmm. products into the market. So this is the secret of the flagship we call. So the concept is based that we create this big startup, that is the city, and we decide what is your business card as a startup city, okay? So in the case, as we mentioned before, Malaga is indie gaming, okay? Mm-hmm. So it's a good example. Why? Because in Malaga, there are a group of startups enough in order to attract really opportunities as a startup city. And people will say, is the only thing that is in Malaga, for example? No, you have tourism, you have sustainability, you have many other topics, many other flagships, but this is the first one that is really attracting mm-hmm. as a whole, you know, a startup city. So this is the basic of the concept, and of course, there are more things, yeah.
So that will be their identity, startup identity, would say, but also the concept of identity, you have more elements, as you said. In Malaga, it can be the gaming, but it also can be tourism, sustainability. And it's not only a startup city isolated, as we were mentioning before, no, behind the cameras. It's also about building a network of different cities, no, globally and also within the European Union. Can you tell us more about that?
That's correct. That's in reality the concept. I only say that we can say the 50%. The other 50% in reality, if it's not combined with a good collaboration, interconnection between all these startup cities, mm-hmm. we call ecosystems, mm-hmm. it's not working, because we saw also in Europe, and this is one of the things that we are going to see during the day and also in the official opening, is that if we don't work as a big team, mm-hmm. it's impossible, you know. Nowadays, we saw with the pandemic that now there is no border lines. So if you don't think in a global vision, doesn't matter where you are, we can say, honestly, die. You know, mm-hmm. you are out of the game, okay? Again, game in a different way. So this is the secret, yeah. In reality, these co-organizers that we mentioned, these 11 co-organizers, coming from 10 different countries now in Europe, but next year will happen that we'll join from all the other 4 continents, because are already watching this summit. So it's already happening, this interconnection. Now the next step that we need to decide, the flagship of these startup cities, in that case outside Europe. So in reality, this is already happening, and this is the secret, one of the secret ingredients of the startup city concept.
It is really very interesting and as an innovative concept, because we were used to the term smart city, for example, no? that we were mentioning yesterday, that it is really something that it hasn't been transversal. It hasn't been about building a network. It's more like, I'm a smart city, I do this and you do this, but this is not the concept of collaboration that we really need now with and more with the pandemic, no, that we're living right now. And tell me something about how the origin of this idea, the origin of the concept of a startup city.
Yes, good question, by the way. I think first, I am just an entrepreneur. I am passionate about innovation from many, many years. So I live outside the big cities, outside, we can say, more opportunities that, again, a big city. So starting from a personal necessity, as we said, and I try to solve how my future can really enjoy and also can really be something real, useful for the society. That's it. So I started years ago. I really have to thank to some people that I think is a good moment to mention, from Isidro Lasso, Marco Marinucci, Alberto Netti, Emilio Corchado, Maria Benjumea, and many others, I think Juan Francisco Delgado as well. These people was for me, how to say, pieces that I was showing how the situation was with the innovators, not only in Spain, also in Europe and outside Europe, and was a testing process that little by little, from the beginning, how we started and how we are now is totally different. But this is the reality, this is the starting. So from a personal need to really now to be, as now we are here, to show that society, if we are all together, there is no limit, okay? That's the important thing.
So big jump from the beginning until now. This is the first summit that we are celebrating, the first global summit. And next year we were talking about having the next summit in person here in Malaga, 2021. What are your future plans? What are the future plans of the initiative?
Again, another very good point. I think you will see now in this official opening with all the important people that are going to speak. For us, it's so important to be very pragmatic. If we don't have results as a startup, as I said, so as the startup city that needs to be always seeing how to be innovative as a startup city, also us as initiative, we need to be innovative. So if we don't have results, and we say results in the coming months, we are not talking about years. We are about talking really in January, in June, is our different milestones, is that we need to pivotate. So nowadays, with the current strategy, we have different activities that can cover different topics that are in reality part of this summit. So this is the first, we can say, next stop. But in reality, we have an important target for already next year for the summit in Malaga, that is to reach at least 50% of our what we call top 100 startup cities globally, okay, global startup cities. So this means, we can say a similar, you know that in Europe, we are expecting in 2030 to have 100 cities with 0 emissions. So we want to do something similar, but much more pragmatic, and to accelerate this, to really have 100 startup cities globally. So this means Europe, America, Asia, Africa, but in reality, that can be really as a startup city, as I mentioned before, okay? So next year, already in the second Global Startup City Summit, we want to have 50, okay? So nowadays, more or less, we have 25, but it's so important that now we are trying to be very proactive. So all the startup cities that are involved, that these organizers, has to be proactive. If not, it's so important that it's a waste of time for the city and also for the initiative. So also it's an important step that we are now moving in this direction.
So every city that is collaborating and being part of the initiative has to be proactive and have to be commitment to the project, no? After these cities, having these cities all over the world, now we have 50 for the next year. This is a huge example of teamwork. What tools do you use to, how do you organize this work? Because I think it can be a great example of teamwork within the virtual, I believe, no? Within the virtual space, because not only because of the pandemic, but because you are geographically in different parts of the world. So what tools and what dynamics are you using for this teamwork organization?
Yeah, it's curious because now with the pandemic, there is important impact in this situation of the virtual jobs. From the beginning, everything was done virtually. So years ago was like what is happening now, and it's going to be like now an innovation. We really started to doing this, and the reason was to create this teamwork. If you don't understand that in reality the virtual, you don't understand my message, as I said, with the startup city concept, with this interconnection of opportunities, business for the city. If you don't understand me, not looking like now, and by phone, by email, these are the basic tools, okay? It's not working. As we said, we want to be very pragmatic. If we are not pragmatic, this is not working, because the initiative, as I said from the beginning, was a personal situation that I move to for a society value. And this is so important that can be understood, that now the situation of the pandemic, again, we need to be a lot of resilience on that. It's a lesson learned, and I think this initiative can help as well, that one by one, all people, all together, we can really change. And if we put really common goals, we can solve. And now, this is what now we are trying to accelerate what we did in Europe. And as I mentioned, we are now already will happen in reality in the closure at 6 Brussels time, and this will happen that we have already sent invitation. It's going to be officially to different cities where the Global Innovation Index is already fantastic to grow as a startup city, because as you can see, the startup city is not something that you can say, I'm going to do a title for the news. No, this is what, in the way we are working from years ago, we don't want to say something if we don't have results. First, important message. When you will see any communication from any city, like today, that are real figures with real impact, this is what we want. In this moment is when we are going to do the communication. So now we are ready, that we are going to accelerate. That's why I highlight that the proactivity is so important, because if not, again, it's something that is not added value, for the, in that case, for the city.
Yeah. Okay. Related to that, not only the way of working, teamwork, which is a challenge with all these cities, but also with the content that you are designing for the startup cities, or you are treating, and also that we're gonna have in this summit, the 4 priorities. Can you go deep in that 4 priorities that you are having in the initiative?
Yes, what I want to highlight first is that these 4 priorities, first what we thought is Europe is a global leader, okay? So European Commission is the main layer that really see the strategy in the long term to meet and also to the short term, okay? So the first thing that from the beginning and is a fact, that European Commission is hand by hand with the initiative from the beginning, where Commissioner Gabriel for us is our leader, our main value, and this is one of the reasons that the 4 priorities are absolutely of Europe in the coming years, okay? So that's the first important thing. And why? Because we are looking that Europe now is the moment, is the chance. It's not a question of money. It's not a question of, how to say, always the problem that since that Europe is not attracting really big projects, the question here is to prioritize only one thing, just one. And this thing is what we divided in 4, we can say, parts. One is the market, okay? The market is more than saying a single market that you know very well. The European Union is working on this. It's not about this. It's really working that innovation is only innovation if it's into the market. If not, for us, it's not innovation.
It's
okay?
useless.
It's useless. That's the first thing.
It's an idea, but it's not a reality.
Exactly.
Okay.
And why is the reality? Because, as we said in the beginning, all of us, we are really seeing that is added value for our lives. That's the most important thing. So the market that we will see in the initiative are, again, out-of-the-box approaches where the cities are going to take advantage of this vision to attract real business, new business opportunities for the local economies and also to interconnect with other economies that are really interested, for example, in health issues, in climate issues. So this is the market. After, we see that this initiative is based on people, okay? So people, we see 2 priorities, 2 urgencies, young people and women. And we try to focus in entrepreneurs and innovators. I want to highlight that entrepreneurs are the ones that really has a company, has a startup, has an SME, okay? But the innovator is one of the pending issues in Europe that you and me, all of us, we can be innovators. But we need to translate, as I said, to be a real innovation is when you put something in the market and the market say, oh yes, this is something that is valuable for us, you know, for, we can say, all the market. And this is when really the innovator can be an entrepreneur. But for that, one of the missing pieces here is that we need to create the startup. We need to create the SMEs. This is what now we need to work a lot in the coming years and more with the pandemic. Finally, the women and the talent are really the things that add to this market, to these young people, that for us is, you know, is the seed, you know. Women, again, this is a good example. The initiative, we don't need to really to say the balance between the gender balance that we say. We don't need to highlight this because in the initiative it's a reality. So for me, it's not a question just to explain more. It's just a question that women is the same as men, and already we are showing results on this. And finally, the transversal issue is the talent part. And that's it. So now, for me, it's a real pleasure that now with us is Commissioner Gabriel, that I remember very well that spontaneously I met Commissioner years ago in airport of Sofia, going to Innovate Summit in Varna. And I remember the words, your words, Commissioner, Arturo, if you want, your dreams can be a reality. It's a question just to work, work, and work. So, Commissioner, we are here. It's our big day as a team. So it's a real pleasure. It's an honor that also, for us, you are our honorific Global Startup Cities Ambassador. So again, the floor is yours. All Europe, all over the world, is wanted to listen to you in this very important moment for the innovation and for the initiative.
Momentazo para Noel.
Thank you very much, Arturo, dear Minister, dear Christian, dear mayors, participants in this event. First of all, allow me to start by saying big thank you. Thank you to the organizers of this Global Startup City Summit. Thank you to the city of Malaga, and thank you very much, Arturo, for organizing this summit despite the special circumstances we are living. Yes, Arturo, when we met at the previous summit in Cluj-Napoca, you committed to make it an even bigger and more impactful. You made it. And it is a great pleasure now to be here with you today and to open this Global Startup Summit that has as motto the launch of a bottom-up European Innovation Area Action Plan for more connections and action at local level towards making Europe more competitive and more resilient. So, I would like to start with challenges, as usual, because we are finding solutions. A bottom-up European innovation area is indeed needed to tackle many of the challenges ahead of us in the area of innovation. Let me start by underlining the main 5 issues I see in the area of innovation in Europe. Issues that are interconnected with the domains of education and research systems. Firstly, whereas 34% of the world capital invested in early stage startups is invested in Europe, we struggle to build big tech leaders. Actually, we have only a 12% of all unicorns, while US and China have a 40% of the unicorns each. Secondly, the innovation economy in Europe is heavily concentrated, with more than 2/3 of the European scale-ups located around 1 or maximum 2 cities per country. The data from 2018 shows that 10% of the European cities host almost 70% of all scale-ups and more than 70% of the capital raised. Consequently, Europe's startup hubs are growing the fastest and pulling away from their smaller rivals. This heavy concentration leads to an innovation divide among member states and within member states. Thirdly, we are supporting innovators in the same way researchers have been supported in the last years, with non-refundable grants. We need a paradigm change in funding innovators. Actually, at this moment, more than 50% of the whole funding for research innovation in the US is VC-backed. The new European Innovation Council is moving on this direction with the EIC fund created in June, and that will follow the VC model to support deep tech startups in their growth phase. Fourthly, we have many vibrant local innovation ecosystems across Europe, but they are not interconnected. We need to bring together small local ecosystems to be able to compete with the big tech hubs in attracting talent and capital. We need to work closely with cities like the ones represented here today to make this idea a reality. The European Institute of Innovation and Technology, with its 1,650 partners, and the new Innovation Ecosystems Work Program of Horizon Europe will contribute to the same objective of connecting ecosystems across Europe. And I suggest you to work closely with them. Fifth, nearly 90% of the founders of startups are men, and this figure increases with the age and the development stage of the firms. This should change, and to make it change, you will need to broaden the kind of innovation we support. We should provide support to innovators that are driven from founders who have an idea to solve a challenge. Of course, this idea will later be implemented using technology. We have been too focused on technologically driven innovation, and it is having a negative impact on women founders. For this reason, it is good that we consider both kinds of innovations in our approach. And I'm proud to announce that since I became commissioner in charge of the European Innovation Council, the percentage of women-led beneficiaries of the EIC have grown from 7 to 34% of all EIC beneficiaries. But more needs to be done to get closer to the 50% figure. I could continue providing more evidence to underline the strengths and weaknesses of Europe's innovation ecosystems. But allow me to finish emphasizing that while there are many tens of European, national, and regional innovation programs across Europe, there is not a well-structured framework that would provide consistency and direction to all these political and financial efforts that the public administrations are doing to spur innovation in their geographical jurisdictions. So I like this initiative from Global Startup Cities to build a bottom-up European innovation area, and I want to refer now to 4 of your flagship programs and to explore ways in which we can work together. First, your movement of the best 100 entrepreneurs coming from non-traditional tech hubs in Europe brings fresh air to us policymakers and to the society in general, because we only hear in the media about the big entrepreneurs in the big tech hubs. It is high time we give voice to promising entrepreneurs from smaller cities or from rural areas to understand better their needs and to draw new policies targeted to their needs. The European Institute of Innovation and Technology and the European Innovation Council can certainly provide you with public information of their beneficiaries, including those who were awarded a seal of excellence, to ensure your program supports the best 100 entrepreneurs from all countries across Europe. Second, your Women in CEO program is fantastic, that it combines actions to attract more VC funds to startups led by women founders, with actions encouraging more women to become venture capital fund managers. And it is important that it happens within smaller cities and in the rural areas. The European Innovation Council Fund could support you in this endeavor, and it is becoming a magnet to attract VC funds across the world to invest in European startups. We need to ensure that this flow of funds reaches out to the best entrepreneurs wherever they are located in Europe, being in Eastern or Southern Europe or in rural areas. And my new TechStart Women program will also contribute to increase the number of women-led startups. It's very important to join forces, to have coherent approach, and I very much encourage you to continue to go in this direction. Third, your Flash You training program to provide massive open online courses for the development of specific skills set for a new workforce contributes directly to the objectives of the new European Digital Education Action Plan and the European Education Area. We need to ensure that all efforts to increase talent for startups are coordinated at European level. And finally, your Startup Village program is an initiative that is very close to my heart. I have supported this idea from the beginning, and I hope you can work closely with the new Innovation Ecosystems work program of Horizon Europe to ensure that we have a high impact on the development of rural areas via innovation. And I know that my colleague, the Vice President Šuica, will talk this afternoon about startup villages, because it is important that becomes one of the flagship initiatives in our new long-term strategy for rural areas. Now, as conclusion, your bottom-up initiative is certainly commendable, and it fits perfectly with my efforts to build a European innovation area. It complements the European education area, the European research area, and I think that it's very important that we continue to work together in order to cover the three corners of the knowledge triangle. An European innovation area that will provide consistency and clear directions to increase the effectiveness of the many existing innovation programs. It will have a strong focus on regions to ensure that nobody is left behind in the innovation economy, including smaller cities and rural areas. And this is why this morning I'm coming from this meeting together with Committee of the Regions. We presented the first ever joint action plan between the Committee of the Regions and the areas under my portfolio. And innovation in regions is at the top of this action plan. And this European innovation area will ensure that technologically driven and non-technologically driven innovations receive adequate support, increasing the number of women-led startups, opening paths from education directly to innovation, in addition to keeping the current paths of moving from research to innovation. We also need to change the way we support innovation in Europe by looking for synergies among European programs. You know, another topic close to my heart, Horizon Europe with structural funds, but to see how we can really better support our startups. And I want to end with making an open call to all the mayors that are part of the Global Startup Cities constituency to continue working together to build a European innovation area where no one is left behind. I'm confident that with your help, we'll bring Europe to the road of recovery and growth, a strong and united European innovation and startup ecosystem across Europe, with the cities and regions as key active players in our future. Thank you very much.
Благодаря Go, Marilla. Thanks, Commissioner. For us, for the initiative, for you, is already the historic launching of the bottom-up European Innovation Area. You are fresh air Commissioner for the initiative. You know, you are our leader, our ambassador. So now, as a big team, we have the pleasure to show, again, facts, how Europe is close to the initiative, is working together with this bottom-up European Innovation Area. And I would like to introduce MEP Busoy as representative of a European Parliament. So, MEP Busoy.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Perfectly. I know very well you are from Bucharest, so the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'm very honored to be here at this important summit. I'm very honored to be together with our Commissioner, Maria Gabriel, our extraordinary, energetic and inspiring Commissioner for Education, Research and Innovation. And I'm keen to listen soon Mayor Emil Boc, the most performant mayor from Romania, who really transformed Cluj-Napoca in a vibrant city full of opportunities. For 2021, the Action Plan of Global Startup Cities leader mayors will prioritize 4 areas: market, young, women, and talent for economic recovery after a pandemic. For years, one of the main challenges of the Union was to stimulate economic growth while ensuring global competitiveness, and I believe that the action plan proposed for startup cities will boost competitiveness. Startups are always SMEs at their origin. SMEs are of particular importance for growth and ensuring competitiveness. SMEs drive innovation, adapt easily to market forces, wield a powerful economic impact across business sectors, generate employment, and provide a young workforce. They are the backbone of European industry, making up 99% of European businesses. Around 60% of all enterprises today are family-run businesses and provide up to 50% of all private job sectors in the European Union. The European Parliament asked on several occasions for an industrial strategy. Since the industrial renaissance of Europe, proposed in 2014, that now needs to be reshaped in an industrial revolution, taking into account the progress in the digital on one hand and the inclusion of the SME dimension in it. We need a regulatory environment that allows them to thrive and scale their businesses across borders. And of course, we need to take into account the impact of the current medical pandemic, health threat pandemic on economies in general and on SMEs in particular. This sector of business remains also particularly vulnerable from other reasons, not necessarily those which are linked with the current pandemic. Not only this. They still find it hard to deal with administrative burdens. It is still difficult to access financing, to operate across internal borders, and even more, to export outside of the Union. With above average equity capital and the widespread of investment risk, SMEs stand firm in the face of current crisis, but this sector is and will be severely affected. The one-size-fits-all is not always the most appropriate approach. This is why I echo Commissioner's intervention. We need to help micro-enterprises and to complement startups' efforts better, allowing them to scale up where that potential exists and start building startup ecosystem to revive cities and ultimately to revive our economy to support and accelerate the Union's industrial transition to a sustainable model of inclusive growth. We need these startups ecosystems or hubs to be thinking for and supporting our cities. Their potential and role, both in innovation and local development, is extraordinary, and we need to use this opportunity at maximum. And of course, You have European Parliament, and especially the committee that I'm chairing, that I'm president, Industry, Research and Energy Committee, strongly supporting this vision. Thank you so much. Good luck in this extraordinary event, and good luck in the plans that you are doing for the future, for the startups and for the smart cities of Europe. Thank you.
Mulțumesc, Christian. Thanks, MEP. And by the way, we have now with this opportunity a pending discussion that Committee ITRE can also add the innovation, piece as part of what you said, industry, research, education. I think innovation is something that this initiative can help in this collaboration with your committee. So thanks again. And now, continuing as a big team, coming from Europe and going now at national level, we have now a good example of proactiveness of a member state that is Spain in that case, also because next year the host city is Málaga in Spain. We have the pleasure that Minister of Innovation, Pedro Duque, is with us. So please, Minister Duque, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to firstly express my gratitude to Commissioner Maria Gabriel for supporting this initiative, and to Global Startup Cities for the invitation to participate in the opening of this summit. It is really a pleasure to participate in this first Global Startup Cities Summit that launches the European Innovation Area. As you said, it is very important for us in our efforts to promote the innovation in all countries, but we particularly in ours. The next summit will take place next year in Málaga, which is a thriving innovation ecosystem that I'm sure everyone listening will love to visit and see the innovation ecosystem, but also the environment and the way of life there. The European Innovation Area is a good example of a bottom-up initiative to accelerate the growth of European and, of course, among them Spanish entrepreneurs and innovators. It is an initiative that builds in two core concepts. One is to spread the European Union values, taking on board European talent. We have been talking already about the special mission to include women and younger generations and to take innovation to the market. We have heard that from others for the benefit of society. And another core concept that underpins this European Innovation Area is to set building blocks of innovation and entrepreneurship towards the Green Deal goals, giving a hand to SMEs in their green transition. This initiative will highlight the effort of the ecosystem with an annual list of the top 100 European entrepreneurs and innovators per country. And those will be based on the participation in European Union Innovation Program, the EIC Accelerator for Horizon Europe, and of other national and regional programs. Speaking about our domestic ecosystem in Spain, SMEs in Spain, as maybe many people would know, had a very relevant role in the EIC pilot program in Horizon 2020. In fact, a very, very prominent role. And we hope also that Spanish innovators and companies will also become key players in the EIC Accelerator program. And it is already evolving in that direction. People are starting to get very good results there. Spain is also taking steps to enhance the national support to SMEs with a special new program that will build on the seal of excellence that SMEs would obtain after the evaluation of their participation in the EIC Accelerator program. So we are really trying to make our best efforts to promote innovation in Spain at all levels, and in particular using the synergies with the programs fostered by the European Union and the evaluation that is so valuable for us made at the European Union. Innovation in Europe and also specifically in Spain is thriving, and governments at national and European Union level, we believe firmly in the importance to increase our backing. Bottom-up initiatives like this one help us focus the efforts in this direction. And I finished my short intervention by wishing all sorts of success to the initiative European Innovation Area. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Pedro. Thanks, Minister. It's a pleasure. Also, I am from Spain, so it's an honor that Spain does fantastic figures. And this is what we are looking for, that the bottom-up can really accelerate, because this is the important keyword, to accelerate. And we are looking already for the next months of the coming year. So thanks again to be part and the support of this initiative. So now, as we were saying from the beginning, now this is the first part, and now we continue.
Yes, we want to thank all the participants for their contribution and the presence in this opening. Now we are inviting you to the next interesting meeting that is about to start, called Action Plan of Global Startup Cities Leader Mayors in the Bottom-Up European Innovation Area. Well, hello everyone. Welcome back. Now we are going to talk to the leader mayors of the startup city participating in this summit to know how they are planning to connect entrepreneurs, innovation, and administration in the bottom-up European innovation area. This session too has a specific purpose, to know how the mayors will lead to the 4 priorities that Arturo and I were mentioning before: market, young, women, and talent, for economic recovery after a pandemic, connecting entrepreneurs, innovators, and administration. Let me go back to Arturo Villar. He's an entrepreneur, an innovator. We have been talking before, but he also is going to moderate this session. Welcome back, Arturo.
Thanks, Lucia, again. That's right. So first, welcome again to Commissioner Gabriel, that is going to listen these 10 leader mayors coming from 9 countries, European countries, because this is the example how the mayors are the chief executive officers of these startup cities. So this is a real facts that we want to show their results next year in Málaga. So first is going to be the chair, Málaga, Mayor Francisco de la Torre. So, buenos días, alcalde.
Buenos días, good morning. Good morning. Dear Commissioner, Mr. Good morning to everyone participating in this virtual session organized by the Global Startup City Initiative and 11 Startup City, of which Málaga is proud to be a partner to Málaga. There is no doubt that entrepreneurialism, digitalization, and sustainability are priorities that should guide mayors, regional leaders, and national authorities as they work on recovery plans. Now, more than ever, cities must create the ideal conditions so that startups can develop products and services that benefit the economy and contribute to society. As Málaga and CEO of the City Málaga, it is an honor to be the chair of the Action Plan 2021 with support by the fellow mayor. The result of this plan this year, November 24, during the second Global Startup Summit, when Málaga will be the host city for this year. But I can advance you that Málaga will follow up the young women and talent. Anyway, we hope to see you in our city, but in the meantime, I send you warm greeting from sunny Málaga. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Francisco. Thanks, Mayor. So now is the time of, in that case, Cluj-Napoca as the chair of the market opportunities. So, Mayor Emil, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Cluj-Napoca Startup City is now taking the lead of market health area in order to create new economic opportunities for Romania and Europe. It is our goal to accelerate innovation and innovative solutions for one of the most important components of our lives, our health. Cluj-Napoca is a genuine global startup destination for talents, technology, trust, and tolerance. And we are looking forward for you, dear startuppers all over the world, to partner with you in this innovative and pioneer European project. And dear Commissioner Maria Gabriel, as you always said, innovation cannot be dictated from Brussels. Thank you for offering the possibility to achieve this component in every corner of Europe, and we are honored and proud to be together with you and our colleagues. Thank you so much.
Mulțumesc, Emil. Thanks, Mayor. So now it's a pleasure to introduce, in that case, the co-chair of the market, that is Valencia. So, Deputy Mayor Sandra, you are welcome.
Thank you. To the European Commissioner of Innovation, Maria Gabriel, Minister of Science and Innovation, Pedro Duque, and all the mayors and representatives of the global startup cities, good morning from Valencia. Valencia is a city for the forefront of the Mediterranean, a place where tradition and innovation go together, with more than the 500 top Spanish accelerators and two of the main European public universities. We are convinced that the present and the future should be sustainable. We are working in the development of the startup ecosystem focused on the fight against climate change, to promote the Green Deal on the generation of opportunities through the climate area. Valencia will be a referent in clean tech development and the implementation of the climate innovation policy. Welcome to Valencia.
Gracias, Sandra. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Now is the time of another topic, the young entrepreneurs coming from the southeast of Europe. So, Heraklion, Mayor Vasilis, please.
Hello.
Hello.
In 2021, Palacio will support local businesses by implementing actions in the context of both the Integrated Development Plan and the Strategic Plan for Sustainable Urban Development. In the work of these plans, actions are implemented pertaining to the young businesses. Among others, we will take the following steps. Provided format applications of e-culture, e-tourism, and destination identity, increase ICT applications and innovations in enterprises, support, consult, and mentor new businesses, support social enterprises. The municipality of Heraklion is going to be an active participant in the consortium of the Global Startup Cities Initiative. Thank you.
Evharisto Vasilis, thanks, Mayor. So now, going to in the eastern part, now we go to Bulgaria. So now Varna, Mayor Ivan, it's a pleasure to see you again. So please.
It's my pleasure to say hello from Varna. Thank you for inviting me to this prestigious forum of the Mayor of Malaga, Mr. Francisco de la Torre. The topic is extremely interesting, and I believe it will be very useful for all, because there
I think there are some
development and support.
Okay, I think, yes, Mayor, I think for some reasons, you know, internet sometimes are...
Therefore, on my initiative, we signed a special memorandum. Like just to say that Varna City of Knowledge Coast brings together the efforts of the local government, business, and
Yes, I think, Mayor, we heard some important message. Sorry, because some with the connection we missed, but it's so important what you said, that Varna is already working coming year with the young entrepreneurs. And now we want to change the topic to the women, okay? So now going to the center of Europe, going to Germany. So Mayor Henriette, Cologne, it's a pleasure to see you. So please, the floor is yours.
Dear Commissioner Gabriel, dear mayors and colleagues, dear participants, thank you for the invitation to this important event to foster collaboration for our joint Startup Cities priorities. As the first female mayor of the city of Cologne, I'm happy to talk about female leadership. It is one of my top priorities to support women to become female leaders in Cologne, whether they work for the city council or if they work in the free enterprise economy. I believe that female leaders are the visibility of women in business is something we all have to focus on in order to create a gender equal employment system. Just last week, our Founders Week focused on female entrepreneurs. Two figures to stress the importance of this issue. Only 5.7% of the founders in Germany are women. Only 8% of investors and business angels in Europe are women. Therefore, our levels to promote female founders are, first, we need to raise the visibility and awareness of female leadership by finding role models. Second, we need to address the unconscious bias of the startup ecosystems concerning the gender roles. And last, but not least, we have to make information on financial and business development support more accessible for everyone. I'm looking forward to our future collaboration. Thank you very much.
Danke, Henriette. Thanks, Mayor. And now we go to the north of Europe, to Vanta. Mayor Ritva, it's a pleasure. The floor is yours.
Dear Commissioner Maria Gabriel, dear mayors, Vanta is Finland's fourth largest city, and it's a metropole of entrepreneurship. Our city strategy is emphasizing on attracting and also retaining talent in the city. 1/3 of our entrepreneurs in Vanta are women, so 30% really. They are mostly working on service industry and are often sole entrepreneurs. Vanta wants to support women to develop also startups and larger companies. To help business development in the city, our key business clusters work closely together with city specialists. Especially our food cluster has many amazing women entrepreneurs, and we help them to widen their networks and find new business opportunities even further. Vanta is the most international city in Finland, and we can make this an asset also in entrepreneurship. And we are working closely together with Vanta's Women Entrepreneurs Association to ensure reaching all women. The basics of all entrepreneurship is creating the right mindset in education. This ensures that we will have great women entrepreneurs also in the future. Thank you very much. Bye.
Kiitos, Ritva. Thanks, Mayor. And now we want to go to Leuven as the iCapital winner. So, Mayor Mohammed, please.
Hello, good afternoon, buenos dias, dear Commissioner. Happy to see you again, dear colleagues. Leuven is indeed so happy that we were awarded the iCapital for Europe, and we want to share what we know and to learn from you. At the basics of what we do is, in fact, we connect people, no matter background, no matter societal layer. So what we do is we define together with university knowledge institutions, our citizens, our companies, our NGOs, we define common ambitions like fighting climate change, disease, poverty, exclusion, discrimination, etc. And then in a systemic way, in a radical participatory way, we bring these actors, these people to work on these solutions. And also when it comes to your topic, we stimulate startups, we stimulate young people, women, minority groups to take action, to do startups, and we help them with guidance, with space, with motivation, and we stimulate where we can empathetic leadership, because that's what we need in Europe. Thank you, good luck, and happy to participate.
Bedankt, Mohamed. Thanks, Mayor. And now we close our priorities with the talent. We go to the south west of Europe. Mayor of Braga, Mayor Ricardo, the talent part, please.
Good morning, greetings, Commissioner Maria Gabriel, and congratulations for your energy and innovation. Also greetings to our digital host, Mayor of Málaga, Francisco de la Torre, and also to all the dear colleagues that are participating in this amazing project in which we show the innovative spirit of the municipalities of Europe. I think that Startup Braga, the project that has become a reference for our country, is a result of the compromise of the municipality, of the Invest Braga, which was the first Portuguese economic development agency at the local level, and a strong connection with all the education and research institutes that we have in the city. That is the base for the projects that we try to host, to incubate, to accelerate in Startup Braga in the fields of IT, health sciences, biotechnology, and nanotechnology, because we have the International Laboratory of Nanotechnology based here in Braga, in which we had the pleasure to host Minister Pedro Duque. And also we try to foster this innovative spirit to the other areas of the community, like culture, because we are creative cities of UNESCO in the field of media arts, and social innovation of the project that we brought and inspired in Malaga, the Human Power Up. So I hope that soon we can host you here in the city of Braga, in which, according to the latest Eurobarometer, 97% of our residents say that they are very happy to be here.
Obrigado, Ricardo. Thanks, Mayor. And finally, we close with the other part of Europe, going to Czech Republic. So now, Ostrava, Deputy Mayor Andrea, please.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm very delighted to participate in that event, as well as Ostrava participates in the whole initiative. I'm very happy that today I can share our experience of a talent management program. Ostrava used to be a very industrial city and decided to transform the whole image and also the whole content into the investment into the future generations of people living here, into the program of talent management. And I'm very happy to introduce you the program of talent management, in which we cooperate with the main stakeholders in the field of education and devote time, energy, and effort to boosting up the newest generation of people, finding opportunities in technology, startups, environmental technologies, to push our city into a bright new future. So looking forward to all of you in our panel session. Thank you.
The Cuyi, Andrea, thanks, Deputy Mayor. So now, Commissioner, as you see, we want facts, we want results. What's your feedback?
First of all, thank you. I would like really to say thank you very much, dear mayors. That's our unique Europe, with your rich expertise, sharing vision, and asking for concrete initiatives. So I really want again here to use this opportunity to welcome the action plan and to congratulate all the mayors for this important initiative that at the same time promotes place-based innovation and connectedness of local innovation ecosystems. There is a great momentum. There is a great momentum for all of us. What I have seen, that every city, everywhere in Europe has a key role to play towards supporting innovation and entrepreneurship at local level. And it is important for me to highlight that each city has its own potential And each local context makes each innovation ecosystem unique, different from the others. And that is precisely the main value of this action plan, to connect medium-sized European entrepreneurial cities at the surrounding areas around key specific areas for innovation, market, young, women's entrepreneurship, and talent. Really, congratulations for this. Thank you very much, mayors, for your commitment. You can count on my support to ensure that this action plan has a profound impact on the innovation performance in Europe. We have tools, we share vision. Now what we need is a real follow-up, and I count very much on you.
Really, thanks, Commissioner, again. We need leadership, and you are our leader. So this is fantastic for Europe, fantastic for these mayors as an example. So thanks again. I know you are going to continue in our first panel with the women entrepreneurs. So we are going to listen to you as well. So thanks to all the mayors. And it's done. It's already the official opening. Is finished, Lucia.
Now the summit is officially opened.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mayors Arturo and Commissioner, for this interesting shared vision of the 4 priorities that you were talking about. Now I would like to invite you to the following session, but before that, please remind that the market rooms are already open and will be broadcasting throughout the day. Well, I hope you're enjoying the summit so far. Now, during the next hour, we will have in our plenary women. We will be focused on women entrepreneurs and innovators at a global EU level. As you know, we, the women, are a target in this initiative. For moderating this discussion, we have Tarine Andersen. Tarine is the leader of the Woman Entrepreneur in the Global Startup Cities Initiative. Tarine, are you there? Good morning.
Good morning.
How
Hi,
are
Lucia.
you? Welcome. Thank you very much for being here and moderating this session. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Today, as Lucia said, we're going to have the topic of females lead tech and young entrepreneurs. And we're going to start with our Commissioner, Maria Gabriel. Please go ahead and explain what do you think about this topic. Maria Gabriel, she is at the European Innovation Area, and she's at the Global European Women Entrepreneurs. Hi, Maria, how are you doing?
Hi, very glad to be together with all of you. Thank you very much. Every one of us is a role model, and that's what I would like to tell since the beginning, that we need to encourage our young girls to have a career in these sectors, but we need to help them. We need to support them because sometimes there is very critical moment where the support is much more needed than until now. So allow me I would like to be very brief, because for me what is important is that we identify actions together with you, and I count very much on you. First, I think that we definitely need not to accept the actual numbers that we have. I'm thinking here about the fact that only 16% of the startups in Europe are women, and only 30% of scientists and innovators. And at the same time, what we know is that only 5% of the leadership positions in the tech sector are held by women, and the growth of women in tech careers is really delayed. 20.4% of women over the age of 35 remain in junior level positions, compared to only 5.9% of men at the same age. But numbers are here. It's up to all of us, not only not to accept them, but to transform them. So that means that we need to unlock the huge potential of women innovators and women startups. I would like to start here by the key role of education. We definitely need to continue to have concrete actions in primary and secondary school. We need to combat stereotypes. We need mentoring programs. We need role models. And that means that we should bring to us girls not only the traditional events linked to the educational process, but to have more extracurricular events in order to allow them to dream and to develop their competencies. And here, allow me to quote another number. 90%, more than 90% of girls are interested in STEM and digital skills when they are 10, 12 years old. But when you take 1,000 graduates in ICT in Europe, only 24 are women and only 6 are making career. That means that something happened here. So we need to intervene in this stage. Second key element for me, the role of universities and private sector. Here we have a very good example with the European Universities Alliances. We have our Horizon Europe program. Now you know that we introduced the gender equality plans for all our member states. We need to see how we can better support our innovators. The same when we talk about professional career. It's not only important to bring women to us, to encourage them to create startups, but after to help them to grow in their leadership positions. And that's why here we have a very good example in a very concrete way. We managed to help them. It's the example with our European Innovation Council. 5 months ago, I discovered that there is only 7% of funded projects led by women by the European Innovation Council. And what we decided together with my team is at least to have 25% of women succeeding to interviews in order really to be more confident. And we need really to support this critical stage. What happened? 5 months later, now we have 34% of women-led companies funded by the European Innovation Council. The next step, of course, that will be to have at least 40%. And allow me just to share here with you one last example. I would like to launch a new initiative, Tech Start Women Initiatives. We would like to double the number of women that are creating innovative startups in Europe, and we need definitely to increase this 16% to a much higher number. So I count very much on you. What I need now is concrete actions with key role of everyone, education, private sector, instruments at our disposal with the European Innovation Council or the Digital Education Action Plan, and above all, please continue to put this topic very high on our agenda because we need the potential of women. If you'd like to succeed the digital and the green transition, we really need more women. We need the innovative ideas of women. We need the talent of our extraordinary European women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria. Now we're going to meet Maria Graça Carvalho. She's also at the European Parliament and part of the global European women entrepreneurs in the bottom up of the European innovation area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to all. And Commissioner, congratulations for this event and congratulations for your recent initiative of the European Innovation Area. The European Innovation Area is the missing component. The European Innovation Area is the missing component to provide the ground for the integration of the knowledge triangle, the research, the education, and the innovation. And this will allow us to strengthen our innovation ecosystem in Europe, starting from the infrastructures, but also less bureaucracy, but very important, the people to have skills and competence creation. And part of that is women. We need more women in innovation. We need more women in researchers. We need more women in entrepreneurs. We are doing quite well in increasing the number of women that goes to STEMs in research. We have more and more researchers that are women. We are doing less well in the entrepreneurship. We must encourage society to promote presence of women among entrepreneurs, startups, creators, CEOs of companies, and all the business world. In the European Parliament, we are working hard in these areas. We have adopted several reports in the FAM committee underline studying the causes of this, what Commissioner Maria Gabriel has referred that women sometimes give up of their careers if they feel that they are in a male dominated area, what we normally call the leaky pipeline. So to study why this happened and to find remedies for this situation. I personally have just finished and was voted in the committee and is going to be voted in plenary in December, a report on the digital gender gap that analyzes these areas specific for the digital sector. But they are common. Some of the reasons and the remedies are common. We need more role model as women entrepreneurs. There is a critical mass. There is no critical mass that encourages women to enter some of the worlds that are male dominated. There are barriers that are generated by diffuse culture that limits the role of women and is happening in all the sectors from media to financial sector, and sometimes there are unconscious bias to prevent the change that we need. So we have identified some remedies. There is the role, some of recommendations for the European Commission, some for the member states and for the society in general. The important role of media to show more women, more role models in television, in all the audiovisual materials. Education has a fundamental role to play. We need to invert the risk aversion that is very powerful in Europe, for example, compared with the United States. And this is very much starts in school in a very early age and also inside the family. We have to promote to develop a more risk-taking attitude in all aspects of life of our children, especially on girls. The funding system, we need more women in all the selection panels, and if necessary, we should introduce quotas not only on the boards, on the juries, but even quotas like Maria Gabriel has done for the EIC, for the ones that goes to interviews or even that get the funded. This is very important as a transition period. I defended quotas as a transition measure. Actually, I'm the EPP rapporteur for the women on boards. That is not for SMEs, it's the presence of women on the boards of the large companies, and there we also have a problem, and we are defending that we should have quotas for a transition period in order to have more women in these areas. So we count on you to put in place all these measures that depends on Commission, member states, and all of us to have more women active in the entrepreneur world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your. Now we're gonna have Jill. Hello.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Hi, how are you doing? Yes.
Hey,
Thank you very much
I'm
for
good,
attending
thank
today.
you. No question. Thank you. Well, my name is Gil Baxpieler. I represent the city of Cologne. Just for the ones who have seen the agenda, unfortunately, Mr. Greitemann, who was supposed to hold it, gotten sick. You know, COVID-19 doesn't stop at the gates of Cologne, even though some of the walls are made from the Romans. But I can actually just sort of agree with all the people who have spoke already. A warm welcome to Minister Gabriel, to all the mayors, to the participants and viewers. I'm not going to repeat everything, but I would like to highlight that Cologne basically chairs the topic of women. We are pretty much proud of it. I think our mayor said the right words. I want to add a few things to it. And I think the needs are generally for the entrepreneurs, whether they're women or men, are basically the same. You know, they all look for funding, for possibilities to enhance their products, to exchange with others. But I think what many people don't know is what women get is actually very much different. So to give you an example, the funding that women tend to get is not only less, it's also a lower amount and on fewer times than men. Again, the number 8% of angels in Europe are women is something I think that needs to be addressed too. And I think I want to, on a side note, say something I learned 2 years ago, that actually the majority, or this was a survey from an international global accelerator, and the result was that startups and scale-ups run by women receive higher revenues. And I think if you look at that, then you need to look at the funding options for women and increase. I think the European innovation area can help here a great deal. I think it can help bringing together the women entrepreneurs of Europe, sort of like joining forces and raising the voice and raising the awareness of women in entrepreneurship. I think, as some other predecessors said, it's very important to have role models, to have positive cases that we spread around Europe, that we share with each other, so women actually see they can achieve much more than they actually do. And I think if we move forward in that direction, we achieve, and I think that if we do it together, there's a much greater potential of success. So I think originally from Cologne going out, we will certainly have our topics addressed on women entrepreneurship. It's one of our big topics for the city of Cologne, so we're very happy to, going forward, share that with the network, with the European innovation area, and find the best practices that we can sort of cooperate with all other cities around. We're very much looking forward to that, and we're very open for cooperation in that field. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jill. Now we're going to meet the Mayor of Vanta, Britta Viljanen.
Dear Commissioner Gabriel, dear Member of the European Parliament, Cavalho, thank you for all your efforts in advancing innovations, and especially women as startup entrepreneurs. I'm very pleased to participate in this session because women equality is very close to my heart. Maybe some words about Vanta first, but you understand the background where I come from. Vanta, with 235 inhabitants, is the fourth largest city in Finland, but we are the fastest growing city in whole Finland. So perhaps next time when we meet, I'm already telling you that maybe we are the third largest city already. We are also Finland's most international city by population. Currently, about 20% of Vanta's population speak other than Finnish or Swedish as their mother tongue. These unique conditions create specific requirements for supporting women's entrepreneurship in Vanta. Firstly, an urgent issue for all women entrepreneurs is to ensure equal possibilities in supporting and funding. Secondly, from a city's perspective, the key to success is very tight cooperation with female entrepreneurs, companies led by women, and schools raising future women entrepreneurs. Vanta's solution to solve these needs is to enhance its support function so that no one is left behind. We are the metropole of entrepreneurship, and this means entrepreneurship possibilities for everyone. First, we start with our schools and continue to higher education. Our entrepreneurship education program is included in the city's 4-year city strategy. All levels of education are included in the entrepreneurship education path. This specific path is followed in every school in the city. Together with the other cities in the metropolitan area, Vanta is taking part in the Yrityskylä concept. In English, this means entrepreneurship village. It takes both 6th grades and 9th grades to an immersive learning journey in financial literacy and entrepreneurship. All students learn of how to work in a profession and earn money, to how to make business, and how to manage a company in the local markets. This gives all pupils, no matter what their gender, a good glimpse in entrepreneurship, and therefore also supports girls in becoming entrepreneurs. So they played in this entrepreneurship village business, and it's a great fun. In addition, the city supports the entrepreneurship society activities. The project increases higher education students' knowledge of entrepreneurship throughout developing and testing activities, such as event concepts and entrepreneurship projects. The entrepreneurship development of young people is also supported very practically. Vantaa offers the young people aged 17 to 29 300 euro summer job voucher. However, this can also be an entrepreneurship voucher. It has been studied that over 1/3 of all upper secondary education students would like to start their own company. The young persons will receive support from a mentor, but it's a charge of a business idea and its execution. Secondly, I want to emphasize also our immigrant people. In Vantaa, no one is left behind, whether it's an immigrant self-employed service entrepreneur or a startup founder in need of business contacts, pilot partners, or funding possibilities. The amount of female immigrant entrepreneurs is 47% from all immigrant entrepreneurs from Enterprise Vantaa Advisory Service customers. We are very happy that starting a company in Finland is attracting both genders equally among new Finns. Next year, we will further enhance our English services for entrepreneurs in Business Vantaa unit and improve the growth company and startup services. The services like coaching, events, and business ecosystems have been piloted and tested, and now we are ready to start our own actions in supporting startups and growth companies even more efficiently. Thirdly, one important mission of a city is to enable dialogue, which is also a big goal of this event. In fact, Vantaa's annual entrepreneurs event was organized already for the 44th time only yesterday. We had Minister of Economic Affairs Mika Lintilä to address the audience, as well as variety of great companies representatives. This event is a joint cooperation between the City of Chamber of Commerce, and the Federation of Finnish Enterprises. The theme this year was From Crisis to Renewal. We are proud to say that the majority of the speakers were women, and the audience we had hundreds and hundreds. Therefore, there is already a lot of dialogue and possibilities to grow. However, more work is required and more European cooperation and funding possibilities for entrepreneurs to scale up in European level. Recent studies show that women in growth companies receive only marginal amount of investment, even in the Nordics. In Finland, 1.3% of risk financing went to growth companies whose founders are women, 6% to mixed teams, and 93% to male founders in 2019. So really, that's why it's not only women entrepreneurs are needed, but also female investors. We will bring forward good examples from Finnish startup scale, as well as from international arenas VC funding to inspire our female entrepreneurs in our ecosystem works. The cities have an active role in fostering innovations, in developing ecosystems and helping them grow and test their ideas. However, it must also be noted that the cities has been hit hard by Corona, which is both a health crisis and an economic crisis. Therefore, new ways of developing regional funding possibilities for fostering innovations and joining ecosystems is essential for this goal. To this, we welcome the development of a European innovation area and more opportunities for cities to develop these ecosystems. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. To make a little wrap about what we have been talking before from Maria Gabriel, we identify the actions that they're doing And as long as they do not accept the number of female startups that we have actually, they are taking some actions to have more role models in education in the primary and secondary, more role models, more mentors, and to increase the interest in women in STEM since they are younger for the next future. They also want to include the private sector as universities for gender equality. About Maria Grazia Carvalho, they are trying to provide grants in education, in innovation, and from the European Parliament, there are several awards. Besides, there are also, we have been talking about barriers. We have been talking about barriers that are limiting the role of women in different sectors. It could be financial. And here we are talking again about education, family, and early age, the Act 2. From Jill Bexperher, we are talking about the need of funding for female lead tech startups, as the results have said that also females are getting much more revenues and probably much more self-esteem of themselves because they can do it. And Riva Villana, we have been talking how the city has been supporting to all the entrepreneurships from high school, from also the immigrants, for the providing business contacts, founding services as coaching, and help them startups to growth. That's the mission and the support of Advanced City. Thank you very much. What do you think about? Please, Maria Gabriel. Hello?
I'm not Miss Gabrielle.
Okay, please.
I think there are some difficulties, sorry, with this COVID, always safe first. So now I think the moderation was really trying to see how this top-down vision was trying to be very simple and pragmatic, and was ready, Jill Baxpeller from Cologne, ready to explain and to see the conclusions, okay? I hope very soon, Jill, yes, I think you are there. So please, I think what Tarin was trying is that you can finish the conclusion with this top-down approach from Cologne. So please.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think as a conclusion, I mean, I think all the cities said, at least in some parts, very similar things. I think we need to listen to women entrepreneurs, especially to the ones who are successful and are role models. We need much more of them to pull in other women and girls. I agree. I think we need to foster the university offerings, something I think is happening on most cities, also in Cologne. We need to ease the access to capital, maybe even have some exclusive funding for women, and again, raise awareness for the topic everywhere throughout the European innovation area.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Maria Gabriel. Hello?
Maybe
no,
just,
that's me again.
do you hear me now?
So yes, thank you very much.
Okay, so no, I would like really to thank all the participants, because you all send us very strong messages. Yes, Maria Grazia, we have tools at our disposal now. The question is, what's about the implementation? And I think that we have very good examples with the European Innovation Council. What I would like here to add is that we need more women evaluators of projects. So we need to look at different levels how to promote this. The second, I would like to insist on the importance of partnerships. We need to build more partnerships with regions. Mayor, you are completely right. And that's part of our joint action plan with the Committee of the Regions that was launched officially today. We need partnerships with industry, with research organizations, with education. So we need here definitely to strengthen this aspect. Final point, more visibility. We need success stories. We need to inspire our young girls. That's why, of course, we'll support our European Prize for Women Innovators. But allow me here to insist on 2 examples. One is my campaign, No Women, No Panel. I refuse to participate in a roundtable or an event where I'm the only one women speaking about these tech, digital, and technological topics. And what's already happened when I explained the reason to some organizers why I will not participate, suddenly in few hours there is experts, women, they can talk, and the program is changed. So we need all to promote that it's important to give to our startups, to our women more voice. And second example is my campaign, European Women for Future. Since the 8th of March, every week, together with my team, we are promoting extraordinary talented women from all our member states. What is important is really to keep this, to give them visibility, really to say that we have talented women innovators in all our regions, in all our municipalities, in all our member states, but we need to support them, and we need, with their example, to inspire others to see that there is support, there is perspectives, and there is huge potential that we all can unlock. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Maria Gabriel. Maria Graça Carvalho. Hello.
Thank you. Hello. Hello. Thank you very
Yes.
much. I want to conclude. Thank you again for all the organization for this event in such an important topic, and to thank Commissioner Maria Gabriel for the initiative of the European Innovation Area, but also for the leadership during the pandemic on giving guidance and the funding that our researchers and our entrepreneurs need for the development of vaccines and treatment that's so important for Europe. That is something that I always say in my public events, is that we were very lucky that in the need of such a difficult time, such a difficult pandemic, we have strong women leading us in Europe, like Maria Gabriel, like our President Ursula von der Leyen, and like our President of the European Council, Chancellor Merkel. They are guiding us. They are women that are competent women, but women that know the need of people, that know that we are really in need of a solution for this crisis, and every country and region that has been led by women have been doing much better in terms of answer to this crisis. And we are getting vaccines in a very orderly and organized way because we have these strong women helping us. I have been pushing and help as much as I can from the European Parliament, but I'm very happy that women show that they are all their potential when they are given the opportunity. So we really need more women so that in the future we can have in some years times more Maria Gabriels in different places of this world, and we will be in good hands. So thank you very much.
Thank you to you. It was very helpful, your thoughts. Ritza Viljanen. Hello.
Very much for first. I must say, but I really say hooray to Maria Gabriel, no women, no panel. Oh, I really will remember this. I want to conclude also by raising only some items from here. We must remember that we nominate also women to high positions, and also in business, in the fields which are traditionally male business. Nowadays we have in Finland the majority, a great majority in our national government is a female majority. And our prime minister is also the youngest prime minister, and she's a young woman. And I think that we all the women, we must also remember that our one task is to support and help the young ones to be success stories. Because I think that women as my age, we have, I have been in very many leading positions, being the first one. And I hope that the next generations, that they have more easy days to come. And it's more common that we have women leaders and also women leaders in business sector. And it's very important. But I have enjoyed very much this conference. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you. And now we're going to start with our second panel. And I'm going to make a question to all the panelists, and we will be following the next schedule. The question will be, after a pandemic, what are the urgent needs for European women entrepreneurs, and how can the bottom-up European innovation area can accelerate to solve these needs? So we're going to introduce you now to Jill Baxperher. Jill, please.
Yes, hi, I'm back. Well, thank you. Well, I think at least from a perspective from the city of Cologne, we set a good example by having a head of the city being a woman, right? I think we're the only metropolitan city in Germany that has a woman as head of state or head of city. So I think we set out a good example. And I think not only because of that, but women entrepreneurship and the female leadership topic is basically one of the main and core topics of the city of Cologne. So I think that's the first step where we try to bring the topic into light. We need to focus on the topic. And I think if you put it high up on the agenda on each city, that's going to help to raise awareness of it. And we need to, again, in Germany, not close to 16% of founders are women. So I think there's a lot of potential that we need to do. From the point of Cologne, I think I would like to at least repeat some of the things our mayor said, but these are some of the activities that we drive to actually strengthen the field. So I think far and foremost, in the beginning, we just need to understand the needs of them. And I think we mentioned that, similar to the male needs, but we need to understand what do they need, how can we help? And I think some other parts within that, we need to make sure that if we have role models, if we have successful cases of women entrepreneurship, we need to make sure they're visible. I think this is something not happening enough. There are at least, within the women entrepreneurs that we have, there are plenty of successful cases. And I think we need to highlight that much more to draw in other women and even younger girls towards the topic. I think one of the big things is as well that we need to fight any bias within the gender roles. I think it's generally still perceived as the technology field being in sort of in the hands of men, and I think that needs to change. And some of the ways you can change that is if you start at the universities. We in Cologne just recently had another code and conduct class at the Technical University of Cologne, and I think that's a good start. And we need to make it more attractive for women to actually start these classes and go into the technology field. As again, I like to repeat myself, one of the surveys, and I like it very much, says women in startups or as CEO who run startups are usually sort of more successful than men, have higher revenues. If you just take this into consideration, we need to push the topic. In Cologne, I think we also highlight the topic in general. Last week, there's a Founders Week every year in Germany. It was in Cologne last week. And the main topic was female entrepreneurship or female leadership. So I think this is another thing where we raise awareness for the topic. We draw in attention not only to the entrepreneurs in general or to the startup ecosystems, but to the population in general. And I think this is the right steps, or some of these steps need to happen in the European innovation area to foster and strengthen the female entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to step to another role model. She is Maria Fatima Lucas, and we are very happy to have you here.
Thank you It's always weird to hear someone more mention you as a role model when you don't think of as such. And I think that's one aspect very important to mention, which is the way we perceive ourselves. And often you see numbers and you see how you have women in creating their own companies. And one of the factors we see very often is this fear of failure. And we know it's part cultural because we know that, for instance, in Europe, we're less accustomed compared to the States to actually fail. But it's also something that has been related quite often. And I think it's something we don't talk about enough. So it's almost as if it's a psychological trait that's there, and we know it's there, but we don't talk about it. So right now in this pandemic, I think all of us leading companies, we were faced with the situation with something new, and often we were thinking about how can we adapt our company, how can we adapt to this situation. And it's not always easy to find someone to talk with. And I think this should be spread out, not just to a particular situation like COVID, but the duration of your company. There are always crises. So I think one thing that could help would be to have a crisis cabinet in cities, in your ecosystem, entrepreneurship ecosystem, where you could come to people and say, listen, we all have role models and we all have people we can resort to. But I think we need a structure, a well-organized, maybe with a database where we know that there are people that can help us, not only looking for funding, not only questions of leadership, but also things that are often less common, like failure. And at least myself personally, and as a female entrepreneur, for me it was very difficult to start a company. Of course, everyone's afraid, but the failures can happen on an everyday basis. We need to think of this. It's something that maybe I don't know, and some things are out there, but we need to think about how can we support entrepreneurs, and in particular women entrepreneurs, to feel more confident. Of course, being invited, and in my case, I was one of the women innovators winners that helps boost your confidence. But still, there are moments in your company life where you would like to find a support system, where you have a problem and you would like to discuss it. And often I think it's interesting to have a panel of women that have probably been in identical situations as you have, that will help you also move forward. And I have a background as a researcher, and for the many years that I worked as a researcher, I was in a field which was mostly dominated by men, and I have never felt so isolated as I am in a company, where I go around and go to with different companies throughout Europe and in the United States, and the number of women in these meetings is always very, very low. So there is a lot to be done. I know a lot is being done, and Europe is pushing to have female leaders and to have more women entrepreneurs, but I think there's still a lot that can be done. Thank you, Taryn.
Thank you very much, Maria Fatima. We're going to continue with Mr. Timo Viljama, the Economic Development Director of Vanta. Thank you for coming.
Yeah. Yes, hello, and apologies that our mayor had to leave for an important COVID-19 press conference. So in front of the TV cameras, we have some new restrictions coming up because of the situation at the moment, so she had to leave. But to further on comment on this, I would definitely agree that what we cities can do is to help connect entrepreneurs, and especially female entrepreneurs. We have also very concrete experience that for example, women, they hire more often women, the same as immigrants hire more often immigrants. It's a usual a good way to get, for example, expert positions for female entrepreneurs. What we've also seen is that we have quite active female entrepreneurship networks here, for example, in Vanta. But for some reason, they don't seem to attract enough younger, innovative startup female entrepreneurs. So what we're trying to do is to find some new ways to connect these people also as well. And we are actively been building specific clusters and ecosystems around specific themes and topics. more innovative related startups, and in this way to find also new places for women entrepreneurs to meet, because it's very important to get peer support. It's very important to get some new ideas how other people have tackled with the same problems, and I think that is one of the key issues we need to tackle also as well. I also agree that we need to have a good role models. We have to have very good case examples coming up that how, for example, successful entrepreneurs have come to where they are at the moment, how there are some key scientists, female scientists doing some breakthrough innovations, and also more women in decision maker positions, as our mayor mentioned before, because these all assist, for example, young people to select a different path. Because one thing I would also like to say, in Vantaa and also in Finland, we have a sort of a paradox here that our education system is very, I would say, equal, and we have a lot of possibilities. And typically nowadays, the young girls don't have that many restrictions from the culture or the family, what kind of career they would like to select. And most of our university students, a majority of university students are women. But that comes down every step after that. There are less university researchers, there are less university professors who are women, there are less innovative startup entrepreneurs who are women. Also in decision-making positions in the private sector, in the public sector, it's much better. So basically women are able to select these careers, but for some reasons they don't do it. And what we're trying to tackle, and it's very nice that the Commission has also thought about this, is that what are the reasons? Are there more structural reasons behind this, or is it more in the culture or in the individual trends, that what kind of careers women take, and how can we affect that or change that more women would like to take an entrepreneurial career? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're gonna talk to Ludmila Libertowski. Hi, Ludmila, from Berlin. It's another startup, and she's gonna explain how did she start it and what is she thinking about the females and how the European innovation area can help us.
Yes, I think now for some question is going now Jill, trying to explain now the bottom-up implementation. So Jill, please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hey, I'm back. I thought that was now the conclusion. I actually said a few things earlier in regards to that. I mean, if we're talking about the bottom up, which means what we cities do in order to contribute. So I mentioned these things, which is the understanding for needs, the foster visibility and awareness, the increase of role models, fighting bias, in general, generally, I think maybe even we need to set some incentives for women in universities. And I think that's sort of the bottom approach that we take in Cologne, and I think that's what we need to have a greater exchange with our European colleagues to see that we have like a European-wide campaign in that field.
Thank you very much, Jill, for your approach. What about Maria Fatima? Lucas? What are the conclusions that you take from all the speakers?
Yeah, I think for some technical reasons, now it should become in the question going to the second entrepreneur, so going to Kimo, that we are looking for your vision, okay? Again, as a role model, as a fantastic entrepreneur. So please, Kimo.
Okay, vision for a role model. I think it would,
A ver, esto no puede estar pasando, ¿eh?
it would
Esto no
be
puede estar
something
pasando. Vamos
like,
a ver, no puede estar pasando. Yo no puedo estar haciendo esto. Ven aquí, Colón. Ahora me...
for some reason I'm hearing
Hello?
some background noise. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. If I understood it correctly, it was a vision about the role model for a female entrepreneur, as far as I understood. I think it would be most likely, or hopefully, somebody who's doing things together with other people. I think we're facing too many role models at the moment of these individuals doing things, very successful things, and in practice, if you look at innovation, you look at growth and growing up companies, it's about collaboration. So I would much appreciate somebody who would have done a lot of this entrepreneurial success together with other people, with other women, but also mixed teams. So it would be more realistic to see that in the future, entrepreneurship would not look like something that we really have to think about women and men as a different kind of entrepreneurs, or they're having different kinds of opportunities, but it would be irrelevant, I hope, in the near future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Taryn, and thank you very much all the participants for this interesting and necessary and profound conversation. Please join us as we move on to the next session in this non-stop Startup City Summit 2020. Now we are beginning session 4, where we will address a topic of maximum interest, such as reskilling and upskilling for new jobs and demand trainings in the bottom-up European innovation area. Let me introduce you our moderator for this debate, Susanna Hillebrand, Leader for Talent in the Global Startup City Initiative. Hello, Susanna. Good afternoon.
Hello. Hello. How are you?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you, so give us one second because we don't have your image yet.
Okay.
Now.
Great.
Hi, how are you?
Great, thank you.
Well, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. And hello, everyone, and welcome to our talks about the talent in the European innovation area. So, first of all, I would like to introduce you the Mayor of Praga, Ricardo Rio. And we have a question for him. After the pandemic, what are the urgent needs for new jobs and new demand training courses, and how we could accelerate as the bottom-up European innovation area to solve the reskilling and upskilling of any citizen, for example, entrepreneurs, innovators, unemployment, and newcomers to the labor market? That was a really long question, but I hope you got it. So please.
Yes, I did. Thank you for the question, and I hope that you can listen to me perfectly. First of all, I think that the pandemic didn't brought a new situation completely. It actually accelerated other trends that we were suffering and that we were dealing with in each of the territories. And this issue that you mentioned in your question is one of those, because here in Braga, obviously, like in all the territories, one of the crucial elements of the post-pandemic reality is the strong digitalization. That is the skills that we have to provide to all the potential workers in order to allow them to participate in the labor market from a different perspective. And I think that was a scarce reality that we had before the pandemic. And for instance, here in Braga, we had already been developing a lot of initiatives together with educational institutions, together with companies, together with national organizations like the Institute of Employment and Training and Education, so that we could provide those type of skills to the workers and to, at the same time, fit the market needs. And one of the elements that we have to deal with is the reskilling of most of the profiles. There are careers, there are professions that have been losing competitiveness, that are not having many demand in the market, and that now need to be requalified so that we provide those people a new opportunity in terms of insertion in the job market. And at the same time, we obviously satisfy the demand in other areas that are more active, that are more dynamic in each of the territories. And we have been developing a couple of programs in which we try to complement the basic training and education of each of the human resources of the city, so that we can enlarge the offer of those human resources to companies. Because we also have constant dialogue with the companies, so that we have, in a sense, some online monitoring of the real market needs. And that's one of the crucial elements, so that we can attract talent to our city, is that we can show them that they will have opportunity to proceed with their careers and obviously to find a job opportunity in the city. Actually, within this project that we have in the city of Braga, the Talent Project, we have a platform which is Work in Braga, in which we allow some sort of soft landing for the new people that are arriving to the city, so they know immediately in which areas, in which companies they will have an opportunity to work. At the same time, I think that there's a need for international, let's say, accreditation, not in the formal sense of that word, but some sort of recognition, a common recognition of some skills that can be valuable for people to move within territories. And for instance, Braga also participates in a global project within the Global Parliament of Mayors, in which we are the leaders of that project, which is the Smart City Talent Network, in which we try to allow cities from all over the world that have this entrepreneurial spirit that the Global Startup Cities Network also has, so that we can identify the skills of the people and obviously the requests of the skills that each of the markets requires for supporting their economic development strategies or for supporting other areas in which they may be crucial. And I think that this share of visions and projects within an international framework is also valuable, not only for the territories, but also for the people on their own. Finally, as I mentioned in my brief intervention in the prior panel of the summit, I think that is crucial, the connection between the local authorities, the companies, the research, and the education institutions. Because altogether, we can shape the way the new generations are being trained and how we can orient them in order to support the development strategy of our territory, fostering their entrepreneurial spirit, helping them to build more innovative capacity, and obviously bringing that innovation spirit to the development either at the economic level or other areas in each of the territories.
Okay, thank you. And if Malaga hears us, we hear a lot of voices on the background. But let's continue. So next we will have the Deputy Mayor of Ostrava, Andrea Hofmanova. So same topic. So what do you think about new demand training courses and how European innovation area could accelerate to solve the reskilling and upskilling of any citizen, like entrepreneurs, innovators, unemployment, and newcomers to the labor market?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, again. I have to say that Ostrava is in a little bit different steps, saying that nevertheless the pandemic appeared a few months ago. Ostrava used to be an industrial city, which in the 90s closed down all the factories and mines and all the heavy machinery and industry, and had to face the whole transformation and the whole challenge already in the beginning of the new millennium. It is very important that the city decided to transform itself through the innovations, through the moving forward, dwelling on industry, but rather sustainable kind of technology and development. And we believe that the first step in such a change, which was caused by the restructuralization of the industry, but which is in many respects similar to the current situation, should be based on people and on education. That is the reason why we build up the talent management projects. In the last 4 years, we invested more than 10 million euros into more than 240 projects that are based on talent management. We support the local stakeholders. It is a science center, 2 universities that are situated here in the city of Ostrava, as well as local schools, reaching from kindergartens up to the high schools, and support the new programs of education and work with the talents. Most of the programs that we support are based on science, natural science, skills in these kind of expertise, because we believe that the development in the environmental technologies, technological startups, and these innovations is the future of Ostrava. It's also part of the history, but the future of the 21st century. I'm very glad that these projects continue and were able to be realized even during the pandemic crisis, because majority of the time the schools and the institutions in the Czech Republic were unfortunately closed physically, but all the projects went online, and I'm very happy that all the projects were able to survive this kind of crisis. I am a little bit worried, or we are a little bit worried about the future, because with all the cuts, financial cuts, these kind of projects are in danger, but we try to find some out sources for the funding of these projects so that we can continue and we can even develop. Because if I can compare the first year of these projects, in the beginning the schools and the institutions were not able to fulfill the financial range. Nowadays, after 4 years of existence, the opposite is the truth. The allocation of money does not really serve all the projects, so the competition starts to be higher and higher. And thanks to the communication of those participants, we can see that the topic of talent management, the innovative ways of education and supporting the competencies connected with the thinking and startups and the other things and new study programs starts to be inspirational for more people. So the good practice, which goes from the bottom up, is shared by more and more institutions and schools and universities in the whole region. So I hope that we will be able to go over the crisis and find enough financial support for these projects to go on, because this is the future of transformation. We believe that it really is in education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and here we have Olga Guerrero from University of Malaga. And so we continue with the same topic. So what are your views, like how we could help as a European innovation area to reskill and upskill any citizens' talents, including entrepreneurs, innovators, unemployment, and newcomers to the labor market? And also, like after the pandemic, what are the urgent needs for new jobs and new demand training courses? Please.
Okay. Hello. I hope all of you can hear me. I hope so. Well, it's for me a pleasure to share with you some of our reflection and activities in the University of Malaga in the topic of this roundtable. Our main contribution is in line with what has been already said for the other colleagues. So the new studies, the new degrees, the new masters have to be in collaboration with other European universities. So I would like to share with you the Erasmus Plus program that I think that nobody has mentioned before. The Erasmus Plus program is to start with several international projects for education, and in this kind of project, both local administration as well as universities and other research groups and whatever can join and participate, and not only in the collaboration in one city of one university with one local administration, but also with the Erasmus Plus project we have the European add value, so we can collaborate with other cities and with other universities to study about which kind of need in the for the future of our citizens. So we have been involved in several projects as well as some of the universities that are participating. For example, now we are working with university, with other universities, and also with the Malaga City Hall in a project for increase the health style and the activity of the citizens. So now we are working in the parks and these kind of activities, but then in the future we will try to think about a new master degree or something like that, a joint European master degree to have all of these results, this project in a joint master diploma. Okay. So in this sense, I would like to mention to you that we are part of the universities partnership. So 14 European universities and 14 city halls. So they are several cities of many countries, Santa Aveiro, Exeter, Innsbruck, Parma, and many more. We are 14. So we organize meetings twice a year and we share information, and we are trying to prepare this kind of proposals. Of course, to remember, Erasmus Plus try to get up. The projects are related with strategic partnership and with joint master and doctorate degree. So I think that that's the future, of course. So we have the European and international add value, the collaboration between local administration and research groups in order to promote research activities that improve the quality of life of our citizens, and of course to explore the skills that we need to teach to the future of our citizens. So that's all I wanted to share with you. Especially remember to check the universities network, which we are having a lot of success there with our European colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds really, really good network. So I'm not sure if Hannele Mennola is ready. Yes, it looked like it. So next we have Hannele Mennola from Finland, and she's the head of the startup school of Haaga-Helia Polytechnic. And same question to you, Hannele. So after pandemic, what are the urgent needs for new jobs and new demand training courses, and how we could, as the European innovation area, to accelerate, or how can we accelerate it to solve the reskilling and upskilling of any citizen, including entrepreneurs and innovators and newcomers and unemployment? So please.
Okay, hello from Finland, and it's my pleasure to be in this discussion, to participate in discussion, because I think this is really topical. The topic what we are discussing. And my background is that I first, after graduation with the business degree, I started my career in the big corporations. Then I became an entrepreneur for 5 years, and now I'm working in the academia. So I would see that this type of career backgrounds, that they are like a more portfolio of doing different projects and working in different domains, are becoming more and more typical and needed in the new workforce, work life. So therefore, we need to, in all levels, understand the big change what the work life is changing. I think majority of the news are filled with the news that, okay, robots will be taking our jobs, and so many millions people are becoming unemployment. But then you have to remember also that there are more available in other areas. And that's the big question, how we can help people to reskill and upskill the competencies so that they are relevant in the upcoming challenges to solve the skills gaps in the job market. And if I think in the three categories, I would say that this is relevant for the individuals, corporates, and startups, and then, of course, for the academy. For individuals, the huge change during this fourth industrial revolution and because of the global pandemic, it has even accelerated the speed of the change. For the individuals, this is a huge opportunity to also use your time during the pandemic to ensure that you stay relevant in the work market. So use the time to update your skills and competence. And then corporates and organizations need to also think like how, if their business has been under the corona pandemic, becoming a bit limited, or like they have a little bit less opportunity to run their businesses, they can also utilize the time to reskill their workers. So, for example, I just listened to the podcast which interviewed the HR man, the director of big consulting company CGI, and they explain how they actually utilize this pandemic time to reskill their workers. And then for the academy, I think it's a big challenge that we are traditionally offering degrees, and now this new work market really requires more like a smaller modules that are on demand based on like what skill sets are needed in the work life. So I think we need to, in the academic side, also create new platforms where we really collaborate with the industry, startups, and research, and really support this lifelong learning. And for example, this UNIT Startup School is that kind of innovation hub where we provide a platform that we bring together expert research and academia and companies. So I guess my general message that in every difficulty we face, there is a huge opportunity, and history of the mankind has shown that often in the big transformations, there is a huge opportunity. We have to look carefully and work together, pilot, co-create, have individuals, corporations, startups, and academy to work together and solve the challenges, and then we can make them to big, huge opportunity for us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a nice message to collaborate with everyone. So just a conclusion of all the talks until now. It's nice to see that the universities have made new courses, and as she just mentioned, like also smaller modules, and also university partnerships are really important. And nice to hear from the mayors and deputy mayor that the cities are involved in talent management so strongly. And also, so if you still have more about the topic of talent, please, Mayor of Praga, Ricardo Rio, please continue.
Thank you. I'll just add 3 examples from what we've heard. Also, this important connection between the innovative environments and the role of the universities and the research centers that we have here in Braga. The first one is what we call the Qualify IT project. We, in a certain moment, felt that there were no available resources in IT. And what we tried to do was, together with the University of Minho, which is based in the city of Braga, and the National Institute of Employment, to reskill people from other degrees, from other training areas, so that they will have training and course at university in IT, and afterwards they will join specific IT companies that were recruiting in the city. The second project that is also developed by the University of Minho is the project, together with the Startup Braga, what we call the CEOs, the executive courses for CEOs from startups. As you know, many entrepreneurs have a good business idea, but don't have background in management and in all the dimensions that are crucial to have a successful business. And what we try to do is to provide that type of knowledge on an initial basis by the university to those entrepreneurs that are incubated or are accelerated or that participate in our innovation ecosystem here at Startup Braga. And finally, even in terms of what we could call the outsourcing of the innovation process of medium and bigger companies, what we have is a project, or many projects, that are being developed together between those companies and the universities here in Braga, in which we are having specific training and education to foster the capacity of specific areas, for instance, in terms of engineering, so that the innovation of the big companies is made by the university recruitment or together with startups that are based in the city.
Okay, thank you very much. And next, we will have Deputy at Ostrava, Andrea Hofmanova, and you are also co-chair of the Talent Action, as well as Ricardo Rio is the chair of our Talent Action. So please continue.
It was very difficult to choose a few projects because all of them are very inspirational and very interesting. So I would, because I have only 2 minutes, highlight quite a big project of the Technical University of Ostrava, which is called Improve Your Technical Skills. It's a project that reaches hundreds of pupils of elementary schools that are sent to university to work with the university teachers on special projects. There are many faculties and departments of the Technical University, so they can get improved in chemistry, in engineering, in IT skills, and other things. And I find it quite interesting because the university university teachers and the university itself starts to educate and communicate with their maybe future students from their very early age, so they can really prepare them well for the future studies. And it's also opening up the whole world of university to these kids and maybe even their families. So that's what I appreciate quite a lot. Very similar project is run by a planetarium in Ostrava, which also opens its doors for the pupils of Ostrava schools. We also have a big science center that focuses on modern innovations and teachings. And again, the pupils from our elementary schools are sent to these science centers so that they educate themselves in this science center, not in a traditional school, so that they can really touch the things, that the education is really interactive and innovative. So I would highlight at least these 3 projects.
Okay, thank you very much. So, hello, Olga Guerrero again from University of Malaga. Yeah, please continue with the talent topic.
Well, with the talent topic, I would like to speak about the Sustainable Development Goals, which is something very, as I'm sure that all of you know, these are the goals the United Nations is trying to succeed for the Agenda 2030. And here in Malaga, we have a Center of United Training. So we have partnership with this Center of United Nations, which is CIPAL, the name of this center, with the Malaga City Hall as well as the university. So we collaborate with them in order to promote and to teach about sustainable development goals. So we have, in this context, we have organized, remember, always with the collaboration of United Nations, Malaga City Hall, and University of Malaga, and sometimes, of course, for some actions, we also collaborate with other private companies or whatever. But we have been teaching to staff, administrative staff, or local administration, private companies, also for academics. We have organized this kind of more like short courses and conferences and things like that. And also, we have organized a joint master degree for in order to teach the future directives in the to work for achieving the sustainable development goals. So I think that this is also a nice example of a topic, and also a nice example of collaboration between administrations.
Okay, thank you very much. And yes, Hannele Mennala from Startup School, Polytechnic of Haaga-Helia. So you have a couple of minutes also to tell more about how we can accelerate talent in the innovation area.
Thank you. No, accelerating the talent, first of all, needs to be a top priority for the management and for the CEOs of the organizations and the rectors and CEO for the academy, first of all. So that must set in the priority. So even though we have robots and AI and so on, they can solve the problems quicker, but they still need people to find the problems which needs to be solved. So it's a crucial topic to reskill and upskill the talent. And my solution is that the keyword is collaboration and co-creation. So from the university perspective, it's for us that we don't work as a one individual University of Applied Sciences, but for example, beside my role as head of startup school in Haaga-Helia University of Applied Sciences, I'm also leading the entrepreneurship and innovation group in 3 University of Applied Sciences in Helsinki and Vantaa metropolitan area. So there we can join forces to create better opportunities for entrepreneurship. But also we need to have labs and platforms and structures where universities, corporations, startups, and experts can collaborate and together boost talent development and get students and people to be ready for the gig economy, the platform economy. So it's about the collaboration and co-creation, piloting and learning by doing.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we have a second round, and to the ones who has just joined us, I will introduce again Mayor of Praga, Ricardo Rio, to you, and we have the same question as earlier. So after pandemic, what are the urgent needs for jobs and new demand training courses, and how could the bottom-up European innovation area accelerate to solve the reskilling and upskilling of any citizen? And now on this round, we also have later 2 entrepreneurs who have also the entrepreneurial side of the topic. But please, Ricardo Rio.
Well, I think that one of the elements that we can bring to the management of the pandemics that was crucial for the response that we had in many domains, and the local authorities, we have been exchanging experiences at the European level with many cities from all the countries, and also from Spain, obviously, and many which are gathered in these global startups cities. Is that it was crucial not only to move forward and to assume the responsibility, but also to have a strong connection with the local agents. And I think that one of the things that we learn is that if we have this type of dialogue, we can be advancing the reality and obviously responding to what are the needs of the society. And that also applies to your question, because I think that what we have to do right now is to keep a strong dialogue with all the agents, with all the companies, with all the entrepreneurs, so that we can identify which are their needs for the near future, and in a joint effort, try to respond to those needs, and obviously try to provide them with the resources and the skills that they may need to the development of their projects. There are obviously some common issues. For instance, I mentioned in my prior intervention the question of digitalization, because most of the activities that were made on a physical basis that can go either from commerce to cultural activities to all sorts of initiatives are obviously now migrating to digital. This is a good example. This conference that we are realizing right now is obviously an example that even if we would prefer to be in Malaga and having this chat all together, now we can do it on a distant base through the internet. And therefore, I think that digitalization is a crucial element. But on top of that, there are also some other matters, because in each of the businesses, in each of the areas, there are specific skills that even the common training and education don't provide. And what we have to do is to complement the basic offer of each of the degrees, of each of the areas of training and education, to have some basic skills that are common to all the society and that are very important for the development of businesses. And for instance, here in Braga, we have since early ages some projects within entrepreneurship. We have classes of foreign languages to all the kids in the city. We have, because we are a creative city of UNESCO in the field of media arts, we have some areas in the media arts field that are granted to those students from early ages. And we even have some projects in some initiatives, some pilot initiatives, in order to train and educate the kids in programming, so that they from earlier stages can obviously be stimulated to move to IT areas in which there is a huge demand of human resources. And I think that this joint effort between the local authorities, the educational system, the companies, the entrepreneurs, and obviously in the follow-up of those initiatives, the projects that can be developed together with the research institutions, together with structures like Startup Raga, which is obviously a broader approach to collaborate with the innovators, with the entrepreneurs of the city, is obviously a crucial element, so that we can adjust, as you asked, the skills, the provision of skills and of talent. That, I think, is the crucial word, and that's what we are always trying to seek, to retain and to attract talent to the city. Because if we have that supply of talent, we obviously can sustain and have a more successful strategy of development, not only in the economic field, but also for the whole city.
Okay, thank you for your input. So now we have Deputy Mayor of Ostrava City, Andrea Hofmanova. So we continue with the same topic later on with two entrepreneurs, and they have more entrepreneur kind of a view. So after pandemic, what are the urgent needs for jobs and new demand training courses? And also, what about the reskilling and upskilling of any citizen, how we can accelerate it with the European innovation area? Please.
I hope that the crisis will give us, or the crisis has already given us, a new perspective on certain things. Impossible things became possible, and I guess that this little bit of slowdown of life made us realize the importance of cooperation, the importance of certain institutions to get together and join their effort to common goal, which I consider to be very important. The crisis also kind of showed the maybe disadvantages of the system of education, which is rather structural in our country. So it gives some kind of reflection on how to move on in the system of education in general, because I have to say that it was really difficult for many teachers, especially to get online and to start working online. And I hope that once we we're able to learn that, we will continue and we will enhance in much more international cooperation, because I think this is something which is really not missing, but which is not developed enough in order to move forward. Our region is quite international. We have two neighbors, Poland and Slovakia, and we realized we don't cooperate enough, and maybe we don't even cooperate enough on the European level. So I hope that this crisis will give us the opportunity to move out of our region, not only maybe the region of our city, but also internationally, to get the inspiration and to share much more on the international level, get more flexible, because I guess that many approaches towards the education, but also corporations, were quite slowed down. So the crisis learned companies really to cooperate much more with the educators and schools, and I hope that this thing will go on, as well as the need to restructuralize the offer of the programs, not only of the universities, but also of secondary schools. We try to involve the knowledge of the families and of the kids, considering or starting from the kindergarten to enhance the skills, the competitive skills, the presentation skills, languages, which is also a big topic because for such international cooperation, you need languages, and Czech Republic being a post-communist country still fights hard with the knowledge of at least English, because in the past many people learn Russian as a language, which is not really a lingua franca of nowadays world. And we even try to help the companies to sustain the crisis, giving them the opportunity to participate in new projects, so that even financial support, so that the long built tradition of certain companies in the region will not end because of the pandemic crisis. I think that the crisis even taught us how to invest money in different ways, maybe to much more sustainable projects, and to lower the costs, and to give more focus on really cooperation. So I know it's general, but I guess that we are not still through, and I'm quite curious about the other outcomes of the ongoing pandemic, how much it will change our thinking and position and development.
I think there is some sound with Susanna. I hope the moderator, our fantastic leader for talent is joining, is there. So Susanna, please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So next we will continue with Dima Babanov, who is the CEO of SaaS of GIT Supplies. And we have a question. Welcome to the second round. So the question also for you is, after the pandemic, what are the urgent needs for new jobs and new demand training courses, and how the bottom-up European innovation area can accelerate to solve the reskilling and upskilling of any citizen, including entrepreneurs? And maybe you have more views of the entrepreneur side this round, but also for innovators or unemployment and newcomers to the labor market. Please, Dima.
Yes, Susanna, thank you very much, and thank you all the previous speakers that made pretty great ground for the speaking that I can make right now. And I've adopted actually the topic which I was supposed to talk on, and the main ideas that the lockdown bring into our life are that if the opportunities of the economy overall, the lockdown made possible outside the capital cities, could be used in the smaller cities. What was the change? What was the main change actually, and how to use? Which jobs and training do we need? Outside the bigger hubs actually make a really huge input. Those are the questions that are really important, and let's try to dive into them and make everyone here to be a part of this story. And you know that the story is that outside the capitals, when you don't know what you are doing, someone else does. And innovation starts actually. So the cities that are involved in this initiative are always bound to be the sort of ground of progress. It's because of their nature as a smaller cities, as a source of people who are going to the capital, actually. And I think that we really can tag the initiative we joined as the launch pod. And let's I'd better define it like the place, like the infrastructure for the starting the new ideas, new products, and new initiatives. We know that there are some publicly available measurements of the outcomes of remote teamwork in a scale, I mean, in really large scale. They are publicly available, and they are like next. Most of us, we are not ready to implement remote business processes. Let's face it, it's just trust. And even best of us faced roadblocks, even so they were well prepared. It's everything of it is really because of the remote teamwork in a scale. We were not prepared for the scaled remote teamwork. So isolation kills creativity, lack of interpersonal communication as a result, and no inclusion at all. Even those people in Microsoft say that learning, reskilling, upskilling is going to become a huge, really huge issue. So what in the end we could do as entrepreneurs and local leaders, I mean mayors of the cities, we can hedge all the facilities that we have for the economy and hedge it on the local basis. And on the local basis, we really need, because of the hedge need, we really need, first of all, educational facilities, as it was mentioned, and it's really in place. And we need more support for exactly the startup products that bear the hedged local facilities outselling. I mean that we need to sell. And of course, we need leaders for that outselling. And then the innovation and the money will come. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just want to say that the first part of our discussion was more top-down discussion, and now we have a second round, and we will discuss more about the bottom-up, so from entrepreneurs to the mayor's side. So next speaker is Reggie Ruzan, and he's also the head of the International Entrepreneurs Network in Finland. So please.
Okay, good. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay, and thanks a lot for the opportunity to address everyone. So, and just a slight correction there, I'm the chairperson for the Helsinki Entrepreneurs International, and I actually sit on a network of international entrepreneurs that work with the Finland Entrepreneur Society. So although you can definitely tell I'm not Finnish, I am in Helsinki. And I'll give a little background on myself and on my journey. I think that, Hanna and I touched on a very important point, is that when you look at my path to becoming an entrepreneur and into developing the need for reskilling, it was a bit different, because I had a 30-year career in global enterprise IT. I worked for one of Finland's largest IT companies, or not IT companies, but companies in general, heading up their global IT operations. And then I decided to take some time off. And when I returned back to the workforce, due to the market conditions here, it was quite difficult to find a job. And so then I decided to start my own company and become an entrepreneur. And that was my need for major reskilling. I needed to change from corporate to entrepreneur. And although I had a successful corporate career, I didn't have the skills that I needed for becoming an entrepreneur. Luckily, I was able to find a very good project or a program called the Shortcut, which was able to reskill me and retrain me and give me the skills that I needed to take forward to become an entrepreneur. It's actually geared at helping people join the startup industry. I would say one of the things that Finland does really well is it has a very strong startup ecosystem. I would say that it doesn't necessarily have as strong of ecosystem for people who want to become entrepreneurs. And startups and entrepreneurs are different. And quite frankly, the skill sets that you need, some are very similar, but some are also very different. So I would challenge the EU program and the different mayors that are here, the country level people as well, is to think about what is the path to reskilling and retooling, and then make sure that you are meeting the person who needs that reskilling level that they can actually do the consumption. And I think Dima touched on a very important point, is that one of the things that the pandemic is going to do is actually going to accelerate the trend of urbanization. And it's pushing people and resources to the bigger cities, which means that people who are left in the smaller communities are left with not as many resources as they need, which further accelerates the move to the big cities. So think about being able to disperse whatever service you're providing outside of your current reach. And quite frankly, technology allows you to do that. Now that everything is online, quite frankly, a lot of the programs that are run at the city level, at the state level, can be run for the country as well as even abroad. So, you know, these are the sort of things that I needed to retool. And now I'm actually working for, even though I keep my company, I work for a small IT company. So, you know, I'm happy that I was able to find a road to reskilling. What's necessary for reskilling? I would say definitely when you look at making the transition to becoming an entrepreneur, is helping the individuals change their mindset. People that have been in corporations for a long time, they don't see themselves running their own businesses a lot. So it's not just the skills that are necessary to be trained on, but also think about how you need to change that mindset. One of the things I think you could do at the lower levels, and even with children, is start the business incubation training very early on, because those sort of skills will carry them forward, because problem solving skills will always be necessary. Other things to think about is not just entrepreneurship, startups, but think about how do you give access to people for technical and vocational skills as well, because those are often necessary, especially in the larger cities. And then pay attention to the language skills that are necessary, because that is really important. 1 in every 3 businesses that started in the capital region of Helsinki or Finland is started by an immigrant entrepreneur. So they unfortunately don't always speak Finnish. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's a fantastic discussion about the talent. Really is really nice to see the combination with just the same question for all the speakers, how the top-down vision connected with the bottom-up vision, again, this bottom-up European innovation area, is really acting. So I think now is the Mayor Ricardo ready for the conclusions. So please, Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I was looking here to the site and to the questions that were posed by Cristian Garcia Espinaranc and by Isabel Pascual. And I think that when they ask, for instance, if the universities are prepared for the new needs of the companies that the companies will demand, there's always this discussion between the capacity of the universities to provide the real supply of resources to the market in order to feed their needs. but I think that currently the universities are much more business oriented, not only in terms of education, but also in terms of research and connection with companies. And that obviously comes as a result with a better match between the needs of the market, the needs of the companies, and what the universities are offering, not only in terms of training, but also in terms of the skills that are needed in the market. And the second dimension, and the second question that was asked also here that I would like to mention was what are the key factors for people to reskill and upskill? I think that the better reply came from Reg's intervention. That's the sense of urgency. When he mentioned that he didn't have a job and that he had to change his life to become an entrepreneur, I think that people must, in a certain moment of their lives, look into the opportunity to change the course of those lives and to identify the benefits that may arise from having better skills or having new skills that may foster their entrepreneurial spirit. And when that comes, obviously the market will provide the requests training so that people will obviously have an opportunity to improve their qualities and obviously to have new perspectives for their future, like Reggie has very successful.
Yes, again, Mayor, your input is absolutely very clear, very pragmatic. That's why Startup City Braga is the chair of the action plan for next year. So now, Andrea, I think the point of Ostrava also is very important. So please, tell us, what's your conclusions?
Well, I would like to thank for this fruitful discussion because it opens up the thinking, and I think that I have already said quite a lot of things. It's really important to focus on visions, but also on realistic goals. It's important to enhance the digital competences as well as language competences and other soft skills, because this is something what is really innovative, creative thinking, languages, competences, education, and support of these startups. The space doesn't play any role because we live in the digital world, and if we haven't lived before, now the crisis taught us to do so. So enhance the sharing the experience, sharing the innovations, learning from the other people. So I'm grateful that this initiative and similar initiatives exist so that we can inspire from each other, and not forget about the value of education and support of these startups, because in the beginning it seems to be financially quite difficult, but the outcome is quite clear, because without any change in support of education and the competences and enhancing the cooperation on the level of companies, stakeholders, but also on the international level, is vital and important way how to survive the crisis and how to move on.
Okay, thank you very much. And maybe Arturo continues. Okay, so we hear something on the background. Batima Babano, please continue. You are online.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, yeah, and thank you, Ricardo, Reggie as well. There are the important, really important things that were mentioned, and all the mostly attached to the some practical outcomes, as Andrea mentioned. It's quite important to keep only with visions. So what is important at the local level when working with that startup environment is to really foster the products that can attract and attach the local facilities to the economy. I mean that create much more support, much more of the products that are the facilities that the local infrastructure has, so that it could be a harbor, it could be a hedging fund for the economy when the lockdowns are coming. This is really important. And the other thing that Ricardo, is that we really need a highly manager and leaders who are able to effectively communicate ideas through the online means, through the remote applications, and that lost inclusion. We could get back into the business, back into the game, and so this is the mission of leaders in the cities. Thank you.
So I think now is Susanna. I don't know if you want to add something.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you through the background noise of Spanish, but it's I think it's Richie Rusan now next. If we can have him online.
I'm here.
Okay, great. So
Okay.
yeah.
Good, thanks. Again, I can only echo what's been said. Sort of two key messages is that one, thank you guys for initiating something like this. Treat these activities just like you would a startup. Get the validation, design, ideate, move into, but definitely scale up the operation so that it goes across your natural borders and that it's inclusive to all of the people in your community. That would be how I would close in a very short manner.
So I will just wrap up quickly what everybody has said on this second round, what was more bottom up. Okay, we can see you, Arturo, but I will still continue. So the digitalization was really important topic, really important, and so this pandemic has maybe put us to use more digital approach to everything. For example, schooling also. We are really familiar in Finland about digital learning, and actually it works really well here and everything is really fast. So I hope, for example, Vantaa could cooperate with Ostrava and Praga on that topic also. And yes, so, and Richie Rusen had interesting views about the reskilling, that how to find a path for the entrepreneurs to reskill themselves. So, thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Again, as mentioned, Commissioner, in the official opening, talent is very transversal, it's very urgent to think in very simple things, and this is why the bottom-up European Innovation Area has different activities for next year to cover any entrepreneur any day during the whole days of the year.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Susanna, and all the speakers for such an inspiring talk. And as we are arriving at the Ecuador of this summit, let me invite you to the next session that we are hosting here in the Startup City Summit 2020. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to those who are joining us now. In this assembly, we come with the presence of several people of the first wave from 11 European European organization countries to talk about innovation strategy officers and innovation teams in the bottom-up European innovation area. Arturo is going to introduce each of our speakers and to moderate this space. Arturo, it's your time again, once again.
Thanks, Lucia. And really apologize sometimes with the mobile. This is the real normal things of this summit. We are in live, many
hours.
Many hours, so it's quite normal. So, but again, yeah, this is a fantastic moment of the summit where we are going to introduce, again, very concrete teams that are going to start working in January. It's something unique. There is nothing like this all over the world. We are trying to have transversal teams at ecosystem level, but really they are covering different pieces of the whole ecosystem, coming from the education, industry, knowledge and technology, and finally trying to cover the close piece to the market, that is the startups, okay? So it's a pleasure to start. We are going to do in an alphabetical order, so it will be very easy. That we start in Portugal with the startup city Braga, and I have the pleasure to introduce Elisabete. So Elisabete, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Arturo. Good afternoon, everyone, and greetings from the city of Braga in Portugal. I would like to start by saying that this is a great pleasure and a great honor to be here today and to take part of this very interesting and important initiative. I will talk a little bit about me. I am a PhD in marketing and strategy. I am a professor at the University of Minho. In the context of my teaching and research activities, I focus mainly on innovation, on entrepreneurship, business model innovation, sustainable business models. But this is my teaching and research activity. I also have several collaborations with industry, and this is something that, as previously Mayor Ricardo Rio mentioned, we are now very open to. We work with the industry. We have these collaborations to create innovation, to translate knowledge from the university to the companies, and I work in several of these projects. I also am scientific mentor of several academic spin-offs, and I participate in all kinds of programs to potentiate entrepreneurial skills. One of these programs was also mentioned by Mayor Ricardo Rio, which is the schools of CEOs that we hold at the University of Minho in collaboration with Startup Braga. As for my team, I have Eduardo. Eduardo is the program manager of these large and multi-disciplinary projects that involve industry and the university. He's also an entrepreneur. Patricia Patricio, she's a knowledge and intel manager at the Health Cluster Portugal. She is a PhD in health sciences. Ana Villa, she's a PhD in pharmacy. She's the Innovation and Industrial Liaison Officer at the International Iberian Nanotechnology Laboratory, which is in Braga. And Simão Soares is a very successful entrepreneur. He's a master in bioinformatics. He has a company in this area, and he's the current president of the Association of Bioindustries in Portugal. So thank you again for this opportunity. I'm very eager to start working with all of you. Thank you.
Obrigado, Elisabete. And now is the time going to Romania, to Cluj-Napoca, the time of Oana. So Oana, hello. We cannot hear you. Check that your microphone is okay.
My microphone was shut. Hello, Arturo. Thank you again, and good morning. Hello to you again. I will start by shortly presenting myself. My name is Ioana Buzatu. I work for the municipality of Cluj-Napoca, and I coordinate a lot of work groups representing the city in this ecosystemic approach that the city has in order to prepare itself for the future. I work closely with the team that I'm going to present to you, and also we interfere a lot in other type of work groups in the city. Um, our team is formed. Our team is formed by Bianca Muntean, who is the executive director of Transylvania IT cluster, and she is gold level cluster, and she has over 20 years of experience in ecosystem building. Bianca coordinates the Digital Innovation Hub subgroup in Romania and is a partnership with the DIGNet.eu. So this expertise will be a part of what the innovation team of Global Startup City Cluj-Napoca will be all about. Together with Bianca, we have Alexandru Roja. He had over 16 years of experience in academia and research in areas as strategic management, innovation, digital transformation, and entrepreneurship. And also he has a lot of expertise to work with young people and to incubate programs for students developing the university entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystem. He's in 2020 and shortly he will be in the next project as well. And within the IT cluster, he's in charge with coordinating strategy and innovation. The third member of our team is Zaki Milhem. He's a medical doctor and Chief Innovation Officer for Iceberg Consulting, founder of and CEO of a very impressive startup called WakeZ, a digital therapeutic startup for sleep and mental health. And he's also a psychiatrist in training. Zaki is skilled in business modeling, innovation management, communication, and research, and he is a fellow of a lot of very, very prestigious learning and expertise programs, and also participated in a lot of programs such as ICPA, IC Geneva last year, and also Stanford Medicine X last year as well. As an innovator, Zaki won the most innovation competition he entered, and he's conducting a clinical trial, the first one to do digital interventional clinical trial, and also he PhD working on a very impressive thesis. Right now, Zaki is leading the e-health group in Transylvania DIG, and this is a flagship for the innovation capacity of Cluj, harnessing the full potential of clinical, technical, and innovation public-private partnership. This DIG and also the cluster will provide a significant contribution to our team. And our last but not least member of the team is Professor Răzvan Kelecher. He comes from the most prestigious Romanian university, which is Babeș-Bolyai University, and he is in charge of the public health department of this university, coordinating a lot of strategy at national level and also being a part of international and worldwide strategic teams in terms of medical public health approaches. So this is our team. I'm very sure that we will be what you call the first point to get in contact with in terms of Cluj. We are welcoming everybody to our city, and we hope to work together as much as possible. Thank you.
Mulțumesc, Oana, fantastic. So now we are moving from Romania to Germany. So now Anje from Startup City Cologne. Hello.
Yeah, very warm welcome from me. Thank you very much for introducing me. So we are Startup City Cologne. We represent over 550 startups, over 50 accelerators, incubators, over 100,000 students we have here. And so looking at our innovation team, so maybe first a word about myself. So my research is focusing on business model innovation, so especially servitization. So, and I was a founder myself, so I had a social impact startup, and now I'm working for the business development agency of the city of Cologne, supporting startup and the whole startup ecosystem. So my innovation team is consisting of Parul Madan. Parul Madan is a serial founder herself. She is an investor. I think, investing in about 40 startups at the moment, and she's the founder of DoDash. So DoDash is a platform, a community for startups, with the goal that to make every startup investable. So she's focusing on the startup community. The next one is Mark on the right-hand side. Mark is the managing director of Gateway. So this is the excellent startup center of the University of Cologne. So he is really in the middle of transferring university knowledge to business, to startups, and also supporting with different founding schemes. The next one is Professor Dr. Kai Türbach. So he has a chair for corporate management and entrepreneurship at the Technical University of Cologne. So he is teaching entrepreneurial skills, and also research in this field. He is also a founder himself, so he can talk really about his own lessons. So altogether, we're looking very much forward to support the startup ecosystem in Cologne, but all over Europe, and to help really to recover from COVID and make this planet more sustainable, more digital, and more worthwhile for every citizen. Thank you.
Danke, Anje. That's fantastic from Cologne. And now we are moving to the south, to Greece, to Crete. So Heraklion with Evelyn. Hello, Evelyn.
Yes, Kalispera, everyone. I'm really honored to be here amongst dynamic men and women from Europe. I was born and raised in Crete and came back after studying and working abroad to help local agri-food businesses outreach. My academic background in marketing and European studies, but also the former financial crisis in Greece, led me to switch from corporate employee to design the brand chic Greek gifts, spreading the Greek culture all over the world. So not all startups are technological ones. As an entrepreneur and as the Vice President of Cretan Women Business Association, I'm encouraging women to do the same, to transform their hobby to a business, to work on their innovative idea and test it in the market. I run a consulting marketing office also, from where I coach young startuppers, young in age and at heart. Last but not least, I'm a corporate social responsibility mentor at the local government of the region of Crete, aiming at applying sustainability everywhere we can. I'm very proud of my team. I'm presenting you Maria Pitsaki, who's an English teacher at Model General Lyceum of Heraklion. She also holds a master's degree in translation, which means that she prepares students for translation contests in the European Union. Her collaboration with other European schools through Erasmus and e-twinning projects is non-stop. Then on the right is Maria Titaki. She's a businesswoman running the family winery. Holding a philosophy degree, she followed her passion to study wine at the end, and she was one of the pioneers of the Wines of Crete cluster. Dimitris Koutsioulis is a co-founder and CEO at EnzyQuest, a venture-backed biotech company active in enzyme discovery and manufacturing, and he's a research advisor at the Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology. And George Papamichail is an expert in innovation, science, and technology. He is also working at Fourth Institute, and he's involved on the Region of Crete Risk Smart Expertise Strategic Program. We're very happy to work from bottom up. Thank you.
Evharisto, Evelyn. And now we are moving from one corner of the south to the other corner of Europe, going out to Spain, Málaga. So, Isabel, hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. Well, thank you for giving me the floor. I'm very happy to make part of this new innovative program. I've been working for the city of Málaga for a while, always in economic development, but I've been part also of the European Commission. I've been working there, so I can see both sides, and that's why I think it's going to be very useful the work we pretend to do here. Malaga has transformed during the last 20 years, and the key driving factors have been innovation, technology, and also culture. Startups are a very good contribution to this change. So I think that this is an asset, very positive, we can bring into the stage. My group, you can see here my team, they're the pictures on the screen. I've said this morning that this is a dream team. It is for me because they are young people, but they have their expertise on strategy, innovation, and startups. The three main points of the session we have today. First, you have Rafael Ventura. He is professor at university. He's vice rector, and he has an innovation, social innovation, and new companies. Next to him, you have Ana Longoni. She's she's a good example of Malaga. She's from Finland, but she's now part of the city. She's very, very active, and as you mentioned before, it is very important to be inclusive and to integrate these new people, these immigrants coming to the city. So she's a startup, but she also is an investor. So she has the knowledge of both parts. Then at the bottom you have Carmen García Peña. She's the CEO of the strategic plan of Malaga. She has a very important role to play also here. And at the end, you have Sonia Palomo. She's the head of international department in the technological park of Malaga. So, well, here is the team. We are very happy to start working with you all. And we want to be also innovative in the way we are going to do this. We are not a closed team. We are very open to bring new members and new people to the discussion, because we think it's also important to have this open to all of you. Thank you.
Gracias, Isabel. Thanks so much from Malaga. And now we are moving not so far, going again to Spain, in Valencia. So it's a pleasure that Bianca is with us. So Bianca, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. I lead the Clean Tech cluster in the Valencian region, which is a public-private cluster with about 300 stakeholders in the clean tech industry. We are very much focused on working on systemic innovation, and we place entrepreneurship at the core of this sector and work very much in close contact with the region and with the cities. We launched a few years ago the first clean tech accelerator in Spain, and then expanded it in collaboration with Climate Keep across 12 European countries. And in this effort, we managed to launch to market about 275 startups. And we continue this journey now in collaboration with the city of Valencia, which is consciously specializing in the clean tech innovation. And we recently launched the Green Innovators Hub, where we connect startups, SMEs, with bigger corporates, venture capitalists, and with cities challenges. I'm proud to present our team, our top-notch team in Valencia, coming from the university with Maria Marquez. She's the director of the Ideas Institute for Startups at the Polytechnic.
Since that there are some sounds with Bianca, she was explaining the team from Valencia that, as I explained, is really similar in all the startup cities, because we are looking for different people with a similar vision, because the ecosystem has the same needs, okay? And as we are saying during the whole day, doesn't matter if you are in Europe or outside, you need really to solve with urgent and simple solutions. So it's so important that I hope now is again Bianca with us.
Yes, I hope you can hear me well now.
Yes, perfect. Go ahead.
Wonderful. So I continue with the presentation of the team. I'm saying that we have a wonderful team coming from the university. From the Polytechnic University of Valencia, we have the director of the Startup Institute Ideas, Maria Marquez. We also count in our team with Ignacio Chanza. He's the Innovation Director of EIB Climate Kick Spain, and David Pistoni, CEO of Ferias Hybrid Startup, a success startup focused on mobility, clean mobility here in Valencia. It's 100% gender balanced team, and we look very much forward to connect in a meaningful way with the whole network of global startup cities.
Multimesc, Bianca. Gracias, Bianca. So now we are moving, as you see, this is a geo-economic movement. So from the south to the north, from Vanta, Kaisa, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you all for the opportunity to be part of this great initiative and this conference. I bring you the whole female airport, and therefore our innovation and this sort of the activities is on smart mobility airports.
Yes, since that now, yes, I think let's try again, Kaisa.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So, greetings from London. We are the home of the Spain airport. So, our team in the innovation strategy work as well as innovation to find people who are in smart mobility.
Yes. Yes, Kaisa feels that connection sometimes maybe from the north, some happening with the snow, I don't know. So since that, Kaisa was explaining that Startup City Vanta is the flagship is mobility airport. So this means that all this team, this innovation team, is really trying that this specialization is so important. So now I think in the meantime is fantastic that now we can move to the center of Europe, going to Czech Republic, to our fantastic city, Ostrava. So good afternoon, Adela.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Adela Hradilova, and I work as a Chief Strategy Officer for the Moravian Innovation Center, which is a small regional innovation agency established back in 2017 with 5 main stakeholders, City of Ostrava being one of the most important ones, together with the Moravian Silesian region. We are basically responsible for development of innovation ecosystem in the Moravian Silesian region. I'm sorry, I hear very strange noises in the background. Okay, so we are basically providing 3 types of services. So we coordinate and implement the regional innovation strategy. We provide individual services to startups and SMEs, and we do run and administer the technology park. For the time being, I am now looking for the innovation team. We have just discussed with the deputy mayor the topic Ostrava should focus, and we see it at the crossroads between the talent, environment, and startups. So this will be probably our topic, and our team will be working very soon.
Thank you so much, Adela. You know, this is a live summit, so sometimes the tech is doing these strange things. So now I think it's a good moment that now we can see what is going to happen next year in the next summit. So now we are going to have a fantastic video from what we are here already doing this fantastic live summit, that is this Trade Fairs and Congress Center of Málaga. So please, go ahead the video.
So we have just seen this video. As Arturo said, we are here in this place where the summit is going to be next June. It has been for us a extraordinary journey. Also, the making of this event. No, it has been a challenge because it's so many hours on live, virtual, with all the technique challenges that can be. And what feeling do you have about all the process of the summit, of all the making of, since you brought the idea here until now, the materialization of the event?
Yeah. First thing is as Commissioner Gabriel mentioned in the official opening, this is a challenge. So it's a challenge for all of us. In reality, we have in front a pandemic that is still there, where all what is happening here, as you see some moments with the mask, without mask, we have the distance right now. So everything is impacting also in the summit, but this is what we want to show. This is why we didn't decide to change anything, because we want that can be live, so people can understand that this is the resilience. Based on this is the first thing of the make-off. So we adapt to the problems, the same as is happening now with the pandemic. We cannot say, oh, there is a big problem, we cannot do a global summit, or what is the problem? And the problem is that we have in our mind that normally is always a physical summit where all people is there. What happened, because at the end you can see now, we are co-organizers, we have co-organized as Malaga from 10 countries. Example that never will happen if it will be physical. So in the video we could see where we are now, where we are doing this live, that this is FYCMA, the Trade Fairs and Congress Center of Malaga. So it's a fantastic place where was prepared a TV set where we are now. So it's a fantastic, I hope participants can see a little bit. And for me, Lucia, this is for me the best thing, you know, that we can see very natural how is moving the things, that any technical problems, sound, connections is part of this game, is part of any entrepreneur, any innovator. Nowadays, many companies are closing and they need to find a new solution, because the main problem is that there is no income for the cost, you know, for the needs that you can have every month. So for me, this is the message, that everything we can see as an example for what we are trying to do, okay? So
and everything that we have learned in the way, no, of organizing with all this extraordinary team that you cannot see, but are all here, some places. So they have been wonderful in organizing everything. I would like to ask you about because now we are ending session 5. We have 9 assemblies, 4 more. And I would like to ask you, what are we going to see from now on?
yes, until now we are in the middle, more or less, of the summit, of the heart of the summit. We did the historic launching of the European Innovation Area. So this was the open door to show the combination of the Europe level with the local level and how the bottom up from the local is moving. So now, in the previous session happened the women action, the talent vision, and now with this season, what was the innovation teams, really is connecting now with the young part, with the young entrepreneurs, and before we are going to show the markets. Again, the market that is still there all the time, you know, because as you know, all the participants, please go to these market rooms. Also is a really innovation, not only for an online summit, also for a physical summit, okay? So it's really something that I want to highlight, that in each market room, Lucia, what we are trying to show is what we are going to see in the end of this summit. The end of this summit, we have 2 actions for the market. One is the action for health area and climate areas that really are focusing in these 2 specific markets: health, pandemic, climate, Green Deal.
And pandemic too.
And pandemic too. So, and after, at 5:30, is again the market, but with the gaming that we discussed in some moments between you and me, that is so important, that it's not only gaming for players, it's more than this. As this is what we need to change that. Sometimes is there, the opportunity, but always we look like this and we lose the opportunity. So this is what really is, if in a summary, the most important is coming already.
Okay, so we were talking when we were preparing all the discussion of Arturo and I during the summit. I came new to this content, and at the beginning it was hard for me because I didn't know all the words. But after all this intense training, now I think I'm ready. I'm becoming an expert. But I was telling Arturo that I am an entrepreneur. I found out during these days that I am also an innovator, so I didn't know that. And my focus field is sustainable development. So tell me what a person like me, for example, an entrepreneur who just began her project like 3 or 4 years ago, now increasing the works because the market is demanding all the issues about training in sustainable development. What role plays, for example, the sustainable development in all the priorities that you are already working in the initiative?
Yeah, it's a good point because the summit and also the initiative didn't highlight 3 keywords that is going to change the opportunities for like you, an innovator and entrepreneur, the same as me. So one is the digitalization. That for us is very clear. Digitalization is not to say digitalization like this. At the end is that companies understand that can be tech or not, but really you need to focus that digitalization is based on the market that you are looking for, on your specific target of customers. Sometimes we forget. And I mention this because for the sustainability, there is a lot of questions that the digitalization can help, can be together. So my first suggestion is that you really can check how digitalization, this means any deep tech, blockchain, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, can impact in the sustainability, as you know very well, with ODS, for 2030. So this should be my suggestion after 3-4 years that you really know very well the sector. And it's the time to connect with other peers that you were not thinking. Were you more thinking that maybe sustainability is just without tech? This is only for
more analogic,
startups.
No? I was more analogical.
Exactly.
I
So
need to.
that's my first suggestion. And with this, really so important that we understand that digitalization, sustainability, what we call Green Deal, and after the resilience are the 3 keywords that will move Europe in the coming years. Not only due to the pandemic, because it's the strategy as a continent. So it's so important why today was so historic with this bottom-up European innovation area, impulsed by these startup cities, by local cities, villages, remote areas. But again, coming from the local, where are the problems? These sustainability problems. And we are looking at, for example, Cologne is a good case where Cologne is gaming, and we are going to see a fantastic video how they are accelerating this opportunity. So please, I am happy that this video is now in this moment. So Startup City Cologne.
About sports. And Cologne is, beyond the Gamescom week once a year, Europeans' heart of gaming. We merge our power in digital industries and our expertise in sports events into a unique mix. And it is good to see that this locational advantage has a positive impact. Many esports experts, digital startups, innovative thinkers and founders have chosen Cologne as their place to be. Esports has become a great asset to our city. Some of the biggest players in this field, such as Electronic Sports League, ESL, are based here. I'm proud of this esports spirit in Cologne, and we continue to promote this sector. That is why we are member of the Esports Gaming Initiative and of the Global Startup Cities Summit. These platforms help us to widen horizons and find partners all over the world. These opportunities for networking are crucial for business in general, but especially for women in male-dominated sectors. As the first female mayor of Cologne, I have made female entrepreneurship an important topic on my agenda. Just a few days ago, during our Founders Week Germany, we put our focus on female entrepreneurship. Today, we will be able to share the findings with you and the European Innovation Area panel. I'm sure that the Global Startup City Summit is a great opportunity to expand networks as well as enrich our economies with new ideas. With this in mind, I say, please enjoy the summit.
Cologne. No, not that Cologne. This Cologne. We've always been an engine of innovation. Fun fact, we invented it. Today, we drive on data highways and are driven by life science, biotech, and IT. And we love to entertain. This is the place for startups and industry giants. "17 million people live in our region, from all over the globe and all walks of life, and in all colors. Here, everybody's welcome. Or as we like to say,
Jeder Jeck ist anders. Jeder ist anders Jeck. Und jetzt Jeck sind wir all.
we export goods and knowledge. And we're in great company. Close to Paris, Brussels, and Amsterdam. Trade city for 2,000 years. The service industry and the trades are the heart of our economy, covering anything from Beethoven to your insurance. We also prepare Europe's astronauts for their missions and welcome them back with our famous beer. Cologne, the city that combines business with lifestyle. And yes, before you ask, Cologne also comes from Cologne.
Hey, my name is Geir and I represent the city of Cologne. As co-organizers of the Global Startup Summit, I'm very pleased to welcome you. Today I want to give you a bit more information about us and introduce Köln Business, which is basically Cologne Business. So Köln Business is the economic development agency of the city of Cologne. As a direct subsidiary, we're the first point of contact for all business and investment related matters. Köln Business supports all companies and we have special offers for startups. We're the first point of contact as well for all economic and administrative related questions. And we have a wide range of services, but we offer individual solutions. If you want to find out more, you're welcome to visit Köln.business. So I mentioned the startup unit. We are part of Köln Business, and within the startup unit, we only focus on our local startup ecosystem. We push, we support, we help wherever we can, and whether it be from starting a business to scaling your business and much more. We have a dedicated person for our welcome activities. So if you're interested, please reach out. And if you want to find out more about our startup ecosystem, we have a fully open startup map. You can find it either whether you Google startup map Cologne or you enter startup-map.cologne. It's an open database powered by D-Room, and it gives you everything you need to know about our ecosystem. This summit, we entered as the esports gaming city Cologne. We have a local ecosystem which is quite big. We have players such as the Gamescom or the ESL, the Electronic Sports League, which are both the biggest players in their respective fields. We have many other players, bigger and smaller, rounding up our ecosystem. However, we still look for growth and development. So if you're looking for cooperation in the esports gaming field, please feel free to reach out to us. On a side note, we also organized the FIFA tournament during the summit. So I hope you played part and enjoyed it. So I have to come to an end. Thank you very much for watching. You will see a few more videos of Cologne, and my advice would be you come for a visit yourself. Thank you. Take care.
Hi, my name is Manuel and I'm the founder of Pirate. With Pirate X, our event agency, we've been organizing conferences, meetups, gatherings, and big, massive parties for more than 10 years. We were doing good business and then all of a sudden the pandemic hit. Our revenue dropped to zero and we were almost out of business. We just had weeks to come up with an entirely new business model. Our new business focus, remote events. And that, it turns out, was a good decision. Sometimes, within decades, nothing happens. Sometimes, decades happen within weeks. The event industry is going through a massive transformation. Everything is being digitized. And we believe that remote events are here to stay. And we see this as a huge opportunity as a whole industry is being completely reimagined. And we want to be in the driver's seat. With Pirate X, we are a full service agency doing everything from conception to production around digital events. In the last 6 months, we have organized more than 50 digital events. That's more than 2 per week. Our clients are big trade fairs and corporates. And they ask us to translate their physical experience into a digital experience. And they ask us because we rethink events from a digital first perspective, because it's not enough to just copy the physical events and just put it into the digital world. Why? Because offline and online have very different strengths and really play to very different also customer needs. And that's where we come in, because with every project we rethink, reimagine, and we always learn and relearn. So if you want to set up a digital event, go to pirate-x.com and download the free guidebook. We have written down everything that we know, that we learned, everything we have written down in this guidebook. And if you need help setting things up, you can always call us. Thank you. And as we pirates say, a big R.
Hi everybody and welcome on XTech. XTech is Germany's first startup accelerator from founders and for founders, and we are based at The Ship in beautiful Cologne-Ehrenfeld. We support early stage digital and tech startups, especially startups that have a relevance for the consumer and commerce verticals. What makes us unique in this accelerator landscape? Well, mainly 3 reasons. Reason number 1, we are founders ourselves. Many of the existing accelerator initiatives are either driven by larger corporate institutions or by public funds. What is missing is founder-driven initiatives, and this is exactly where we come into play. Every member of the XTech team has tremendous founding experience, either from being a founder or from being a startup investor, or being a startup coach. This is why we know precisely what founders need, and this is a tailor-made offering that is completely individualized based on individual startups' needs. Second reason that makes us unique, we have a very strong and diverse partner network on our side. That includes Cologne Business, larger consulting firms like McKinsey and Baum, banks like Deutsche Bank and Volksbank, the leading German law firm Heuking, the digital agency Nexum, and 3 venture capital funds, namely Capnemic Ventures, Cherry Ventures, and Hightech Gründerfonds. Entire knowledge and their networks are entirely available to all of our startups whenever they need this knowledge. Reason number 3 that makes us unique, we do not take any equity or any other fees for participating in the XTech program. Why? Because our goal is to strengthen the startup sector, not only in Germany, but especially in our home region.
Thank you all who are staying with us, joining us. Welcome back and welcome to those who are joining us right now. I hope you're enjoying this non-stop Global Startup City Summit. We closed the session 5 with the conversation with Arturo. And now we are going to move on to the next session, session 6 out of 9 assemblies that are taking place today in this summit. Now it is time to keep talking about climate, about health in the bottom-up European innovation area. Launching of global and European Union calls from breakthrough startups in the health I area led by Startup City Cluj-Napoca and Climate I area led by Startup City Valencia. Let me hand things over to Emilia Botezan, Head of International Affairs and Foreign Investment Department of Cluj-Napoca City Hall. Welcome, Emilia. How
Hello.
are you? Good afternoon.
I'm with you since morning. I was
Oh,
with
for
the
you.
mayor.
I'm sorry?
I'm with you, and I was with the mayor. Can you hear me?
Okay. So you have been all
Yes.
summit.
Yes, and I want to thank my colleagues, my team from Cluj. I know you met them, and also my family that Arturo make us part of. So who doesn't know Arturo? It's a problem. And I want to especially give thanks to my colleague, the team, Mr. Petrovai, because if you're feeling tired, we have fresh blood here in Cluj, okay? You have to remember that. But of course, we are taking this challenge with both hands. I think also the story began with the Startup Europe Summit that we organized in 2019 in our city. And it was such a revealing experience because Commissioner Gabriel said at the point, you have to learn how to find your verticals for the cities, and you have to learn how to work together. Now, this together is something that it's very challenged by the pandemic, and especially the area we chose is not an easy one because health is so important. With so many cities, and during this global summit, we also see some other cities in the family having contribution with what we do, and I think after today we will all feel different. We will feel empowered. And this is very important to feel that European genuine space where you can offer, first of all, the friendship and the trust, and, maybe bring a more cohesive Europe. So I will let now the material talk for me. It all started with the Startup Europe Summit in 2019.
We are working to develop the healthcare innovation ecosystem in Cluj-Napoca, in Romania, and in whole Eastern Europe.
We also support various startup initiatives in Cluj area.
I have a digital health startup that's currently leading Romania's first digital interventional clinical trial.
We do believe that Cluj-Napoca will continue to grow and actually accelerate the development as a hub in the e-health domain with the medical support and with the IT support.
The collaboration between
in our university and the IT environment already has many results. We have also started the formalities for joining the Transylvania IT Cluster Organization in the e-health field, where we intend to involve medical startups developed by students and graduates of our university.
In my opinion, Cluj qualify as an emerging hub in e-health, especially because of all the IT that can support the initiatives in e-health. Also the local university that are really strong and really powerful, and together with local authorities that we can mix all together.
A good mix of healthcare competence in all specialties. Basically, we have some of the best in here. And also in the field of IT, we have some of the best ITs.
We are doing in order to boost the innovation from Cluj to the world.
Now, in the city of Cluj, we have a tremendous environment. Why? Because here we have all the components for an innovation environment. We have startups, we have
I think we have technical problems with that video. Should we go with Javier Mateo? Hi, Javier, how are you? Thank you.
Fine.
You are our next guest alongside with Emilia. Javier Mateo is the Deputy Director of Entrepreneurship in Valencia Activa, right, Javier?
Yeah, I am.
Well, welcome
Always
and
ready.
thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, of course.
Well, the floor is yours, Javier, whenever
Okay.
you want.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will be talk briefly because we have a video to explain a little bit better what's the climate area, why are Valencia involving in this great and amazing initiative that is the Startup Cities initiative that we have been working from the beginning with Arturo and all the team and all the cities and mayors that are today, that they have been today with us and this morning with the Commissioner Gabriel. And yeah, I just only want to say that I think it's important that we are specializing part of our ecosystem in the fight against climate change to develop the new Green Deal and to develop climate policies in our city, and we want to be the flagship in the climate area. For this event, we want to say that we are working in an open call for the 2021 for startups and SMEs with solutions and services that they can test here in our city. And we have a video to explain it a little bit better, and I recommend to go to the market room of Valencia and see what's the best of Valencia's ecosystem.
Hello, I am Javier Mateo, Deputy Director of Entrepreneurship in Valencia Activa. Let me briefly explain what Valencia Activa is before we start. Valencia Activa is a public foundation from the Valencia City Council, and we are in charge of the policies of employment, entrepreneurship, digital economy, and training. And after that, we will talk about this new space of Valencia in the new initiative, the Global Startup Cities. As you know, Valencia is participating in this new initiative within the European innovation areas, led by the Commissioner Gabriel, which has been proposed as a synergetic year for achieving the European education areas by the Global Startup Cities initiative. In the next years, the challenge to tackle is to link the bottom-up game changers implementation with a top-down approach to design a coherent European Union. We have to support the entrepreneurs and innovators as our global leaders in the future of the European Union after the pandemic. The European Innovation Area is a geo-economic movement to support global European entrepreneurs and innovators with the largest public-private consortium impulse by local innovation ecosystems from, among others, cities, villages, and remote areas. Within this great initiative, Valencia is referred as a clean tech startup city within the climate innovation area. The goal of this area is to be one diverse and biggest environment for real testing of breakthrough startups and SMEs with out-of-the-box solutions focused on climate mitigation, circular economy, smart mobility, and zero pollution at the global European level. With this area, it is a point of attraction for new economic opportunities for each startup city and new ecosystem part of the climate area. The area will give a new global dimension, and it will reinforce the European visibility in the following years with the Pioneer area. Attraction of new economic opportunities for the climate area with annual global EU open calls for startups and SMEs with a breakthrough climate products and services. One of the targets is the creation of one diverse and biggest space for real testing in Europe and globally for innovative products and services. We want to integrate with each startup city as a unique added value based on the geography and diverse physical space for real testing of breakthrough startups and SMEs to interconnect opportunities between out-of-the-box startups with ecosystem and vice versa. In Valencia, we have a great potential within this initiative, thanks to the qualities that we have in our environment today. On the one hand, an important geographical position as a communication point within the Mediterranean and in a meeting point between the big cities of Spain. Those who know Valencia and know the great gastronomy of our city, the exceptional weather, the high quality of our life, accompanied by a favorable environment to develop professional and vital projects. But beyond of the fact that we will live well, we have great factories of talent, the most important thing for the future of the economy. In the city of Valencia, we have two of the main European public universities, the University of Valencia and the Polytechnic University of Valencia. A source of talent of all kinds, especially in STEM, which nurtures a great entrepreneurial ecosystem with more than 500 startups and scale-ups in our city. We have a public service and community called Vita Emprende, where the entrepreneurs can connect with other people from the ecosystem, investors, colleagues, and the talent. These startups have a network of first-class public and private accelerators and incubators like Lanzadera, Insomnia, GoHub, or Socialness that are making bigger the name of Valencia on the international map. We have a large network of technological institutes and research centers that generate knowledge that can be transferred to the new innovative solutions which make our future more sustainable. An important factor is the great number and quality of the private sector associations, which represents and vertebrate the sector and collaborates from common targets with the public administration. In Valencia, we firmly believe in public-private collaboration, and proof of this is this initiative in which we are jointly promoting it. Furthermore, public institutions are aligned in the promotion of a change in the production model. We aim to be more sustainable with a committed society and an intelligent economy that leaves no one behind. Proof of this is an initiative that began in 2018 and which is being developed at this moment. All the social and economic agents in the city have been working on a common strategy, on a common path. This strategy is Valencia Tech City. But what is Valencia Tech City? Valencia Tech City is a public-private inclusive and open initiative with national and international scope, which seeks to position the Valencian technology and innovation sector as the strategic axis of the new city project. It comprises all those who wish to join the Valencia of the future: public entities, universities, and training centers, associations, social agents, investors, startups, SMEs, and multinationals. The city of Valencia has the challenge of becoming a vanguard city with a powerful and sustainable economic sector based on technology, innovation, and digitalization, which will have an impact on the society and its well-being. Valencia Tech City is a pioneering project that can connect the city's entire technological and innovation ecosystem to create jobs and growth. A new Valencia full of opportunities, which welcome all those willing to imagine the future today. This platform will allow the development of a new smart economy model in Valencia, which will put the city on the map for the creation of knowledge, talent, and quality employment, as well as for the development of technology and innovation. Its main target is to make Valencia attract international talent, promote investment, and the creation of new projects. We work for a city where people can find opportunities that they need to develop their ideas. We are convinced that the present and the future should be sustainable. We are working in the development of a startup ecosystem in the fight against climate change, the development of the Green Deal, and the generation of opportunities. We are collaborating with entities like Climate Kick, FYCMA, and all the startup ecosystem to be a referent in Europe in clean tech and the implementation of climate innovation policies. This is where we start our journey as a global startup city, in which Valencia is a reference in clean tech. But why are we a startup city in climate? My colleague, Bianca Dragomir, CEO of FYCMA, will tell us more about the trajectory of climate and Green Deal in entrepreneurship in Valencia. And now, after all of this, you know the potential of Valencia. You know the great economy that we are developing. Now you know the great startup that we have in the city. After that, we are waiting for you. Welcome to Valencia Tech City.
You, as a creator, a dreamer, an entrepreneur, and who is not afraid to change the world. You, as someone passionate about growth and confidence, and who looks for that job which takes you beyond the limits. You, who heard so many times, that's not possible. And finally, you made it happen. You, a believer in offices with no walls and in shared talent. You, who looks for your great opportunity or supports others in finding it. You, who imagines today how tomorrow will be. You are very welcome. Welcome to Valencia Tech City, city of opportunities.
Fantastic example, again, how Valencia is already trying to create this climate area related to all startups, not only in Europe, outside Europe, with these strong pillars that already has the ecosystem of Valencia. So as we said, Lucia, we have some technical issues because it's absolutely normal. Many people is in the lockdown all over Europe and worldwide. So sometimes the connection is not the best. So now I will like that Emilia from Cluj-Napoca can really join again. Emilia, happy to see you.
Now we are seeing you fine.
Hello, hermana.
That's good.
So as you see,
Yes.
this fantastic video was not finished and was trying to show that Cluj-Napoca, Startup City Cluj-Napoca, is going to be the leader with this health area, something absolutely innovative, pragmatic, because it's so important in these times. We are looking for that Cluj-Napoca can really be the attraction for really breakthrough startups all over the world, where they are going to test product services in the ecosystem of Cluj. And this part also will be the first stop going to other places, now in Europe, that this will be the health area. So in this means is that sharing infrastructures, hospitals, places where the startups they can see. So please, Emilia, due to the video was not possible, can you explain me some key messages, because we are having important things in the coming months, yes?
Yes, yes. First of all, but probably it will be recorded and you will have the chance to see the entire movie. We are encouraging everybody to contact us, contact our team, because we want to give important information on how we are, building an ecosystem. It's, as the mayor said, we are always focusing on the ecosystem, not ecosystem, but this is going to be a challenge. Now, the good part is that here in Cluj, as the movie was supposed to show, we have the hospitals, we have the universities, we have a very open administrations, we have Transylvania IT cluster with a lot of companies, we have very good startups who can already share from your experience. We'll have the co-working spaces, and they are already part of the ecosystem. Now, with that in mind, I would like to say that since we start talking about what we will do, it's amazing how many companies are interested to join, and not just companies and local companies, but also global companies who may have an interest in that or who are already located in Cluj. And Arturo, in our debates, we're talking so much about the global component and about how Europe is going to be opening for the world. And this is where it's our job as a municipality, and also my colleagues in the family as municipalities, to take and use their networks at the global level, because we have already good connection in Asia and United States. Why not Turkey here, very close by? So now health really became, for the time being, the most important aspect of our lives. And it's amazing to see how many similarities we can find. So we just need to focus now to try to understand and to see how we can test, how we can map, how we can encourage these startups, global startups who will win the competition, to come here and find all the elements so they can feel their products can grow here in Cluj. Because as we agree, it's all about how we add the market potential, how we do ensure, and how can we translate in economic, in economic figures, in economic data, what we are trying to do this year. Now, this project is not for 1 year, and we are committed, for the long vision. And this is where we will have to see and to stop from time to time, just to understand what is there needed for, what is the boost that maybe we need to have in the family, in the system. But basically, everybody in the team, and I'm very happy, and I want to congratulate the Malaga city for doing such a great job under the circumstances, will be able to provide, who are we, and how can you contact us? So with that, we can enlarge the network. Yes.
Fantastic, Emilia. That's absolutely what we are looking for as said commissioner. Economic figures, to be pragmatic, and this is what we need to do. Yes. And we are looking for that Malaga summit next year in November will happen this. We are looking at this healthy area. We need to show some results, and you know me very well, so this will happen. So thanks again, Emilia. Apologize for this question of technical issues, but I'm very happy because with this we can discuss more natural, like now.
Yes. You know what, Arturo? I always have a joke that the technical problem only happens when it's something important.
That's
so
it.
This was my case.
That's my teammate.
Okay.
Thank you, Multimesk, Emilia. So now, Lucia, it's done.
Yes, thank you very much, Emilia, Javier, and Arturo, for your interesting conversation and material. And now we continue with our program and start of the next session. In this seventh session, we are going to deep into the next topic: global EU young entrepreneurs and innovators, rural urban in the bottom-up European innovation area. I would like to introduce you to Dimitar Vasilev, leader for Young and in the Global Startup City Initiative, who will moderate this debate. Good afternoon, Dimitar. Thank you very much for being here today.
Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. I'm really happy to be a moderator of this very important panel. And now, for me, it's an honor to introduce you the participants. Javier Ochendiano, Counselor for Economic Development, Trade and Employment at Bilbao City Council. Vasilis Lambrinos, Mayor of the City Heraklion. Susana Carrillo, Deputy Mayor, Delegate for Urban Innovation and Digitalization of Málaga. The first question to our panelists is, after a pandemic, what are the urgent needs for the young entrepreneurs in Europe, and how can the bottom-up vision of the European innovation area can accelerate and fill these needs? Firstly, let's give the word to Javier. Javier, the stage is yours.
Yes, as now it's so important that Vasilis Lambrinos, the mayor of Heraklion, is going to tell us how Heraklion is looking for this specific action for the young entrepreneurs with this big crisis of the pandemic. So, Mayor Vasilis, you hear us?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm not Vasilis Lambrinos. On behalf of Vasilis Lambrinos, I'm Giorgos Isamakis, the Vice Mayor. I will tell you what the municipality of Heraklion is doing about those things. Intervene effectively in matters of strengthening young entrepreneurship by implementing actions in the context of both the integrated development plan and the strategic plan for sustainable urban development. Among other things, the actions that will be implemented concern increasing the number of electronic services provided, smart applications of e-culture, e-tourism, and destination identity enhancement, increase of ICT application and innovation in enterprises, ICT services and publication for SMEs, supporting SMEs to develop innovative products and services, increasing the number of new businesses, supporting new businesses, consulting, mentoring, and subsidizing actions for the creation of the new entrepreneurs in the framework of the regional ERDF program, strengthening social enterprises. The municipality of Heraklion is coordinating the implementation of a promising new project, the Open Trade Center of Heraklion, Open Mall, we call it, funded by the sectoral program Competitiveness, Entrepreneurship and Innovation 2014-2020, with a total of 1,500,000 euros and multiple benefits to the local communities, such as increasing the competitiveness and the extroversion of the 94 participating companies, stimulating the local markets and re-establishing the city shopping center as an attractive destination for shopping, entertainment and culture, thus addressing the adverse effect of crisis, attributing to the image of the future city as envisioned and described by the strategic plan of the municipality of Heraklion, based on the study for the regeneration of the old town. In addition, and finally, the municipality has planned within the year 2021 to develop a digital entrepreneurship platform for the promotion of the commercial area but also for the strengthening of local entrepreneurship. In terms now of the participation in the European Innovation Area, if I can say, can support global EU entrepreneurs and innovators with a large public-private consortium, bringing local innovations and ecosystem cities, villages, and remote areas together in collaboration. This from us.
You can continue. I think there are, just to tell you, Dimitar, we have some technical issues with some of the speakers, okay? So now it's going, Sisamakis, I think if you have some time to finish, and after we'll go to Susanna, just and continue please after Dimitar. So go ahead, Sisamakis.
Okay, it's for the, I have to say more that for the group of activities impacting the young entrepreneurship and innovators in 2021, two actions are considered very important, and these are the participation of young entrepreneurs in the Erasmus Plus program, giving the opportunity for interconnect between rural and urban areas, and the collaboration of young entrepreneurs in the global EU Startup Villages, which is a part of the Global Startup City initiative, giving once again the opportunity for young entrepreneurs to interconnect.
Evharisto Sisamakis, and also hello, Kalispera to Renia. So yes, as you see again, connection always doing some games. So now we hope we can continue. So now Susana Carillo, coming from Málaga ecosystem, is going to continue with the moderator, Dimitar Vasiliev. So please, Susana, as said, Dimitar, you can, now is your time.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Vice President of the European Commission, Ragnar Suika. I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this important virtual summit and debate on European relations together with entrepreneurial cities and ecosystem for global European. I would like to send warm greetings from Malaga to all the authorities that are connected, and of course to all the friends and citizens that are listeners. And I would like to congratulate the organization for this fantastic summit. I think it's really important to have this opportunity to share experience and to meet people, to have the opportunity to organize new projects for our cities in the future. Why not? Well, I'm going to answer this question focalizing in our national Polo Digital that we coordinate from my area. The National Polo Digital is a fantastic ecosystem we have in Malaga for entrepreneurship in the city, and we focus our work in video games and audiovisual sector and many different smart cities applications. In our case, we receive information on the training and employment needs thanks to startups, entrepreneurs, and young people who are incubated in the co-workings we have in the National Polo Digital, in our public space in Malaga City Council. After the pandemic, the City Malaga Council initiative will challenge to checklist to link the bottom-up game changer implementation with a top-down approach to design a coherent to support entrepreneurs and innovators to accelerate economic recovery after this pandemic. For us, this European Innovation Programme is a economic movement to support global European entrepreneurs and innovators with the largest public consortium impulsed by local as the City of Malaga innovation ecosystems. There are some actions and activities impacting the market in 2021. One, top 10 entrepreneurs and innovators to promote the internationalization of companies and cooperation between Colonia and Malaga. Bilateral company meetings are organized, And this is one of the main objectives of this network, to connect different ecosystems and companies and entrepreneurs in a way that they can take advantage of the potential of the European single market. Second, for example, strategic ecosystem pilots at the National Polo Digital, for example, a global European innovation market led by young entrepreneurs, agile demand of training courses for global European startups and SMI, and cooperation of different students, trainees, and young people. For example, last week, from 20 to 22, Málaga coordinated an international global game jam focused on game development, in which there have been participants from several cities of Europe and worldwide. A gaming show has been organized in which the city of Málaga and the German city of Cologne have continuously worked in the digital content sector. Taking in account the collaboration of entrepreneurs from the video game industry ecosystem of Polo Digital, and more than 55 teams have registered for the Global Game Jam, and more than 300 people have participated. More than 1,000 teams are registered in the eSport competition, and 104 video games have been presented to this Global Game Jam. So we are really very satisfied with this result. It's a nice example of what can do working together. We think is what we should do. In next month, I'm sure we will continue working in similar projects with different cities, trying to improve all this sector in our city.
Gracias, Susana. Thanks for these inputs. And it's, as you said, it's so important, the collaboration. So now is the time going to continue, going a little bit to the north. And now it's a pleasure that Xavier Ochandiano from Bilbao, that is also part of the initiative, can really answer the question that already started the moderator, that is still with some technical issues, Xavier. So now, please, the floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much. Eskerrik asko, let me a few words in the Basque language. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this summit and congratulate the organizing cities for this initiative, especially at a time as difficult as the one we are living. I am delighted to share this space with the Vice President of the European Commission, Dubravka Suica, the Mayor of Heraklion, Vasilis Lambrinos, and the Deputy Mayor of Málaga, Susana Carrillo. Susana, espero poder veros el año que viene presencialmente en Málaga. Bilbao was an industrial city that suffered a big industrial decline in the 80s and reinvented itself. More than 25 projects developed over 35 years have successfully transformed it. Bilbao is a city in a constant transformation, an innovative city in a broad sense, and firmly committed to opening up the future. A city with shared values that progresses without leaving anyone behind. We believe in innovation as a way of doing things, in which support for entrepreneurship is an essential focal point in its development strategy. The key challenge is to facilitate the economic transformation and the smart specialization in the city from a multi-level governance perspective. Thus, Bilbao has identified 3 strategic areas: advanced services to the industry, cultural and creative industries, and digital economy. These 3 areas are in close connections to the strategy priorities of the Basque government. Bilbao is characterized for presenting an active ecosystem of support entrepreneurship, in which public and private collaborators participate. For the last years, the city has worked together with local stakeholders in mapping the economic activity and identifying lines in action for innovation and entrepreneurship. In this strategy, Bilbao City Council, through the public company Bilbao Ekintza, becomes a facilitator for agents involved in entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystems. Well, in order to achieve these objectives set out in their strategies, we definitely think that cities must play the role of connectors to make things happen. Cities should be the process facilitators in which the different agents that make up the ecosystems are involved, and through collaborations between all of them, entrepreneurship and innovation in these areas of specialization and promoted. Very much.
Eskerrik asko, Xavier. Thanks as well. So Bilbao is going to have an important role. So now, as it's important that this first part of this panel is really a bottom-up vision. And now I want that Susana Carillo can do some conclusions, Susana, related to this bottom-up vision, where you and Xavier and also Vasilis are really the bottom, okay? So this is what we want to show, okay, from the local level. So please, Susana.
Well, in our case, if I summarize some sentence from Málaga, I think Málaga has a solid innovative base that positions us in a good place to continue advancing in this line. I think innovation is the base of good strategic planning in our cities. And now, with the arrival of a very bad crisis, we believe this is essential, both then linked to science and technology, as well as social innovation. This is very important. In the municipal incubators and in the National Polo Digital, we care about and take care of entrepreneurs. In almost 3 years of existence, it has supported more than 160 startups. In this municipal space, the projects grew up 18% compared to the previous year. We think we need to continue offer good training and advice in addition to promoting initiatives to attract investment to Málaga. Training is the key to the society in the coming years, which is why we are preparing new training plans focused on the digitization of the different important sectors in the city. We are a smart city and we will continue to invest in innovation. We are going to continue working to consolidate Málaga as a living lab in smart cities technologies and in video game industry. And we think we need to continue working together. We need to share experience. And of course, we need to organize consortium between different cities, different private companies, and of course, always work in the same team.
Thanks, Susana. It's so important that we try to reuse what is already working with the new things. So that's the combination. So again, trying to finish this first part, that is this bottom-up vision coming from this European innovation area. For me, it's so important, Xavier, was your vision again, as I highlight, with some key messages that is so important to be done next year. We believe with this European bottom-up European innovation area. So please.
Well, it's true that for the municipal governments, we are small, but we have important strengths. We are really close to the citizens, and we are facing probably more close to the citizens and to the entrepreneurial ecosystem and the challenges we are facing. That cities can offer many advantages to become the location from the entrepreneurial and innovative activity. For these reasons, more and more cities aspire to become the real entrepreneurial ecosystems. And we need to collaborate, not only in a multi-level governance, but also collateral governance, and to collaborate between cities. This is a highly demanding for cities and their managers in the coming years. Contribute to the transformation of the productive model and the creation of wealth and opportunities in the surrounding environment by becoming facilitators and connectors amongst all the agents involved. Thank you.
Gracias, Xavier. Many thanks for these inputs. So as you see, we are going to work very hard to create this collaboration. We can be accelerated because pandemic is not going to stop and we need to be more than ready. So now, Dimitar, our Young leader, we really apologize for the technical issues. You are the moderator of this season, but the good thing is that this is only the first part. So we are going to have a second part. So please.
Thank you to Javier, Vasilis, and Susana. And I want to add something. I truly believe the young will be the leaders of tomorrow, and we need to encourage and support them to grow and develop. That is the vision that is put on the Global Startup City Initiative.
Fantastic. And as we highlighted, you are now going to continue moderating after with a top-down vision, because we'll be with us. We have the pleasure of Vice President Dubravka Suica of Democracy and Demography. So now we'll continue as well, Xavier and Susana, and we are going to try that the discussion is really more pragmatic. How is the connection between Europe and the local level that was highlighted now by the previous speakers. So Dimitar, I wish you now technical issues, cross fingers, okay? That all is going fine. So yes, so the idea is that now what we have in front is that young entrepreneurs, we want that can be the connectors that was mentioned by some of the speakers. So we need really that now in the next discussion, people that are watching us understand why young entrepreneurs can be really the game changers, okay? And we are going to also have an important communication with this global EU campaign for the Rural 5.0 strategy. So now it's so important that we connect all this and people understand why is the young entrepreneurs absolutely critical, okay? I don't know, Dimitar, do you think, how is the feeling? Because you are now in Varna, okay? How is the feeling now with the situation, with the pandemic, okay? And how is now the young entrepreneurs there? I would like to know.
Yeah, the question is good because now we are in the beginning of the second lockdown here, 2 days. And I see somebody see the problems, another see the opportunity. I believe that the young and innovators are the persons and people that can change the situation in the better way. That is my opinion here, and I really believe that each innovators and young people will catch this opportunity to make some good products and startups because they will have enough time to develop them.
Yes, that's right. I think this is what we want, and I think it's the right moment because people can see now that you as the leader for JAM, you have an important action for the implementation, that is the startup villages that, as you know very well, was mentioned by Commissioner. So please, I would like to know what is your really action, main action now with the startup villages in the coming months?
Arturo, I want to explain a few of the things. You know that the startup village is one of the main action in that strategy. But I want to tell you something about the global market, the Erasmus program, and everything that we do in this direction. And you know that our main goal is to connect each innovators and entrepreneurs from it doesn't matter from where they are in cities, in villages, and in urban areas, and to inclusive growth with young people and innovation for rural and remote areas. That is the thing that we will do. Okay?
Yes. So I think now, as you know very well, we are going to have a special moment in the summit. The one was so important, and the most important is the official opening with the historic launching of the bottom-up European Innovation Area by Commissioner Gabriel, our fantastic leader from many years, and also our honorific Global Startup Cities Ambassador. And now, in the coming minutes at 5 Brussels time, we are going to launch the Global EU Campaign Rural 5.0 strategy. So Dimitar, I would like to explain what is this campaign. This campaign is really to change the mentality of the, we can say, in general, all people that is thinking that a young entrepreneur, an innovator, you know, a startup, an SMEs, is something that has less opportunities if you are in a different place than an urban area. And this is what the initiative wants to change. So the first thing to change is the mentality. So that's why now a vice president is going to launch this campaign, because it's going to be, as is in the title, global EU level, where all the, we can say, ecosystems, you know, or supporters that really are thinking that rural, remote areas are really good places, not only because now, Dimitar, as you know, with the pandemic, since that all people of the big cities are running, you know, going outside because they say, oh, we have good quality of life for our kids, family. But this is, as you know very well, we were already preparing this strategy before the pandemic. And this is what was highlighted by Commissioner Gabriel and also Vice President Suica was in the R&D days 2 months ago, highlighting already the results, small ones, but already some important results with the startup villages concept, that at the end is the same concept that the startup cities. So this is what now we want to start. As we said from the beginning, this initiative is pragmatic results. We are not creating any bubble. So this startup villages is really an important pillar of this global EU campaign, global strategy campaign, Rural 5.0 strategy. So I would like now in the next minutes to explain a little bit before Vice President do the official launching, why is Rural 5.0? So rural for us it not means rural, that's the first thing, because in reality is R of, yes, rural, but connected with the urban. So it's RU of rural urban, where the startup villages led by Dimitar are going to do different pilots all over Europe with a very concrete results that we are looking for, that entrepreneurs coming from any place can put startups, okay? They can really go to these places and we can create an ecosystem, not only in these startup villages, because the concept is one startup village is 3 villages. So from the beginning, we are creating the collaboration that was mentioned in this first part of the discussion. But moreover, we are trying to connect different startup villages now in Europe, and in 2022, the idea is to connect outside Europe. And again, this is really what is the R and U, okay, in the title. After, we have the resources that is so important that in each place, in each rural, remote area, is unique. So always we have to find something different, and this is what we are going to work to find some strategic places where we can really add an important piece for us, that is the research. So the research always can really change, you know, the expectations that we are looking for in these places. So this is the second R in the title. And after, an important issue for us is the question of elders, you know, aging, okay? So Europe is a continent where we have a big problem with this situation. With the pandemic, it's clear, you know, that sadly, you know, the elder people is now suffering, you know, the virus. So we need to change the strategy. We need to change that in the big cities. There are many people that can really be places in other areas that should be this rural, where they need just a good really infrastructure, okay, where they can really families, so people that is working around, they can really enjoy that are working, and also their families, the elder people are around them. So this is one of the strategy. And finally, we are looking at the leadership that we are going to show with the campaign that is all going to be officially launched by Vice President, that we need a concrete milestone. And this is really the green jobs that we are looking for, that these startup villages can be really a good accelerator for creating these new opportunities in the coming years. And finally, for us, the 5.0 is really what is related to the connection. And we want to finish with something that is so important. We need to interconnect the next milestone. And the next milestone is the Conference of the Future of Europe, where Vice President Dubravka-Šuica, that I have the pleasure to join this fantastic summit, and after the discussion, is the leader for the coming year. So, Vice President, 10 months ago, we met here in Spain, in Villahoz. It was a fantastic visit. And now, as you see, things are moving, are more concrete. So I'm more than happy that you are here to show the leadership, the commitment of the European Commission. So please, the floor is yours. And again, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to meet you again here and that things are moving. It is a real pleasure to join you today. These COVID-19 times, we can still see the power of people to connect, to exchange ideas, and to support each other. This reflects the key characteristics of the launch of the global EU campaign for Rural 5.0 strategy. What a wonderful occasion for creativity and innovation in our European Union through the lenses of our rural areas. How important this initiative is for connecting and for all relevant partners with each other across European Union and indeed around the world. You met my friend and colleague earlier today, Commissioner Maria Gabriel. As you know, we work closely together to lend our support to those making our vision of rural areas a reality. The smart villages, the startup villages, which help put us on track for European Innovation Area for 2021. One of the lessons we have learned from COVID-19 pandemic is that it does not matter where you live anymore. You can work from anywhere if that city, town, or village offers you the basic services and connectivity you need. For those living in rural areas and remote areas, and young people especially, this connectivity is a path out of isolation towards education and wider opportunities. It opens doors into their future. This is a key feature of the Global EU campaign and its strategy. The Global EU Rural 5.0 campaign aims to inform citizens about the challenges of rural areas and demonstrate that progress is possible if we know where to look. The initiative is linked to the Commission's upcoming long-term vision for rural areas, not least due to valuable contributions from the Global Startup Cities Initiative of Spain. The ambitions of your campaign resonate very strongly with us and our work on. I want to outline the importance of addressing demographic change, which is key to building a fairer and more resilient society. The long-term vision is designed to rural Europe deal with issues such as depopulation, connectivity or disconnectivity, economic development, and limited access to services. I encourage all of you to contribute to the ongoing public consultation in this regard. All stakeholders and citizens can put forward their views on the role and future of rural areas. All details are online, and this public consultation is open until 30th of November. So you have one more week to go. I speak directly to you, to young entrepreneurs and innovators. We want you to be at the core of our vision because we need creative ideas and pragmatic solutions to address the challenges and opportunities faced by rural areas that aspire to have a vibrant future. After the public consultation, we organize several events, including a stakeholder conference, because we want those most closely involved with these issues to play a part in how they are addressed. We will adopt a long-term vision by the middle of 2021. In June, we suppose, it will present a clear view on what kind of rural areas we want to have 2040. First of all, we want rural areas to remain rural, to maintain their unique character. The vision will be concrete and operational. We want to unlock the potential of the rural areas. It should pay particular attention to young people and, of course, gender dimension. This is important because many people in rural areas felt or feel at the moment left behind, and this is not acceptable in a democratic Europe that should respond to the needs of all its people. Knowing the aspirations and concerns of citizens, communities, and stakeholders is key to a successful and shared long-term vision. So let's work together to make this campaign a success and achieve our shared goal of a brighter vision for the future of rural areas. If R is for resources in this campaign, then we must look at the economy of rural areas, especially remote rural areas which depend so much on primary and manufacturing activities related to the resource base of the region. Agriculture is, of course, a key component in this, but we need to go beyond farming. A key resource is, of course, our young entrepreneurs, and here we need the private sector to get involved. Companies can work closely with these young entrepreneurs on creating added value for rural areas. This is vital when we think about rural connectivity. Not all rural communities have the same levels of connectivity as urban areas. The Commission recognizes this and has launched a number of actions to improve access to broadband in rural communities. But let's be clear. The private sector is the main investor in broadband infrastructure and will carry out the bulk of investments required for the rollout of new networks, so we can call on them to collaborate with the local entrepreneurs and innovators. And if A stands for aging, then this campaign supports the work of the Commission because addressing demographic change is key to building a fairer, more resilient society. Our recent report on the impacts of demographic change showed a trend. Europe is aging. Older people make up a growing part of our economy. The contribution of the European silver economy to GDP is projected to reach 6.4 trillion and 88 million jobs by 2025. It is creating innovative business, growth, and jobs. Here we see an opportunity for intergenerational solidarity. Young entrepreneurs can analyze the needs of older people and help provide technological and practical solutions to serve their needs. This is an opportunity, and I invite you to harness. In early 2021, we will present a green paper on aging, which will take a life cycle approach at issues like social protection systems, intergenerational solidarity, care sector, and impacts on the labor market. Pensions, long-term care, and healthy and active aging will be discussed in this green paper on aging. If L is for leadership, then the European Union can also lead the way in providing a space to listen to the needs of young entrepreneurs. As Vice President for Democracy and Demography, I'm also responsible for the Conference on the Future of Europe. I want this deliberative democracy exercise to provide a space for entrepreneurs and innovators to self-organize, to come together in events and make their voice heard, all under the umbrella of the conference. I invite you to engage directly with us in the European through the conference, and I invite you to do it in this way. You can lead in bringing local ideas to the European level through your feedback and using our online multilingual digital platform. We expect to launch the conference very soon, so watch the space. To conclude, let me tell you a story. Before COVID-19 stopped me, I was on a listening tour of the European Union, visiting not only capital cities or rural areas. I have seen how the young and the elderly are the drivers of innovation in the green and digital transition. With the right support and the help of digital and green transformation, rural communities can act. I know this because I have seen this in action. I think of the Spanish village of Villajoz that has seen a steep decline in its population, especially in young people. But Villajoz takes another approach and has become a start-up village, strengthening digital connectivity and creating innovative ecosystems. Villajoz looks to the future and welcomes its entrepreneurs and innovators. We are thinking of them in our work on the Conference on the Future of Europe and in our work on demography. This shows what can be achieved in rural areas through connectivity and innovation, and of course through solidarity. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have an opportunity here to nurture the heart of the European Union by connecting with each other in our vision of the future to build that future together. Startups, startup villages, entrepreneurs and innovators, and of course SMEs and educators now have their own innovative tool as the basis of their projects and initiatives. I admire the enthusiasm, vision and energy behind this global EU campaign for Rural 5.0 strategy, and I will follow its progress closely. And I wish you the very best in your ambitions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is a pleasure that the Vice President of Democracy and Demography at the European Commission, Dubravka Šuica, is here with us to discuss this very important topic for young innovators and entrepreneurs. In the first part, we have discussed the bottom-up approach, and it is a time for the participants to share their thoughts about the top-down approach. Vice President Šuica, what are the urgent needs after a pandemic for the young entrepreneur in Europe, and how can the top-down vision of the European innovation area can accelerate and fill these needs?
The question you asked is linked to what I mentioned in my speech. I would say that pandemic has shown how young entrepreneurs do not have to live or work in one particular. They can in fact work anywhere they choose. When we think about this, we think of the necessity of making the rural towns, villages, and regions more attractive for those people and their innovative, creative approach to business and life. Secondly, we need to think about investment. We should invest in safe cities and rural areas. Safe areas nowadays that offer accessible services such as transport, health, education, training in all corners of the European Union, including remote rural areas. This means that we need to get closer to people and adapt our recommendations to the level of territories and cities where people live and work. Going local also means aiming for positive lower effects between urban and rural areas. This will only be possible if we look at the third point, which is enabling people to successfully reconcile work and private life, and this means addressing issues like childcare, work, and retirement. Crucially, we need to provide incentives for people to upskill and reskill throughout their entire lives. This is lifelong learning. So they can access the opportunities available on the labor market, so they can stay longer in employment if they wish under more flexible conditions. So the European innovation area has the potential to work on all these ideas, and it is well placed to address these needs.
Thank you once again. It is an honor to have you in this panel, and now I would like to invite the mayor of Heraklion, Mr. Lambrinus, to answer the same question, if he is here.
Once again, Vasilis Lambrinos is not here, but I will be. I am Sisamagis. You're was the vice mayor on behalf of the mayor. I'm very glad with the Vice President of the European Commission. It was really helpful and to the point. And he said about the main characteristic was that with the pandemic, everyone can everywhere works everywhere he wants, and everywhere they feel creative. So that's the main point for the pandemic. Everything is seen under the prism of pandemic. So I think that the young entrepreneurs, the urgent needs for the young entrepreneurs will be in shortly. They want to have the opportunity. Firstly, to receive some fundings, grants or loans for their innovation and their businesses and their startups. Also important is to have the accessibility to training courses and accelerate their startups in this field. Also, they want to have the support for mentoring and consulting, and the municipalities and the municipality of Heraklion has the Demoscopio, which is which is a great action of the municipality of Heraklion for the young entrepreneurs in terms of mentoring, consulting, doing their business plans, accelerator, and incubator, of course. Also, they want to be involved in an ecosystem which will give them the opportunity to network with the other young entrepreneurs. And of course, they want to receive support in co-working spaces for their first steps of business and entrepreneurship, and this is helpful for them. It was really glad to be here with you. All the things we hear was really helpful for us, and we will be next to the young entrepreneurs with our powers. Thank you, Arturo. Thank you, Dimitri.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you. Javier, what is your opinion from a top-down approach on the same topic and the same question?
Well, thank you, Dimitri. Thank you, Arturo. And of course, thank you to the Vice President. Well, it's obvious that we are facing a new scenario and with a new stage full of economic and social challenges. In this regard, this initiative should accompany entrepreneurs and innovators in order to address the difficulties we are facing in the coming years. We have new needs that require a new perspective, and the European innovation area should be able to help regarding issues as identify new market opportunities based on new consumption models derived from the pandemic, how to ensure workers' safety, review business models, and how to deal with digitalization. On the other hand, small businesses are particularly vulnerable, with their typically sized margins. Unless they get support, they are likely to be wiped out. And yet, these businesses playing a role in local economies, creating jobs and providing basic needs, products and services. They are critical to the long recovery ahead. In this regard, the role of this pioneer European innovation area could focus on the next necessity: how to help to open markets, identify business opportunities jointly between all the cities in the network, design training opportunities to reskilling after the pandemic, find opportunities for collaboration with the other cities and areas, promote innovative public procurement procedures in which startups can have place. This is very important. make young entrepreneurs visible and drivers of opportunity, and at last, facilitate the connection between driving companies and startups. Thank you very much, Dimitri.
Thank you, Javier. And lastly, let's hear what Susanna will say about the top-down vision. Susanna, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Dimitri, and thank you, Vice President Duran Casuica. It has been a really pleasure to listen your speech. I like it very much. One sentence our Vice President have repeated. We are in a difficult moment, the pandemic, but it is a great opportunity for entrepreneurs. It's an opportunity. I think this word is really the objective, no? It's the opportunity for entrepreneurs, it's the opportunity for digitization, and it's time to start new businesses in local economics. Málaga, a European city, is committed to the need for employment, innovation, and digitization. We are working in this moment on preparing different projects to get European funds related with efficiency, renewable energy, sustainable mobility, digitization, and of course, on training. Our main objectives in this moment are focused in training. For example, from the area that I coordinate in the Malaga City Council, we work with different intermediate organizations that manage European funds, such as EOI, Action Against Hunger, ONCE Foundation, and Inside Foundation of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce. And for example, we have just signed an agreement in the collaboration with the EOI that will allocate 4 million euros to training for unemployment young and entrepreneurs in a post-COVID technological training and an employment plan 2020-2023. In this plan is made up of 5 training, co-working, and digital transformation agreements, where more than 1,800 companies and students will benefit from more or less 83 courses. The retail, trade, tourism, and culture sector affected by the economic crisis derived from COVID will be focus of these training actions. In Málaga, with the National Polo Digital, we are trying to demonstrate that we can help to this economic sector. We can improve the video game industry, programming, 3D animation, virtual reality, and smart technologies if we help them, training them. No, we think it's really important how we can use this fund to improve all the possibilities that they can obtain if they have more preparation in all these areas. Young people must be trained adequately to provide them with the skills that tomorrow's job will require, particularly in the technology and digital content sector. In Málaga, it's very important the relationship between the city and the surrounding rural areas. We are really near. And it's true that Spain cities do not have enough skill or money, but we can share experience and take advantage of synergies. We have to take advantage of the potential of rural areas as a solution of city problems. And we have to use technology as a vehicle to do that. And of course, our focus is always in young people. We have to take advantage of the best that rural areas can offer us. At this time of the pandemic, rural areas are perfect for living, perfect for working. And if you had good communication and good information and communication technologies there, you just need to work. This is our opinion.
Thank you, Susanna. Now is the time for the final words. You are Susanna? The final words about our panel, something to add, something to share with us? Yes.
Well, in our case, what we're trying to do, as I said you before, is to organize different European projects coordinating with different cities and different private companies. We think it's really important to participate in consortium with these private companies, with universities and innovation centers to training entrepreneurs, to test the latest technologies. This allows to install these technologies in the city, and companies can come to our city. Decentralization is important so that the city decide of its future and can decide on the phone. Training as the basis of everything, but for young people and from young people, no? For young and from young people. Entrepreneurship as an engine of development, generate direct support instrument. We need to give young people the space that they had before the pandemic.
Thank you, Javier.
And yes, only to finish, I would like to say that Malaga is open to all of you, that we are open to prepare projects with you, and of course we invite to all of you to test your technology here or to organize different projects with the companies and entrepreneur companies that we have here. And of course, I would like to see all of you in the next summit in Malaga if it's possible.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Susana. We hope and we guess we see you in Malaga. I completely agree with Susana, so I am trying to not to repeat the same sentences. I know that Malaga is working really hard in the last years and they are doing a really great job. So congratulations, Susana, and the rest of the team. I will remark the idea of collaboration between cities and to take this opportunity on this network to work together, considering the internal strengths that each city has from its own perspective, but open to the network. So, and it's important to work not for the young entrepreneurs, but with the young entrepreneurs. So, in my case, that's all. I will really like to thank all of you to make this possible. I know that this is not very easy to do, and you are working really hard. Congratulations, and we hope to see you in Malaga next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Some conclusion of the super team of the Vice Mayor of Heraklion.
Can you hear us? Hello. It was a great time. It was really helpful. The Vice President told us all these things. Congratulations for the great summit. A lot of countries, Malaga, and you are Dimitri. Where are you exactly? In which place? In which? From Bulgaria. Which Varna? Varna is a great place as well. Malaga, Varna, and Heraklion. And hope to see you next year after the pandemic to taste and have a great time in Heraklion and Crete.
Thank you. Thank you. The Vice President.
Thank you. What I heard. Okay, thank you very much. It was a very fruitful afternoon. What I heard from Vice Mayor of Heraklion, then from Xavier and Susana from Malaga was really interesting and inspiring. And I can agree that innovation and digitalization are the most important issues nowadays. So of course I understood that the problem is with funding, but there are a lot of funds within the European Union which can be used from Horizon 2020 to EIT Food, then to Digital Europe program. Yeah, I can understand what you are talking. As a former mayor of Dubrovnik, I really understand the importance of knowing the needs of people on the ground, really listening to them to help provide policy solutions to the issues on the ground. This takes time and cooperation with many partners. To do this well, we need to work together, as you know. I'm inspired once again what I have heard from all of you today. It has been a pleasure for me to launch the global EU to launch the global EU campaign for Rural 5.0 strategy. In my opinion, it is just the beginning. Today we are launching this in Europe, and I know you will also be taking this campaign global. This is the beginning of an exciting journey that can take us into a future based on innovation and entrepreneurship. Innovation, as I said, is of high importance for any type of geographical area or region, rural or not. Innovation is the key source of competitive advantage, a multiplier of economic activity, employment, and of course, development. In particular, the support to learning and innovation process in rural areas is a key to tackling the challenges affecting those areas. Dear friends, dear ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to the tangible outcomes of today's launch in the years ahead. Thank you very much and all the best.
Habala Dubraska, many thanks, Vice President. As you said, we are just starting. And as you know from the official opening, we are a big team. So European Commission is absolutely all together with this initiative. So now we have a new baby, that is this global EU campaign, Rural 5.0 strategy. Sometimes it's complex to say, but at the end it's so simple. It's what you said. We need to be very pragmatic. So thanks again. We are going to work very closely in the following months with different milestones that we have already. So thanks, and again, I hope this is a good kickoff with this campaign. So thank you, Vice President.
Thank you and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Thank you, Dimitar, Arturo, for this wonderful debate and moderation. Thank you, Dimitar, very much for this wonderful moderation.
Thank you too.
See you in Málaga next year.
See you in Málaga.
Bye. When it is 5:30 right now, we are going to start the last session of this Startup City Summit 2020. Thanks for participating in this last session. Now it is time to finally know the winners of the gaming show. Let me introduce you again to Francisco Salas, who was with us this morning, coordinator of the Gaming Jam led by Startup City Málaga. Welcome back, Francisco. How are you?
Hello.
You are going to present the winner of the Gaming Jam Category 1, Best Original Art.
Yes. Well,
we're ready to hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So we are in the Best Original Art Award. As you know, €1,000 prize. And it has been a very, very difficult election because we have some difficulties here. We have a very special mention from the jury to the game Happy Happy Land by Nutzel & Co. But the winner of the Best Original Art category in the Game Jam is the game Apnea by Sleepy Raccoon.
Hi everybody, my name is Mariana Orihuela and I'm a member of the team Sleepy Raccoon. I'm here to present you our game Apnea. Yeah, we have developed a game for this game jam, but firstly I would like you to introduce to our team. First, we have the art girls, which are Marina and Isabel. Then we have the programmer boys, who are Carlos and Mike. And then we have the other Miguel and me, who are the lead designers of this game. creatures like the diver and the fish have to collaborate to get out from the cave, because for example the diver can protect the fish from the kraken, but the kraken maybe can push some objects or get through really tiny places that the diver can, so they have to collaborate to get out from the cave. And that's how we interpreted it, like the win-win situation, because without the help from the other they cannot get out from there. Doing this game in only 2 days was really challenging, because the design team, we had to think about the level design and how the puzzles were going to be made, while the programming team had to implement those puzzles, and the art team like really did a great job. If you see all the artwork, it's amazing. And I think that slowly we started to work on the same direction, and finally I think that we did a really great job. And if you want to try the game, we are really looking forward to hearing what you think about it. Leave it in the comments in the itch.io game page. Good luck everybody, and it was amazing like having this jam with you.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation. Congratulations, Apnea. Now it is the turn for Gil Backspeller. Gil, you have been here all day with us. Thank you very much. You're going to announce the winner of the Gaming Jam in the category 2, Best Gameplay.
Thank you very much, and it has been a pleasure all day. I'm honored to name the winner. So in the category Best Gameplay, the video game developed Volcano Snack, developed by Just Cam and Clockmaker. So I hope I pronounced everything right. Big congrats, great achievement, and thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Cameron, and in this jam I did the art, code and design for Volcano Snack.
Hello, my name is Clockmaker. I made the music from Volcano Snake with Just Cam. I also made the sound effects on my logiciel called FL Studio.
A snake and a volcano meet under unusual circumstances and need to work together in a mutually beneficial relationship. The volcano wishes to erupt, and the snake simply wants to escape. By bonking their head on the wall, the snake can raise the lava level. If the lava reaches the top of the volcano, then the snake can escape and the volcano can erupt. The volcano can also help the snake unlock extra abilities, which results in a steadily increasing number of player options. I wanted to experiment with a new art style, so I decided to create a diagonal pixelation shader. This posed a surprising number of challenges, as the detail and shapes of objects were lost. The detail that was kept was not consistent, which made it impossible to use sprites. I instead opted to use particles, line renderers, and simple shapes as the base, before applying the pixelation shader.
Hey, to make the music, I began with those drums, which are pretty organic, very acoustic, with a reverb to fill the space of a grotto, for example. And then I came with this, with some mallet sounds, who are sounding pretty adventurous, I think. Then I wanted the player to feel the warmth of the place, so I did this warm pad synth.
Accessibility was a major consideration in the design of the game. The lava covers up previously visited areas, limiting the scope of puzzles to the current area and focusing the player on a smaller set of options. The game also has a simple control scheme, requiring only WASD and backspace key. Gamepads are also supported, in which case only a joystick and the B button are necessary. The game does not include any timers, and each player is free to play the game at their own pace. UI elements have a different style to the rest of the game for legibility, with a capitalized font selected to provide style without sacrificing readability. The alternate style also allowed for some story to be delivered through an opening cutscene. The game was made in 48 hours from scratch in Unity. We hope you enjoy playing it as much as we enjoyed making it. Thank you.
Thank you guys for so much creativity in that game, and congratulations. Francisco Salas is back and ready to announce the next winner of the Gaming Jam in the category 3 Best Inclusivity. Hello, Francisco.
Yes. Hello. Thank you, Lucia. Yes, we have had 2 out of the 4 categories. And I want to point out the words of the last video. Video games in 48 hours. Amazing. And now, the winner of the Best Inclusivity category is for the video game Tiny Town by Subatic.
Hi, I'm Subatic. So you're not gonna see me until the end of the presentation. Just a disclaimer, I'm not really able to do the picture-in-picture mode on my system. So yeah, sorry about that. Enjoy the presentation. Okay, so hello whoever is watching this. This is my presentation for the game I made for the Jam. It's called Tiny Town. It's a simple puzzle game about 4 characters in a small town trying to do their business while being mindful of social distancing. Yeah, thing that inspired me is this year. We need to be mindful on the streets while approaching other people, and I thought what might be fun about this. Actually nothing, but if we made it into a game, we can have fun with it. So yeah, about win-win situation. If every citizen in a game gets to their targets safely, then it's a win-win for every citizen. So for citizens, it's a win-win-win-win. Okay, so during the development, I tried to make focus on the characters. I think it's my strongest skill is a character design, though it's for you to judge. So first of all, I designed characters after I had some gameplay idea, and I based everything else on that. And I tried to make every character unique and to have a backstory in their appearance. So during the game, player controls all of the characters, not simultaneously, but at some time. So as soon as one character reaches the goal, then you switch to another character and reach another goal. But the previous character repeats everything that you did. So that really brought fun into the this game. It wasn't be able to reach that amount of fun if I had only one player evading all of the other characters. So player plays against herself. So everything, all of the art in the game I created myself during these 46 hours, and here's the information about me if you're interested. And now let's see some of the gameplay. So let's start. You can choose one of 3 levels. So, as I said, every character has a name, story behind it. I maybe did not show it pretty well narratively, but visually I'm proud of how it's worked out. So yeah, as you can see, characters repeat everything you did with them, and you play basically against yourself. So if I approach someone, yeah, so Jane is probably sick. We may never know, but it may be so. Yeah, so the game design I think has potential. If I had more time and made more levels, maybe it would shine more, but I like it right now. So yeah, levels get more tricky. They have more routes to choose from, and you really need to think about where to go, remember who goes where, to navigate around them. So yeah, I think I chose wrong tactic, so I will not spoil that to you. So I think that's it with the gameplay. So the last thing I wanted to say is thank you to everyone who made this jam happen. This was a really great 48 hours, and I think that's the best jam that I've seen in my experience. I don't know, maybe that's a normal, but you really did a great job. Thank you again. Enjoy my game, and bye, and good night to me.
Thank you. He said it was the best jam, no? He has ever attended. That's great. Congratulations. Let's go back to Gil, who is going to announce the 2 last winners of the day. The first winner, Gaming Jam, in the category 4, Best Game. Hello, Gil.
Thank you. Okay, so I do both of them just after.
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
I believe so.
Okay, so the best game, or the category best game, which I think is thereby then the sort of absolute winner, developed a game called Happy Happy Land. So maybe only by the name he deserves to win. Great name, and the winner is called Knutselko. So really a big congrats. We just heard it was an awesome game jam, maybe one of the best ever done. So a big congratulations from me. And finally, as you guys know, we had the final of the esports competition today. And I would like to announce the winner too. It was a close game. It was a best of 5 match in FIFA. And the winner actually won by 3-2. So it was a close game, great commentators. And I would like to give my big congrats to Mitch from the UK. And I've seen some of the matches and it was amazing. Thank you very, very much for participating.
Hello, this is Kokris. I am from Argentina and I made the art for Happy Happy Land. My friend Guy, who is in the Netherlands, and I decided to recreate the concept of living in a divided world and looking for creative solutions where everybody can be happy. So we came up with a couple of situations where you have to interact with the environment like in a point-and-click game, trying to make all the parts involved have a happy or good outcome. I made the sprites with plasticine and paper. I can show you some here. This is a little Vespa and the trophy, and here are some flowers and pizza and stuff. I'm just finishing this curtain that I made with paper. I'm charging my camera so I can finish the photo shoot of this one. And well, that's it. We did our best this weekend and I hope you enjoy our little game. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We don't have the video of the esports winner that Guy was saying that it was a guy from the UK, but he already announced the winner. So thank you very much and congratulations to all the winners and all the participants. And now we close this competition and move on to the final conclusion of the summit. We get to the end of this journey. Many thanks to all the people who have participated and made possible this meeting, this free, unique summit in which so many issues have been highlighted and so many conclusions drawn. We're going to talk with Arturo to get to the final conclusions. Well, Arturo, I think our goal is fulfilled. I would like to say I've learned very much in this day. That has been like 10 days with this intense content. So many people, so many connections between cities and people and innovators and a lot of creativity, a lot of things to do and motivations to do these things. I think now I have a very different vision of what innovation can be and entrepreneurship can be. And of course, we already know the startup city concept, which is very clear, and you made it very, very clear. So we're going to move on to the conclusions of the summit. Do you want to highlight some aspects that happened during the day before you give the conclusions?
Yeah, well, first, Lucia, to thank really that in your case, as a personal feedback, that you feel that you understand much better what we are trying to say. That's, for me, a good something very honestly close, no? Now that is happening. So this is what we are trying to do. As we said, during the whole day, for me, the most relevant thing, before going more specific to the conclusions, is that all people now, depending on the needs and on the urgencies that it was highlighted and we saw with different situations that we were handling during the day, is that the mindset is changing. The same as now you realize that now innovation is something that people understand that without this, we don't have nothing to do. So this is for me the most important thing, that during the day we saw different situations where this is something tangible, you know. So for me, again, really thanks for your fantastic all hostess, you know, of many seasons, as you said. But the idea was to be very intensive because, as I am going to explain in the next minutes, every summit is going to be unique. So next year is absolutely going to be totally different. This is what is why unique, okay? So thanks, Lucia.
Thank you. And well, thank you. And I would just say that we would love to have you here in the next summit that it will happen here in Malaga in 2021. Thank you for the opportunity to host and present this extraordinary event. And thank you to all the team that you cannot see, but it's behind the cameras, and it's doing this unbelievable and wonderful job to bring us this summit. Thank you very much, Arturo, for having the idea and for coordinating and for organizing and for connecting all these people from everywhere. I wish you the best luck, and I hope we still connect now that we are sharing all these interesting ideas. I hope you stay connected, and we'll see each other very soon again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucia. Thank you so much. And as you said, we have some surprises, because Lucia mentioned that we don't see what is happening back, all this. But I have, this is why we have conclusions, and also we are going to launch the open call for 2022. So I think now is the time to be very more pragmatic, as we promises. We are a little bit before, you know, the starting of the real conclusion. That's why I want to explain a little bit more what we are expecting, okay, for the coming months before going directly to the conclusions of the summit. Before the conclusions, I would like to highlight that this summit is based on the activities that the initiative is already going to start in January. So these activities you can see in the website that we have in globalstartupcities.eu, and you can find, again, different activities for our 4 main priorities. As was very clear in the plenary and in the program, is market, jam, women, and talent. This is, for us, so important. So all what you are seeing, we have already pragmatic activities that we are looking for, that these startup cities and newcomers, new ones, are really going to join in this effort. So now I think it's so important to understand now, we have now the impact that we can really, for us, is facts. You know, it's something that I would like to explain. First, this image, okay, that we can see different runners. For us, it's like a marathon. That's the example. So it's people, runners, really close to the finish line, that instead of the finish line is the market. So for us, as we highlighted, innovation is not anything. It's the one that really the market is penetrating, so it's solving real problems. And this is what we want to highlight with this historic moment that happened in the morning with the official launching of the Commissioner Gabriel with the bottom-up European Innovation Area. So as you can see in the figure, we have different runners, and these runners are ones that are a little bit not together, okay? And we decide to put just 4 type of runners. The first one is the student, what we call a student, that you can see should be the red one, red, yellow one, that is related more with the academic, okay? With all the issues of university, but in this moment of your period, okay? So young people, but really they are not in the market already working. So after we highlighted the researchers, as you can see in the last figure, is the ones that seems to be like they finished the university, okay? So for are the researchers. So students, researchers. And after we have, as you can imagine, the 2 most important roles that for us is the entrepreneurs, that you can see in the figure, that they have this already, we can say business, yeah, business suitcase, where is going to show for us the startups, the SMEs, okay? And finally, we have the innovators, that is the bulb, you know, the idea, okay? And this is what we want to explain, because the most simple is to understand that nowadays what is happening is the first part. So all are not together, all are not going to cross the line because are not well connected as a whole innovation value chain. And this is what now the bottom-up European Innovation Area, already in January, is going to start creating this connection, okay? So at the end, this is what is already happening with this bottom-up. We are going to create a database of the top 100 entrepreneurs and innovators all over Europe and more than Europe, because it's going to be associated countries to Horizon Europe, that is the most important program of European Commission for all the member states and associated countries. So at the end, we are going to have around 5,000 entrepreneurs and innovators every year. These 5,000 entrepreneurs are for us in the image, these ones that are crossing the finish line all together, okay? Because what is happening now is that some of these runners, they don't cross the market. And this is very bad news for Europe and also for the innovation. And the reason is because innovation is happening in some way that is not adding value for the market. So in reality, we have innovation. We have innovators, but there is not translated in really startups that can grow and can really attract these out-of-the-box products and services. That's so important that I'm very happy that with this simple figure, we explain what we are looking for with this summit and with the coming ones, okay? And as I mentioned, now I wanted to highlight what happened already in this summit, in this fully virtual summit, our first one. For us, is going to be forever the day that was announced officially by Commissioner Gabriel, by our honorific Global Startup Cities ambassador, that the bottom-up European innovation area impulsed by startup cities, by innovation ecosystems at local level, that's the key word, at local level, is also with rural areas, remote areas, are absolutely aligned, connected with the regional level, national level, and of course, European and global level. This is the most important thing, okay? So this is what we want to highlight. For us, is the most important result of today, okay? So, so the important thing here now is this historic bottom-up. Now we need to show some specific figures that, as you can see, is based, first thing, we have 11 proactive startup cities. That now is our first wave, and I can really say that it's absolutely open to newcomers in Europe and outside. And I will explain a little bit later about this. The important thing here now is that we have 6 million, yes, 6 inhabitants that already are part of this proactive acceleration. And I would like to explain why we include this figure. So for example, Cologne has 1 million inhabitants. Between 18 to 50 years old, we have around the 50% of the population, so around 500,000 inhabitants. From this figure, finally, more or less, really, we have 100,000, what we can say, as is mentioned in the figure, can be entrepreneurs and also innovators, okay? So from this figure, finally, we need to simplify just in 1,000, only 1,000 entrepreneurs and innovators that really are ready to take advantage of this bottom-up European innovation area. So if we do this, this is what we want now to increase. So that's, for me, so important. Any citizen that is now part of all this list of co-organizers, and if you go to the map of globalstartupcities.eu, you can see that there are more startup cities, there are more startup villages, but now we are looking that, again, they can be more proactive, so we can really this figure of 6 million inhabitants to increase in the coming months. That's so important. So now I would like, I mentioned more figures, that the first surprise that I have, that I would like that people can see the making of, okay, that we have with all the great team, the solidarity that I have to highlight from Startup City Málaga, that is one more co-organizer in this first summit 2020. So next year will be the host city with more other co-organizers, but this year was really absolutely critical for all the coordination of the platform, for the summit, all the organization, as you can see, to do an online summit. So I think is the moment, teammates, that you can put different pictures of the making of. So please go these pictures. So as you see, this is some part of the team. I can highlight some names, and there are much more, but it's just a representative of the whole team. I would like to highlight the great work of Nuria and Maria, that all of the speakers and all the market rooms, they know very well for at least the coming months, because they were already close in the last weeks, working a lot, that everything was as much as possible perfect. I would like to highlight as well Ignacio, from all the technical staff, really doing this fantastic and difficult situation of having this continuous online plenary that, as you see, was with some technical issues, but was part what we already know as a high risk. So again, thank you as well, for example, to Miguel, our battery officer, and Pablo. So all the team has an important role, and of course, for example, Colón, that is very close to me, that is the person that is helping me with any urgency as well. So as you see, this is what we want to highlight, that anyone is not outside what we are doing. If we are not a big team, we cannot show these results. So if it's possible, I would like that the figure and the picture can be again visible for all the people, because I want to just to highlight the final figures before we are going to launch the open call for 2022. So for me, some of the last figures that I want to highlight is the question of the gaming. For me, it was a surprise. The gaming really is something that was unexpected. I think was highlighted by all the people involved, all the startup cities involved, that really is something that were not expected, that from all over the world, they are going to join to create a game. This is what happened. And just in 48 hours, last weekend. So this is what we are looking for. Something that before was impossible, now is possible. And the reason is because we are always trying to find that everything is there. I explain, and I hope, and I would like to highlight that during the day, the innovation that Europe was there, the bottom-up European innovation area, was something that was, in a natural way, need and urgency for Europe. And now, thanks to this initiative, thanks to the pandemic, we accelerated this process. So it's so important that innovation sometimes you has there, but you don't see, because you don't need just to move a little bit to create a different angle. So this is what happened, and this is why we have now this in front. So now, in a very, very innovative way, I'm going to do in real that we have already prepared a communication with nearly 30 global potential startup cities outside Europe that are going to be the first wave of potential candidates in our official opening. So I am very happy to really to do in real time the official launching right now in 1, 2, and 3. It's done. So now, yes, before we have the final video, I want to announce, that's good, I want to announce that this official launching of the open call is starting today, and the deadline is 24th of January, so 2 months. So in the information, the communication is explained how to do and all the details. And also, I invite to all the other startup cities in Europe that they can invite their peers, the other sister cities that are outside Europe. And of course, we are more than happy that any other city that will not receive this invitation that can write us, and of course we are going to send the same information, because we are looking that anyone has the same opportunity from the beginning. So now, yes, team is done. The first Global Startup Cities Summit 2020 is finished. It was a fantastic pleasure. And just to say, just add passion. This is our main secret ingredient for the success. So thank you, and see you in 1 year.
Close your eyes and imagine a place where time stops. Imagine for one moment that you are there, enjoying a city that is Mediterranean, modern, magical.